signed a new proclamation imposing a $100,000 fee on H-1B visas. The White House clarified that this fee would apply only to new applicants, not to renewals or current visa holders. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt emphasized it is not an annual charge but a one-time fee, and those already selected in the latest H-1B lottery would remain unaffected. She clarified that H-1B visa holders can leave and re-enter the country to the same extent as they normally would. Whatever ability they have to do so is not impacted by the proclamation. The Indian government responded swiftly, with the Ministry of External Affairs expressing concern over the humanitarian impact of the decision, urging US authorities to minimize disruption. Back home, the development sparked political uproar. Opposition leaders including Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge accused Prime Minister Modi of weak diplomacy, calling the US move a return gift to him. Others, like Asauddin Owaisi, questioned the value of events like Howdy Modi and Namaste Trump. The BJP, however, claimed the US was attempted to target India's economic rise and warned the decision would ultimately harm America more. Meanwhile, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal is set to lead a delegation to the US on September 22 for high-level trade talks amid rising tensions.
Sri Modiji's call for self-dependence and not depending on others is a clarion call for the countrymen. This call by Honorable Prime Minister has to be taken very seriously by the countrymen, especially the youth, and let us all build new India with a non-dependent India on anyone. That is what his call was. I think this is a great message to the youth and also to the people of this country.
US government has hurt and hit the aspirations of many of our best and brightest Indian minds. So indirectly the US is only hurting itself. Sad to see Prime Minister Modi practicing this foreign policy of strategic silence.
वो लाखों लोग जो अमेरिका में बैठ के ये सोचते थे कि भारत विश्व गुरु बन गया है, मोदी जी ने भारत को यहाँ से वहाँ पहुँचा दिया है, अब ट्रंप साहब ने उन्हें मौका दे दिया कि आ जाओ भारत वापस और लो मजे इस विश्व गुरु के अमृतकाल के। तो मुझे लगता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को तो धन्यवाद देना चाहिए कि उनके जितने भी वो जो अमृतकाल को दूर से देखते थे वो अब वापस घर में आके इस अमृतकाल को साक्षात देखेंगे।
And now when we're looking at the H-1B visa and all the things that are happening around it, for more on that, we have Sudhanshu Kaushik. He's the founder, North America Association of Indian Students, joining me. And Sudhanshu, thank you so much for joining in. You know, as an Indian residing in the US, what's your initial reaction when you see this $100,000 fee on the H-1B visas?
Jessica, you know, my initial reaction was much different to my reaction now after it's been clarified. At first, I thought, you know, this is America First policy. They're trying to, you know, give more Americans jobs. I don't agree with it, but that's what the process was. Now that I look back, now that I see the clarification, what is clear to me is that there was an intent to create chaos. There was an intent to create distrust and an atmosphere among Indians that are H-1Bs, that a sentiment that you don't belong here, and that in a stroke of a pen, from the executive office, form an executive order, you can disrupt people's lives. I don't understand, Jessica. There was about a 18-hour gap between the first executive order that was signed at the White House and this clarification that came through X or whatever means. And it caused massive hysteria among everyone, whether it was the immigration lawyers, whether that was within India, but also specifically the families that are H-1B holders. Think about it. I have been talking about the stats and statistics. I could tell you hundreds of billions of dollars are contributed in taxes from Indian Americans. I could tell you the trillions of dollars of economic output. But are we also going to talk about the human impact, the value, the disruption that it's caused between families? I mean, we're hearing stories and we've seen videos of people deboarding planes and flights because they're not sure if they'll be coming back. We've always constantly heard of stories of how people and Indians can't go back to the last rites of their parents and their family members because they're too scared they won't be allowed back. Why has the system been so convoluted and such a chaotic mess, regardless of whatever administration is here, where families and individuals on H-1Bs sometimes have to choose between performing the last rites of their family members and being able to stay in their country and making sure that their dependents, their children, are not kicked out. I mean, these are the choices that an individual has to make. So it's not that it was rosy before January 5th, 2024 or 2025, but it's definitely a place of realization that you're not welcome here, and if you are, you're welcomed in your own terms, and whenever the administration decides that they want to take us out, they can do so.
Right, and you're talking about, the kind of economic fallout that it could have, because as you mentioned, Indian Americans are contributing so much to the Indian economy. What kind of message do you think then it sends to the skilled immigrants and their families?
Look, there is boundless economic impact. I've been on India Today and talked and spoken about, and many people will talk about the American dream, quote unquote, but also the realization of Indians to be able to prosper. I could talk about, again, the hundreds of billions of dollars that will be impacted just by students who come here in pursuit of an H-1B to be able to work, who probably won't be able to now think or second triple guess about spending $60,000 to $80,000 in tuition in hopes that they'll be able to earn that back through jobs. I could talk about the economic value that people in big tech or small specific niche firms that create, and they're doing business both for India and for the US. But look, we have to go beyond the numbers. There is an economic impact, of course, but what about the impact on these lives? And the money is obviously a huge thing when it comes to India and US relations, but we really have to start thinking about the people. We have to start thinking about the children. We have to start thinking about how much impact these people are going to go through if this disruption continues to exist. Look, I was always told that Donald Trump makes a good deal. That's what we told. He loves a good deal. How is this a good deal? All of this is, it's not listening to big tech, because big tech wants these H-1Bs. It's not listening to the big corporates or small people who benefit off of the H-1B, the families, the people. What it's listening to is a very small vocal community of Americans who are MAGA, that support and have the ideals of nativism, of immigration restrictionists, and they want to make it as complicated and as tough for Indians to be able to thrive here, to be able to live here, to be able to do their job. That's what they're working. They're working a 9-to-5 job, and they're economically capable and they're skilled enough to do so. And so we have to start thinking this is not as a zero-sum game, that if Indians benefit, Americans do not, or native, the people that are actually the white population, if they, it's not a zero-sum game. Both can coexist and have been. And I think that we need to stop making policy based off of a small vocal minority group on Twitter. And we need to make sure we're making policies based off of what is best for America. And I 100% believe that when Indian Americans and also H-1B holders and in general immigrants are able to thrive, then America thrives as well. Those two things are not disassociated, and they're both that work mutually.
Right, you're talking about the impact that it's had on people, and I can totally imagine, because there was so much chaos and confusion with the back and forth happening. And what are some of the immediate disruptions that you expect for the Indian tech professionals, both in the US and as well as in India?
Look, the biggest one is going to be the mistrust, right? There is a faith in the system, and people have realized that in one executive order, you can completely disrupt someone's life, right? Now that they've clarified, but that distrust and that disbelief, to be honest, has already seeded in. So I think, first of all, people are going to really reevaluate that. Is it worth it? Is it worth it to go to a foreign country? Is it worth it, specifically the United States? Is it worth it to take those risks when you know that overnight your economic opportunity and employment and your visa status is at risk because there's an administration that really wants to promote restrictionist policies? So I think people are going to take those chances less and try to see what else can be done. And, I'm not sure if they're all going to go back to India again. I think they're going to find other opportunities in Canada. They're going to try to find opportunities in the UK. They're going to try to find opportunities in the Gulf. They're going to try to make sure that they can stabilize, they can have a stable life, and be able to work and where they feel valued. I also think this is going to be a huge shock to higher education, because yes, the executive order that's out now, it's grandfathered in, so the people already here are hopefully going to be fine unless he signs another executive order negating everything he said, which honestly would not be surprising to me at this point. But right now, the students who are going to come in to study, right, when they graduate, right, and after they do their OGB, those are the students who are going to have to suffer through if someone wants to employ me, they're going to have to pay $100,000. And so you have to think about, if someone is coming in and they're in a very niche, basically employment opportunity, is their company going to be able to afford $100,000 plus their salary of $60, $75, $80, $100,000? No, not at all. So it's going to disrupt the U.S. higher education system as it has been. And this higher education system has been really beneficial to the United States.
Right. So we can see that while the students are going to be affected, they might just choose, other destinations. Why go to the US? Because you could just head to Germany or any other country where you don't have to pay such a hefty amount of fees. Thank you so much for joining in, Sudhanshu. This was really insightful. It was great talking to you. Thank you for giving us, insights as an Indian American residing there. And now we have more. Ahead of key India-US trade talks in US, Union Commerce Minister reiterates India's commitment to farmers. Piyush Goyal has said farmers' welfare is paramount. He's saying that he won't compromise on farmers' interests. Is key to trade deal. This is the reaction coming in from Piyush Goyal right before he is going to head to US for trade talks. He's saying that India is committed to farmers. Piyush Goyal said that farmers' welfare is paramount and India won't compromise on farmers' interest.
I am sure this will also accelerate our vision to double agri and agri-based exports in the next 5 years. We trust in Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his promise that our farmers' welfare will be primary to our trade negotiations and that we will never compromise with the interests of our farmers.
And now we have Aishwarya joining in with more details. Aishwarya, we see that Piyush Goyal, right before he's going to head to the US, he's making a statement saying that farmers are of paramount interest to India and they're going to do everything that is there for farmers' welfare. What more details can you give us?
I think President Modi at various times very clearly said that the one thing is not compromising on is the first of
Right before we're going to see Piyush Goyal moving and going to the US, we see the statement coming in that they won't compromise on farmers' interest. He's saying that farmers are welfare key to trade deal. Remember, all of this is also happening on the backdrop of the H-1B visa issue that we're seeing, where US has, slapped $100,000 fee on new people who are going to enter the US. And now we're seeing Piyush Goyal right before he's going to head to the US for trade talks. He's saying that farmers are of key interest. So we could potentially see some sort of agri talks happening, right? You could hear his statement where he said that, farmers' interest is of paramount, and he could strike up probably a deal on the agricultural front. And because already we see that India's farmers play a key role exporting huge amounts to the US. So we could see some kind of deal being struck there.
I am sure this will also accelerate our vision to double agri and agri-based exports in the next 5 years. We trust in Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his promise that our farmers' welfare will be primary to our trade negotiations and that we will never compromise with the interests of our farmers.
So, ahead of key India-US trade talks in the US, Union Commerce Minister reiterates India's commitment to farmers. Piyush Goyal has said that farmers' welfare is paramount, and he says that he won't compromise on farmers' interest. Piyush Goyal said that farmers' welfare is key to trade deal. Remember, this is coming on the backdrop of Piyush Goyal visiting the US soon for trade talks. Now we have more breaking news coming in, and this is coming from Karnataka, where we have the Karnataka government has ordered a probe into the vote chori argument. Karnataka has formed a CID to probe in the alarmed vote chori row. The CID team will be headed by senior IPS officer BK Singh. Rahul Gandhi has alleged 6,018 voters' names deleted in 2023 in Karnataka. For more on that, we have Sagai joining in. Sagai, we see that the Karnataka government has now ordered a special investigation team to probe over the vote chori incidents. Rahul Gandhi had previously alleged that more than 6,000 names had been deleted. What's the latest on this?
India Today first confirmed about this particular report where we have guessed that the Karnataka government was contemplating to appoint IPS officer BK Singh to head an SIT investigation. Now, a final order has been issued by the Karnataka government where they have announced that BK Singh, the senior IPS officer, will go ahead and investigate on the allegations made by Rahul Gandhi as well as the other Congress leaders in connection with vote chori in Mahadevpura, that is the Bengaluru Central Parliamentary Constituency, as well as Aland Assembly Constituency in Kalaburgi. And even Rahul Gandhi had addressed a couple of press conferences alleging that there are multiple bad practices which have been done in connection with the vote chori, and now the Karnataka government have gone ahead and appointed a SIT investigation in this entire controversy.
Right, so an SIT has been formed to probe into Rahul Gandhi's claims. Thank you so much for joining in, Sagai. Now let's move on and look at Assam, which is mourning the sudden and untimely demise of iconic singer Zubeen Garg. The singer's mortal remains have reached Guwahati from Delhi, and Zubeen Garg's last rites will be performed today. A massive crowd gathered outside the singer's residence to bid farewell to the actor. As probe into his death has intensified, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has ordered CID investigation in the case after multiple FIRs were filed against Zubeen's manager Siddharth Sharma and Northeast Festival organizer Shyam Kanu Mahanta. Meanwhile, Zubeen Garg's wife Garima Garg took to social media and requested people to withdraw the FIRs filed against Zubeen's manager Siddharth Sharma. This comes after CM Himanta Biswa Sarma ordered a CID investigation into the case and declared state mourning from September 20th to 22nd as a mark of respect.
This is just the beginning. I think more and more people will come. This is just the people from Guwahati University, but from what information I have, there are many people from across the state of Assam who are traveling overnight. We can expect the crowds to really swell up. I hope the administration is ready. Hopefully once the body arrives here, we will be able to say farewell to Zubeen in the manner we want to.
जुबिन गर्ग असम का एक आत्मा है एक्चुअली, और जुबिन का जो ये खबर कल मिल गया ना, सारा आदमी दुख में है। अभी आप लोग देखिए कि हम शुरू से गुवाहाटी टाउन में सारा जगह इतने आदमी हम देखा है, हमको भी हमारा लाइफ में नहीं देखा है, क्योंकि जुबिन का जो दिल था वो बहुत बुरा दिल था।
जब से ये न्यूज़ हम लोग ने सुना तब से बहुत हम लोग दुख में हैं। जैसे ऐसा लगता अभी भी जैसे जो सुना है वो सच नहीं है। वो लोगों को बहुत हेल्प भी करता था। देखिए गरीब जो लोग था, जैसे किसी को फीस नहीं दे पा रहे, कोई अगर किसी का बीमार है, ऐसे भी हेल्प करता था और एनिमल्स को भी बहुत प्यार करता था।
On Saturday, Assam CM Himanta Biswa reached Delhi to collect the mortal remains of Zubeen. Himanta paid an emotional tribute to legendary singer Zubeen Garg by singing the evergreen classic Maya Bini. Listen in. And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log into indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto.
Moto G96 5G, segment's undisputed all-rounder. Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. PM calls for self-reliant India. Says dependence is our biggest enemy. Rahul Gandhi says EC not providing information to CID about vote theft. Assam CM orders probe into singer Zubeen Garg's death in Singapore.
India Today Conclave Mumbai 2025. September 25 and 26 Mumbai. Book your seat now.
moto. Do the moto moto.
Moto G96 5G, segment's undisputed all-rounder.
It's a day to rejoice for a lot of the Apple fans across the country because the new iPhone 17 series has been launched in India and there is frenzy, absolute frenzy across all of the Apple stores. Wherever you go, be it Bombay, be it Delhi and even Bangalore. Now, especially Bombay because a scuffle broke out. Maybe people were trying to get their hands on the iPhones first, but again, that's a different story. Now, the reason the iPhones are popular is because of the branding that the company does and also the technological innovation. But this time around, one color has garnered a lot of popularity and it's this one, the cosmic orange. People have been just going nuts behind this and I really don't know why, but there could be other reasons. But this color is indeed very popular and also the specifications that Apple is bringing this time around, there have been incremental updates. Now remember, compared to the previous iteration, the iPhone this time does bring updates and also a special edition phone called the iPhone Air, which again is the slimmest iPhone till now. But the frenzy is here. iPhones are now available in India. What do you think? Is it really worth the hype? Because as far as the colors go, this one is really creating a buzz. We really don't understand why this frenzy is around, especially with the new iPhone series. But this color is definitely making buzz across the internet and people are loving this one. Well, we'll get to know when the sale figures are out. With camera person Kunj, this is Cyrus for India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today Explains. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. Over the next 30 minutes, we break down all of the week's biggest stories. And here's a look first at what's coming your way. Our top story is the biggest debate this week over cricket. The no handshake between India and Pakistan then seeking action against Captain Surya Kumar Yadav. Is there a rule that handshakes are mandatory? We'll tell you all about it. Also on the show, the Pakistan-Saudi defense deal and what it really means for India. Then there's the E20 blended fuel. What is it? What is with the outrage? We'll tell you all about that. Also on this edition of the show, we tell you about why celebrities are seeking relief from courts for their personality rights. What are personality rights? All that and more coming your way. And finally, the illegal betting app case and why every week celebrities are being pulled up by the Enforcement Directorate. Lots lined up for you. Let's get started. The India-Pakistan Asia Cup 2025 clash has triggered a new controversy. This time, not about the match itself, but about handshakes. After the toss, India's captain Surya Kumar Yadav avoided shaking hands with Pakistan's Salman Agha. And later, the Indian team skipped post-match handshakes too. Pakistan even complained. But this raises the question, are handshakes mandatory in cricket or for that matter in any other sport? Let's break that down for you. Now in cricket, handshakes are a long-standing tradition rather than a strict rule. After a match, the two teams usually shake hands with the opposition and the umpires. Captains shake hands before the toss, often in front of cameras as a symbol of respect. Now these gestures aim to end the contest on a friendly note and uphold the spirit of the game. Before we dig deeper, it's important to understand who sets the rules and traditions in cricket. There's the International Cricket Council, ICC. It governs the international game, managing tournaments and enforcing the code of conduct. While you have the MCC, which is the Marylebone Cricket Club. It preserves the laws of cricket. It's the official rule book, if you will, and also upholds the spirit behind them. Now, both clearly play crucial but rather different roles in shaping how the game is played and respected worldwide. But let's get down to it, about the handshake. The ICC's Spirit of Cricket preamble makes respect central to the game, and I'll read out from it. Congratulate the opposition on their successes and thank the officials and your opponents at the end of the match, whatever the result. Refusing such courtesies may fall under Article 211 of the Code of Conduct, which lists conduct contrary to the spirit of the game as a Level 1 offence. But important to highlight that it carries no fixed punishment. Any sanction would depend on ICC discretion. What about the MCC laws? Well, they stress on respect, fairness, discipline. But the word handshake, and it's important to highlight this, the word handshake doesn't appear in the MCC list. While the preamble and these laws 41 and 42 cover issues of player behavior and unfair play, none of them actually refers to handshakes as a compulsory act. What the MCC does emphasize, however, is players' conduct within the spirit of cricket. The laws state, and I'll quote for you, cricket owes much of its appeal and enjoyment to the fact that it should be played not only according to the laws, but also within the spirit of cricket. The major responsibility for ensuring fair play rests with the captains, but extends to all players, match officials, and especially in junior cricket, teachers, coaches, and parents. Now let's also look beyond cricket. Many sports actually encourage but do not strictly enforce handshakes. For example, FIFA's fair play guidelines promote handshakes between teams and officials, but it isn't punishable if skipped. In tennis, players traditionally shake hands at the net, yet neither the Association of Tennis Professionals, which is the ATP rulebook, nor the Women's Tennis Association, which is the WTA rulebook, makes it compulsory. Even in basketball or American football, leagues like the NBA and NFL promote post-game respect, but handshakes are merely gestures of sportsmanship, not legal obligations. So across sports, it's seen more as etiquette than obligations. So to answer everyone's question, are handshakes mandatory? The short answer, the clear answer is no. Cricket's laws, like most sports, encourage them as a symbol of respect, but they're not compulsory. There's no sanction against India. The handshake remains a goodwill gesture, not a legal requirement. In a move seen as significant amid heightened regional tension, Saudi Arabia and nuclear-armed Pakistan have signed a formal defence pact. The Strategic Mutual Defence Agreement, which was signed during Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's state visit to Riyadh, has raised eyebrows over its wording. Here's what it says. Any aggression against either country shall be considered an aggression against both. The statement says this without naming any country. Now, Pakistan and Saudi Arabia have a defence relationship stretching back decades, in part due to Islamabad's willingness to defend the Islamic holy sites of Mecca and Medina in the kingdom. Now, Pakistani troops first travelled to Saudi Arabia in the late 1960s over concerns about Egypt's war in Yemen at that time. Those ties increased after Iran's 1979 Islamic Revolution and the kingdom's fears of a confrontation with Tehran. But what does this current deal actually mean for India? It's a NATO-style defence pact, and the wording of attack on one equals attack on both will be viewed in Islamabad as a major diplomatic victory. It will likely see the pact as a strategic deterrence against India. But experts and geopolitical analysts have said the agreement doesn't mean that Saudi Arabia would go to war with India for Pakistan. Wary of the optics surrounding the pact, Saudi Arabia was quick to actually de-link it from its ties with India, which it said was more robust than it's ever been. And that's important to highlight here, that India and Saudi Arabia share deep economic and socio-cultural ties. Saudi Arabia is the fourth largest trading partner of India. New Delhi is the second largest for Riyadh. And let's break that down in numbers. In financial year 2024-25, bilateral trade stood at $41.88 billion. On the other hand, you compare that to trade between Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, barely $3 to $4 billion. So you stack that up, $41.88 billion versus just about $3 to $4 billion. So it's unlikely that Saudi Arabia will go ahead and take on India in any way. As far as India's response is concerned, in a rather measured response, said it was aware of the development, adding it would study its implications for the country's security and for regional stability. But beyond India, the timing of the Saudi-Pakistan pact appears to carry a stronger message directed towards another country, Israel. The agreement came just days after an Israeli strike in Doha targeted Hamas leaders, an unprecedented escalation that unsettled the Arab world. Israel's expanding operations in Iran, Lebanon, Syria, Yemen and now Qatar have heightened fears of a widening conflict. The Doha strike, reportedly carried out with tacit US approval under Donald Trump, has further shaken Gulf Arab states' faith in Washington as their traditional security guarantor. Many in the region now worry about over-dependence on America amid shifting US priorities. Saudi Arabia, aware that Israel is the only nuclear-armed state in the Middle East, appears essentially to be leveraging Pakistan's nuclear status to project strength. The pact, therefore, is less about Pakistan and India and more about signaling unity within the Islamic bloc, as well as sending a warning shot to Israel, to its allies. There's a raging debate currently on blended fuel in India, ethanol blended with petrol. While India is looking to launch E20, essentially 20% blended fuel, there have been questions raised over the mileage and some other issues by users. Let's tell you all about this type of fuel, the pros and cons as well. First of all, what is E20 fuel? Well, E20 fuel is a type of gasoline blended with 20% ethanol and 80% petrol. Ethanol is an alcohol-based fuel made from sugarcane, corn or other plant materials. So it's renewable, biodegradable and burns cleaner than petrol. Essentially, this is clean energy. And that's the biggest plus of E20 fuel, lower emissions. It supports farmers since it's made from crops like sugarcane. It reduces dependence also on imported oil, which is a big tick and a plus for India. But mind you, not all vehicles are E20 compatible. Using it in non-compatible engines can cause corrosion, damage rubber parts and also reduce mileage. So here's where we talk about India. E20 fuel was launched in India on February 6, 2023 by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The rollout was part of the government's ethanol blending program to reduce fossil fuel dependency and carbon emissions. The E20 transition is part of India's climate commitment to reduce oil imports and to cut down on emissions. As of this year, 2025, E20 fuel is available in over 7,000 petrol stations across India, particularly in urban pockets, major cities, in highways as well. And the government is aiming for nationwide E20 availability by 2026. Newer models of cars and two-wheelers like Maruti Suzuki, Honda, TVS, Hero, Tata, Hyundai, they're all being designed to be E20 compliant. But here's why there's a raging debate over this kind of blended fuel. Many vehicle owners have claimed their mileage has dropped substantially after switching to E20. For instance, some of the examples being shared on social media, one Volkswagen Vento, mileage plummeted from 10 kilometers per litre to just 6.3 kilometers per litre. Many compared their Hyundai fuel efficiency to a Mercedes, and no, that's not a compliment in this case. But the government has refuted these claims. Listen in to Zubeen Garg.
20% इथेनॉल डालने के ऊपर देश में एक तो भी गाड़ी में तकरार रही कि आप नाम बताइए। अभी सीएम ने स्टेटमेंट निकाला है, सबने ऑलरेडी एआरआई ने निकाला हुआ है। इथेनॉल के कारण कोई गाड़ी में कोई तकलीफ हुई ऐसा एक भी उदाहरण नहीं है। और दूसरी बात, क्या ये देश का इंपोर्ट 22 लाख करोड़ का जो इकोनॉमी से पैसा जा रहा है वो कम नहीं होना चाहिए? क्या दिल्ली में ये प्रदूषण से आप सब लोग जिस प्रकार का सामना कर रहे हैं, प्रदूषण कम नहीं होना चाहिए? अब ये कुछ ना कुछ इसको विरोध करने में किसी का इंटरेस्ट हो सकते हैं, पर उसकी चिंता मत करिए।
So the government maintaining that the drop in fuel economy is minor, 1 to 2% in compatible vehicles, up to 3 to 6% in older ones. The government has also backed the move, reiterating how it helps farmers. From 2014 to 2015 to July 2025, ethanol blending by public sector oil firms saved 1.44 lakh crore rupees in foreign exchange, substituted 245 lakh metric tons of crude, and cut CO2 emissions equal to planting 30 crore trees. At 20% blending, farmer payments this year alone could reach 40,000 crores and forex savings of 43,000 crores. The government has also highlighted how a country like Brazil has successfully run on E27, so 27% blended fuel for years, and that India's vehicle technology, service networks and supply chains have been prepared for the E20 shift since 2021. Filmmaker Karan Johar has approached the Delhi High Court seeking protection of his personality and publicity rights at a time when misuse of celebrity images and names for commercial purposes is rising on digital platforms. And interestingly, he isn't the only celebrity who's done this. His plea follows a judgment that granted Abhishek and Aishwarya Rai Bachchan an injunction against similar AI-driven misuse of their identities. But what exactly are personality rights, and why are celebrities moving court for this? Well, these rights refer to an individual's ability to protect, control, and profit from their name, image, likeness, or even their voice. For celebrities, these rights are vital because misuse in ads or merchandise can actually harm their reputation and allow companies to profit from their fame. Karan Johar, for example, urged the court to pass an order directing certain websites and platforms not to illegally sell merchandise, mugs, t-shirts, the likes, all bearing his name and image. He filed a suit claiming various entities have been using his name and persona without his consent for monetary gains. Aishwarya Rai has been a frequent victim of morphed images and false endorsements online. She also moved the Delhi High Court. The court has protected the personality rights of Aishwarya Rai, barring online platforms from illegally using her name. Now, the reason celebrities are going to court is because in India, personality rights don't have a standalone statute, but they're protected through a mix of constitutional and statutory provisions. The Constitution's Article 21 safeguards the right to life and personal liberty, which courts have interpreted to include privacy as well as publicity rights. So what this means is that a celebrity, or for that matter, any one of us, can object if our image, name, or likeness is exploited without consent. There's also the Copyright Act of 1957, which grants moral rights to authors and performers so they can demand credit for their work and stop others from distorting it. Over time, Indian courts have reinforced these protections. In the Arun Jaitley versus Network Solutions case of 2011, the Delhi High Court held that a person's name, if popular, is more than just an identifier. It becomes a valuable attribute linked to their reputation, offline and online. These rights also prevent the unauthorized use of deepfake videos, AI-generated voices, or made-up images. So cases like Karan Johar's highlight the growing need for stronger safeguards in the digital era. Several Bollywood celebrities have moved courts recently to protect their identity. In 2023, Anil Kapoor moved courts seeking protection from misuse of his iconic catchphrases like Jackass and unauthorized use of his name, voice and image. Then there was Jackie Shroff in May 2024, who moved the Delhi High Court to stop the misuse of his name, voice, images and his signature face of Bhidu. Big B has in the past fought against the unauthorized use of his voice and face, especially in ads and lottery tickets. Every week, we hear of celebrities across India being summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in an illegal betting app case. The latest summon was of actor Mimi Chakrabarti and Urvashi Rautela on September 15th and 16th. Previously, too, you've had celebrities like Vijay Deverakonda, Prakash Raj, Rana Daggubati, and many, many more over betting apps like Jungli Rummy, A23, Jeetwin, Parimatch, Lotus 365. Indian cricketers Suresh Raina, Shikhar Dhawan also appeared before the ED under these alleged illegal betting apps and the investigation into this. Now, what are online betting apps? Well, they're essentially digital platforms that allow users to place bets or gamble on various events, games, or outcomes using real or virtual money. These betting apps are being banned in India because they promote betting, which is illegal under the Public Gambling Act of 1867. Money apps also move money outside India without proper regulations, and that's strictly unlawful activity in India. It's also considered quite risky because a lot of users could also lose all of their money in these apps. The Promotion and Regulation of Online Gaming Bill 2025 was introduced in the Lok Sabha on August 20, 2025. The bill was brought in to prohibit online money games and promote them and regulate certain other online games, and it was passed in Parliament.
I rise to move that the Promotion and Regulation of Online Gaming Bill 2025 be taken into consideration. Online money games जो कि आज समाज में बड़ा चिंता का विषय बना है, जैसा आपने आरंभ में कहा, कई ऐसे परिवार है, कई ऐसे व्यक्ति है जिनको ऑनलाइन मनी गेम्स के कारण एक एडिक्शन हो जाता है, फाइनेंशियल लॉसेस। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, कई परिवार नष्ट हुए, एक्सट्रीम केसेस हुए, सुसाइड भी हुई। 3 सेगमेंट में से 2 सेगमेंट को सरकार प्रमोट करना चाहती है, ई स्पोर्ट्स को, ऑनलाइन सोशल गेमिंग को। उसके लिए अथॉरिटी बनाएंगे।
An estimated 45 crore people lose around 20,000 crore rupees every year playing online games, including gambling and betting games. This online betting racket is reportedly worth a whopping 8.3 lakh crore rupees. Imagine that. And reportedly it's even growing at 30% annually. But if there's an existing act, why was a new bill introduced by the government? Because of companies constantly exploiting a grey area. Before the online gaming bill of 2025, in India, games of skill, which is poker or fantasy sports, were frequently permitted, versus games of chance, which is luck, roulette, slots, that's forbidden. Apps frequently claimed that they offered skill-based games, which was dubious, and so they'd get away with it. The other challenge has been that numerous betting applications are registered in nations where gambling is legal. They avoid having physical offices in nations where gambling is prohibited, like India, and instead conduct business through websites or applications. They frequently make use of payment gateways that mask the type of transaction. These issues, coupled with weak enforcement, led to a vast number of apps being made available in India. So if authorities fail to crack down on illegal betting apps, why are celebrities being pulled up? Well, first, because simply as I put it, online gambling or betting is prohibited. And these celebrities with large fan bases can influence youth to actually go ahead and download these illegal apps. Now, one celebrity who was also questioned by ED was actor Vijay Deverakonda, who argued that he was actually advocating for a gaming app, not a betting app.
ఎందుకంటే బెట్టింగ్ యాప్స్ ఇన్వెస్టిగేషన్ తప్పకుండా నడుస్తుంది, కానీ మనని పిలిచింది వాళ్ళకు కూడా తెలియదు మన పేరు ఎందుకు వచ్చిందో. బట్ మన పేరు వచ్చినందుకు వాళ్ళు వెరిఫికేషన్ చేసుకొని వాళ్ళ డెలిజెన్స్ తీసుకోవాలి. మనం చేసింది గేమింగ్ యాప్స్కి ఎండోర్స్మెంట్. గేమింగ్ యాప్కి బెట్టింగ్ యాప్కి అసలు సంబంధమే లేదు. గేమింగ్ యాప్స్ అనేటివి కంప్లీట్లీ లీగల్, రికగ్నైజ్డ్ బై ద గవర్నమెంట్, లైసెన్స్డ్ యాజ్ అ బిజినెస్. వాళ్ళకి జిఎస్టీలు, టీడీఎస్లు, కంపెనీలు, ఇట్స్ ఫుల్లీ రిజిస్టర్డ్, రికగ్నైజ్డ్ బై సుప్రీం కోర్ట్ అండ్ వేరియస్ స్టేట్ గవర్నమెంట్.
But this is a larger investigation, which is why the likes of Deverakonda were also summoned. The question of where the revenue for these celebrities come from is being looked into as well. The ED is looking into whether these apps are paying celebs from proceeds of crime, because very often these apps are also laundering fronts. With the Enforcement Directorate cracking down on betting apps, this hopefully will pave the way for a much-needed cleanup. That's all we have time for in this edition of India Today Explains. Thanks very much for tuning in. I'll see you same time next week.
जब एबीवीपी में आपका जैसे पोजीशन बाय पोजीशन आप बढ़ते रहे, पॉलिटिक्स नेक्स्ट प्रोग्रेशन था कि अब तो जाना ही है राजनीति में? ये हमेशा से था जहन में?
देखिए, ऐसा नहीं था मेरे जीवन में। जब मैं कॉलेज से वापिस मेरे गांव गया तो गांव की हर छोटी मोटी समस्याओं को लेकर के हम चलते थे। मेरे परिवार में ऐसी नहीं, सरपंच की और उसकी तो हमेशा रही है, लेकिन कोई बड़ी पॉलिटिक्स मेरे परिवार में नहीं रही। तो मैंने विषयों को उठाता था, बगल जो पास के गांव थे उनमें भी जाता था, कोई विषय होता था तो उसको भी करते थे। बिजली पानी को लेकर के या कई तरह के काम होते थे, उनको किसानों के साथ जुड़ करके काम करते थे। और मेरे को इसी के चलते विद्यार्थी परिषद से मैंने युवा मोर्चा में मेरी राजनीति भी प्रारंभ हुई। मैं युवा मोर्चा के मंडल अध्यक्ष के रूप में मैंने काम किया। फिर मेरे को युवा मोर्चा में जिला मंत्री, उपाध्यक्ष, महामंत्री बनाया और फिर मैं पार्टी का युवा मोर्चे का अध्यक्ष भी रहा। युवा मोर्चे का अध्यक्ष में 3 बार रहा। उसी समय मेरे को ग्राम पंचायत के मेरे चुनाव आए और मैं 2000 में सरपंच चुना। तो मन में रहती है, लगती कि कुछ ना कुछ अच्छा होना चाहिए, क्या करना चाहिए। कई तरह के नए काम भी मैंने किए।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
I've been to Pakistan, and I must tell you, I felt at home.
Rahul Gandhi's mentor and controversy's favorite child, Sam Pitroda, has done it again. The Congress overseas chief has sparked a storm, calling for a reset in India's foreign policy towards the neighborhood and batting for better ties with Pakistan.
Can we really substantially improve relationship with our neighbors? They are all small. They all need help. They are all going through difficult times. And there is no need to fight. Of course, there is a problem of violence. Of course, there is a problem of terrorism and all that is there. But at the end of the day, in that neighborhood, there is common gene pool. I've been to Pakistan, and I must tell you, I felt at home.
Pitroda's call for harmony comes against a bloody backdrop. Just months ago, 25 tourists were killed in Pahalgam terror attack, leading India to launch Operation Sindoor. The Congress downplayed the remarks.
सैम पित्रोदा जी क्या कहा, क्या शब्द का इस्तेमाल किया हम नहीं जानते हैं, लेकिन हमको अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी की वो बात याद है कि हम सब कुछ बदल सकते हैं, अपने पड़ोसी नहीं बदल सकते। तो सवाल ये है कि आने वाले समय में क्या शक्ल सूरत होगी हमारा पाकिस्तान के साथ या नेपाल के साथ या बांग्लादेश के साथ, हमारे क्या रिश्ते होंगे, ये तो आने वाला समय बताएगा।
Pitroda has once again given the BJP fresh ammunition and left Congress in awkward territory. Bureau Report, India Today.
Watching India Today.
Very good morning to you, viewers. You're watching India Today with me, Sriya Kundu, and we have all the big stories lined up for you this hour. But before that, we'll quickly take a glance at the headlines doing the rounds at the very top of the bulletin. Ahead of trade talks in the United States, Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal reiterates Prime Minister Modi's commitment to farmers, says farmers' interests are paramount.
We trust in Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his promise. Our farmers' welfare will be primary to our trade negotiations, and that we will never compromise.
Bihar BJP releases video of crowd abusing Prime Minister Modi, his mother in an RJD rally in yet another instance. BJP slams the RJD. RJD says BJP is using distorted video. Politics over Karnataka caste census peak. Sources say Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar will be meeting Congress High Command in Delhi requesting permission to postpone the caste census in the state. BJP, meanwhile, slams Karnataka government for pushing its agenda. TVK Chief Vijay stirs massive row by invoking the late LTTE leader Prabhakaran during a rally at Nagapattinam. Calls Prabhakaran of mother figure for Sri Lankan Tamils. Posters of Prabhakaran spotted at the rally. Assam mourns demise of iconic singer Zubeen Garg. Mortal remains arrive in Delhi late last night. Assam Chief Minister receives the singer's body at the airport, pays tribute. Body is to be kept at Guwahati for public homage. White House clarifies on the H-1B visa, says $100,000 is only applicable for new visas. Opposition calls Modi a weak prime minister. BJP says that US is trying to target India's growing economy. Now we are beginning the bulletin with focus on the Disha Patni shooting case. Security has been beefed up at the actor's Mumbai residence now. Bareilly police has informed the police in Mumbai firing at Disha Patni's house had taken place. Remember, from Bareilly, that was her residence where her parents reside. Bareilly police had asked Mumbai police to remain alert regarding Disha's security. According to sources, a Mumbai official had informed Bareilly police that security has been increased outside Disha's house in Mumbai, and Mumbai police is now on full alert. This is what we are picking up at this point on the very case. Remember, investigation continues. Two amongst the 5 who were involved in this very case has already been encountered. There is probe that still continues. Goldie Brar gang had taken responsibility of the shooting that had taken place in the Bareilly residence of Disha Patni. Right now we have Arvind Ocha joining us on the broadcast to bring us more details into this very update that we are picking up. Arvind, a very good morning to you. आप हमें ये बताइए कि कहा जा रहा है मुंबई के जो रेसिडेंट्स है, दिशा जहां रहती है मुंबई में, वहां पे उनकी सिक्योरिटी अब बढ़ा दी गई है और क्या जानकारी मिल रही है अभी?
देखिए, जिस तरह से इंसिडेंट हुआ था बरेली में, दिशा पाटनी के घर के बाहर फायरिंग हुई, फायरिंग करने वाले 2 शूटर को गाजियाबाद में इनकाउंटर में मार गिराया गया। सभी शूटर पकड़े जा चुके हैं, कुल मिलाकर 5 जो इस पूरी वारदात में शामिल थे। उसके बाद जो रोहित गुदारा गैंगस्टर है उसकी तरफ से पोस्ट भी आया था, बदला लेने की बात कही गई थी। इन सब के बीच बरेली पुलिस के सीनियर ऑफिसर ने मुंबई पुलिस के अधिकारी से बात की, पूरे इंसिडेंट के बारे में जानकारी दी और मुंबई पुलिस के अधिकारी ने बरेली पुलिस को बताया है कि दिशा पाटनी के घर के बाहर सिक्योरिटी हमने बढ़ा दी है एहतियात के तौर पर और मुंबई पुलिस पूरी तरह से अलर्ट मोड पे है। अगर दिशा पाटनी लिख कर देती हैं कि उन्हें सिक्योरिटी चाहिए तो उन्हें पर्सनल सिक्योरिटी भी मिलेगी। तो ये एक बड़ा डेवलपमेंट है। और आपको बताऊं कि जिस तरीके से दिशा पाटनी के घर के बाहर पहले 11 सितंबर को फायरिंग हुई थी, उसके बाद 12 सितंबर को भी फायरिंग हुई थी, उसके बाद यूपी पुलिस ने इसे चैलेंज के तौर पर लिया था क्योंकि रोहित गुदारा और गोल्डी ब्रार गैंग ने ये फायरिंग करवाई थी और काफ़ी सीरियस मैटर था। उसके बाद यूपी पुलिस की टीम शूटर्स के पीछे लगी हुई थी और दिल्ली पुलिस स्पेशल सेल के साथ 2 शूटर गाजियाबाद में इनकाउंटर में मार गिराए गए। 2 जुवेनाइल इस मामले में अप्रीहेंड हुए हैं और कल ही बरेली पुलिस ने एक क्रिमिनल का एनकाउंटर किया, पैर में गोली लगी, उससे गिरफ्तार किया गया है। लेकिन रोहित गुदारा की तरफ से जो सोशल मीडिया पोस्ट वायरल हुआ है जिसमें बदला लेने की धमकी दी गई है, उसके बाद जो यूपी पुलिस है वो किसी तरह से इस मामले में जो ढिलाई है वो बरतना नहीं चाहती, इसलिए बरेली पुलिस के सीनियर अधिकारी ने मुंबई पुलिस को फोन करके पूरी जानकारी दी और उसके बाद मुंबई पुलिस ने ये कहा है कि दिशा पाटनी मुंबई में जहाँ रहती है उनके घर की सिक्योरिटी बढ़ा दी गई है।
जी अरविंद, हमें ये सारी जानकारी देने के लिए धन्यवाद। Well viewers, that is what we are picking up now. Security being beefed up in front of Disha Patni's residence in Mumbai, not just Uttar Pradesh. Mumbai police and Uttar Pradesh police are working together at this given point. Bareilly police, that is, working together to in fact ensure that she and her family are secure amid these attacks, or rather the shooting that's taken place, as well as more threats that have followed. Moving on now, we are going down south. This is breaking news coming in from Karnataka amid outrage over potholes in the Bengaluru city. Karnataka government has ordered repairs of the potholed roads. Now, DK Shivkumar, the Deputy Chief Minister, has come out to say officials given deadline to complete the work at this point. DK's funds to be released for road repairs at this point. So this is what we are learning, viewers, that there is an order that's now been issued amidst all the controversy that had gripped the Bengaluru city over infrastructure, especially road infrastructure, and pothole menace having completely disrupted locals' lives and even employees trying to reach to their office. And Sagai Raj joins me on this broadcast to, in fact, to help us understand what exactly is this order all about. But before that, we'll also play out this reaction that's coming from the order that's coming from the Deputy Chief Minister.
CM also declared that he is going to give additional 50 crores for this filling up of all these roads. One set of new road also, new patches will be cleared. All about within next October 31st, all the roads should be motorable. So we have given a deadline, and CM has also warned all of them. And I also said that if you doesn't perform, we will take serious action as per the law. Otherwise, they will have to quit the Bangalore City corporations.
Sagar Raj now joins me on the broadcast. Sagar, let's understand here. Firstly, a very good morning to you. Let's understand here. This is not the first time the order has been issued from the government to take care of this very issue in Bengaluru. There have been funds that have been released for road infrastructure to be developed in Bengaluru. Right now, how are we looking at this order and how does the government plan on implementing it?
The government is taking this particular issue very seriously, as it has made national headlines. And if you notice that Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, along with the Deputy Chief Minister, who is also Bengaluru Development Minister, held a meeting with the urban development ministers as well as the local MLAs and the Commissioner of Greater Bengaluru Authority. And Karnataka Chief Minister has given a deadline stating that by October 31st, they have to clear all the potholes. And remember that there was a deadline which was issued earlier. By November, everything should be cleared, but now it has been revised and it has been instructed to all the GBA commissioners to ensure that all the potholes across the city of Bengaluru should be filled on raw footing and ensure that no complaints arise in connection with the potholes.
Right, Sagar. Do stay with us because we have more breaking news coming in from Karnataka itself. Viewers, let's quickly take a look. Moving on, this is breaking news with regards to a story that has been gaining momentum in the country, the Rahul versus Election Commission war. It's only been heating up, viewers. Now, in the latest development, Karnataka Mantri has targeted the poll panel and Kharge Jr. Priyank Kharge has come out to say, and I quote, Election Commission is yet to give vote chori proof. Karnataka Mantri has in fact attacked the Election Commission and said multiple reminders have failed. Election Commission, on the other hand, has come out to say online voter deletion is impossible. We lodged an FIR in 2023, provided information then as well. So this is what we are learning, viewers, at this point. Sagar Raj continues to be with us on the broadcast. Sagar, let's understand, Priyank Kharge has now come in with his attack saying that there is still no proof from the Election Commission. But the Election Commission is adamant and it has stayed on the stance it had taken on day one that A, it's impossible that deletions have happened. Whatever was notified to them back in 2023, there's already an FIR that's been registered with all the information back then.
Absolutely. And if you notice that the Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge has time and again said that there were multiple reminders, letters which have been sent from their constituency as well as the other places where the vote chori has happened. And however, the Election Commission has not reacted to this. And even now we have stated, quoting an example, stating that there was a letter which was written in the month of March where they have requested the details of the OTP that they have received to delete the voters. But they have not got any response to them, according to Priyank Kharge. And he has also earlier stated that there were 18 letters which was been written by the CID, which is the investigating authority in this vote chori allegations, earlier when there was an FIR which was registered. And despite 18 letters seeking information on IP address, OTP and other details, the Election Commission has not responded till now. So they continue to attack the Election Commission in connection with this, stating that there is no response despite raising the issue and uprising that there is a malfunction in connection with voter lists.
Right, Sagar, thank you for bringing us all those details. This is where it all stands. War of words that's only escalated since Rahul Gandhi dropping his atom and hydrogen bomb on the Election Commission, claiming disruptions, claiming deletions in the very lists in the Lok Sabha elections that had taken place in 2024. So the current news that we are in fact picking up on this very story is that Congress, who had already gone all guns blazing at the Election Commission and even the centre for that matter with their allegations, it continues to do so with Priyank Kharge now stepping up and in fact attacking the Election Commission, saying that no proof has been provided despite all the allegations being put forward by Rahul Gandhi, the leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha. With that now, we have more news coming in, and this is from the neighbouring state of Tamil Nadu. This is politics that's been erupting in Tamil Nadu, which is heating up in fact, because remember, this state goes into elections as well in 2026. Actor-turned-politician Vijay stirred a massive controversy by invoking the late Liberation Tigers of Tamil Elam leader Prabhakaran during a rally at Nagapattinam on Saturday. Now, in his speech, the TVK chief has expressed his unwavering support for Lankan Tamils, emphasizing their immense suffering after Prabhakaran's death. He even went as far as to call Prabhakaran a mother figure for the Sri Lankan Tamils. Vijay also declared that it is TVK's responsibility to amplify their voice. Posters of Prabhakaran were also seen at Vijay's rally. Remember, Prabhakaran was the mastermind behind the 1991 assassination of Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi. Though the LTTE never officially claimed responsibility, the group is widely believed to be behind this very attack. The DMK, amid all this, has hit back, claiming that they have always championed Tamil rights both in the state as well as globally. It has also labelled Vijay's supporters as hooligans, accusing them of creating unnecessary disruptions. So this is what we are bringing to you. Let's quickly take a look at the reactions coming in.
நம்ம தொப்புள் கொடி உறவுகளான ஈழத் தமிழர்கள் அவங்க இலங்கையில் இருந்தாலும் உலகத்துல எந்த மூலையில இருந்தாலும் தாய் பாசம் காட்டின தலைவனை இழந்து தவிக்கிற அவங்களுக்காகவும் குரல் கொடுக்கிறது, அவங்களுக்காகவும் நிக்கிறது நம்மளோட கடமை இல்லையா? மீனவர்களோட உயிர் எந்த அளவுக்கு முக்கியமோ அந்த அளவுக்கு ஈழ தமிழர்களோட அவங்களுடைய கனவுகளும் அவங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கையும் நமக்கு ரொம்ப ரொம்ப முக்கியம்.
It is not a hooliganism. It is the organized crowd. People come there to meet him, talk to him. He is free with the people. And people are happy when they see our chief minister. Whereas Vijay gathered a huge crowd, they spoil everything. They climb on the trees, they climb on the electric posts. And sometimes, you know what happens, they fall, they get injured, that apart. Even they disconnect the wiring and other things. All mischief they do.
Now, breaking news that's coming in from Tamil Nadu itself. Trouble for Vijay's TVK rally in Nagapattinam. TVK functionaries booked by cops. Case has been registered against the Nagapattinam TVK functionaries for not adhering to conditions that were imposed for Vijay's program. Now, the case registered for destruction of private property. A compound wall of a church hall has collapsed due to the overweight of people standing atop it during Vijay's campaign. So this is what we are picking up at this point. Pramod Madhav joins us on the broadcast. Pramod, a very good morning to you. We know when the High Court in Madras had also come up to say that the police has to give certain guidelines that needs to be followed by the political parties conducting their rallies, and we see the first case that's now come up, and TVK functionaries in Nagapattinam seem to be in trouble.
We are not just here, earlier also in Trichy area, also cases were filed for not adhering to the conditions that was imposed by the police. And this time also the same kind of issue has occurred. First and foremost, Vijay was not allowed for a roadshow over there. But what happened is that Vijay has completely turned it, claiming that it is a DMK that is trying to impose such conditions just to make Vijay not meet the people. In fact, yesterday he stood like sharp giant at the chief minister, claiming that through these conditions the chief minister is threatening him and it cannot be done. However, what happens is that like one compound wall of a hall that belongs to a church in Nagapattinam, that has collapsed, and based on all these reports, police have now filed a case against the functionaries of the TVK party, claiming due to private property damage and various not adhering to the rules there.
Right, Pramod, thank you for putting it into context for our viewers out there. Yes, there were conditions that had already been imposed by cops in Tamil Nadu, and there was a court order that had come in as well for further guidelines to be imposed, and this is where it all stands in Tamil Nadu at this point. Now, this is an election commission breaking news that we bring to you. There's crackdown on unregistered political parties. The election commission delists 474 political parties across India. EC has delisted 42 parties from Tamil Nadu itself. Tamil Nadu has come out to say the DMK BJP allies among 42 delisted parties. DMK allies MMK, KMDK delisted by the election commission. Election Commission has cancelled the registration of these 42 Tamil Nadu parties, allies being of DMK, BJP among them. Now, Election Commission delists 474 of these political parties across India. based on non-contestation in elections continuously for 6 years. 42 parties that were in Tamil Nadu alone. 39 more political parties have been identified in Tamil Nadu for having not submitted their annual audited accounts in the last 3 financial years, that is from 2021 to 2024, and have contested elections but have not filed election expenditure reports. The guidelines for registration of political parties mention that if the party does not contest these elections for 6 consecutive years, remember, the party shall be taken off the list of the registered parties. So this is the detail, or rather this is the basis on which the EC has delisted these 474 parties. Anaga Kesav joins me from Chennai on this very update we are bringing to you. Anaga, very good morning to you. We see 42 parties already delisted in Tamil Nadu, 32 parties at this given point which have also been recognized and might be delisted, DMK, BJP allies included. Given that Tamil Nadu has to be going to elections in 2026, how are we looking at this?
In fact, it's very interesting because political parties who have allied, cutting across parties, be it the BJP or the DMK, have been delisted by the Election Commission on mostly 2 grounds. One is that they have not contested any election in the last 6 years. That's the number 1 criteria. And then other criteria based on which 39 parties have been put on wait list. They have been identified for a possible delistment. That is that they have not submitted their annual audited records in the last 3 financial years. That starts from the year 2021 to 2024. Although they have contested elections, they have not really submitted their financial audited accounts. That seems to be the second reason why the Election Commission of India has identified 39 such political parties in Tamil Nadu. In fact, what we are learning is the highest is also from the Uttar Pradesh. The maximum number of parties who have been delisted seems to be from UP, which stands at 121, and Tamil Nadu is at 42. In fact, just to take the names of parties particularly, because there's this party called the Manida Makkal Katchi that's led by the Papanasan MLA MH Javahirullah. He has called this move by the Election Commission as unconstitutional. In fact, Mr. Javahirullah, who is the MLA in Papanasan, has also said that he will be taking up a legal course of action, to rightfully claim his party to get listed back into the EC is what he is saying.
Right, Anaga, thank you for bringing us all those details. Viewers, we are keeping a close track of how this, in fact, pans out and develops further as there is more and more news that's coming in from Tamil Nadu as it's in the run-up to the elections in 2026. Now, this is a sensational video of donations stolen in TTD. This is breaking news, viewers, wherein BJP releases a proof of irregularities in TTD. BJP goes all guns blazing at the Jagan government. BJP has come out to say that temple donations being stolen openly. BJP alleges a rupees 100 crore donation scam in TTD. Andhra Minister Nara Lokesh attacks the YSRCP. Nara Lokesh, Jagan says the Jagan government is looting people's money. This is what we are bringing up at this given point. Let's quickly take a look at this reaction that's also coming in at this point.
100 crores Parakamani scam had taken place during YCP period, that is from 2023. In the CCTV footage, we can clearly see Ravi Kumar stealing from Parakamani in Tirumala on 23/3/2023. Despite years of theft, crores of rupees was invested in real estate using the looted money.
Apurva joins me on the broadcast to bring us more details. Apurva, very good morning to you. Do give us some more details that's coming to light about these allegations made by the BJP along with video proof.
Well, Shreya, what we are getting to learn is that, the TT board member as well, he is Mr. Bhanuprakash Reddy, and he has also alleged over rupees 100 crore Parakamani scam, especially during the YSRCP regime. This video CCTV footage that we are seeing is from 23rd of June in 2023, and this is the CCTV footage that can be shown, wherein it shows one person there, Mr. Ravi Kumar, who has gone ahead and stolen the dollars there. You can also see from that CCTV footage as well how there is also checking that is happening as well. In fact, reacting to that, the TTD board member has taken strongly to this incident, saying this is not the first time that the YSRCP has played with the sanctity of the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam. Earlier on also we saw the Laddu case that had taken place, and now yet again there's a video that has now come out wherein it shows one person there, Ravi Kumar, going ahead and stealing money from the Parakamani vault as well. Remember, this is the Hundi area where all the devotees who come for the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam, who come there to Tirumala for darshan, that's where they go and deposit the money that they're offering to the Lord as well. And from the counting area where it usually takes place, that is the CCTV footage that you can see from the counting bench. Where
Apurva. Right, absolutely. We understand what exactly seems to be the situation and how it's been taken by not just in terms of allegations by the BJP, but also their ally there in Andhra Pradesh. So, well, viewers, this is where it all stands, and we are keeping a close watch as to how it develops further. And with that, we have come to an end to this edition of the Bulletin. But do stay tuned to India Today as we come back with more news and updates in the next hour. Stay tuned and keep watching.
You are watching India Today.
Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. PM calls for self-reliant India. Says dependence is our biggest enemy. Rahul Gandhi says EC not providing information to CID about vote theft. Assam CM orders probe into singer Zubeen Garg's death in Singapore.
India is grappling with a new kind of turbulence. Extreme weather battering the nation with floods, droughts, and cyclones. This week, India Today delves into the hard question. Why is it happening? And how can India build resilience in this new climate reality? Don't miss the full story in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit.
Ram Charan met with Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in Mysuru on his cordial invitation. The meeting took place as the actor was in the city for the shooting of his film Petty. The meeting occurred amid a brief pause in the film's production schedule due to the demise of Allu Kanakaratnam. Ram Charan, who is Allu Arjun's cousin, cancelled the shoot for a short period to attend to family commitments. For the unversed, Peddi is directed by Bucci Babu Sana and features Ram Charan in a transformed rural avatar. This would also mark a significant departure from his previous roles. Along with Ram Charan, the film would also star actors Janhvi Kapoor, Shivaraj Kumar, Jagapati Babu and Divyendu Sharma.
to a brand new episode of Health 360. This week on the show, we'll tell you about the generation of Sephora kids, those children who are being targeted by the beauty industry, tapping into a younger, highly impressionable market, raising serious concerns while companies are marketing these products for makeup as safe and playful. Also on the show, the H3N2 virus, which is sweeping Delhi National Capital Region. We'll tell you a little about the HIFU technology, which is being seen as an alternative to chemotherapy and other forms of treatment for prostate cancer. That and much more on Health 360 this week. I'm Sneha Murdani. They're now showing up in the hands of girls as young as 6, 7 and 8. With the rise of kid-targeted beauty lines from brands like Sephora, Petite and Pretty and even Walmart's, more than magic, the beauty industry is tapping into a younger, highly impressionable market, and it's raising serious questions on ethics of it while companies market these products as safe, playful and age-appropriate. Many parents and psychologists are questioning whether we are selling beauty standards to children before they've even lost their baby teeth. What may start as harmless fun, a swipe of glitter or a dab of lip gloss, can quickly spiral into appearance anxiety, social media mimicry and a skewed sense of self-worth. What platforms like TikTok and YouTube flooded with mini get ready with me routines, the pressure to look polished is creeping in earlier than ever. Critics argue that we are blurring the lines between play and performance and wonder if brands are prioritizing profits over the long-term psychological health of children. Is this self-expression or is it a fast track to body image issues in the making? The debate is only heating up, and so is the market. Take a look. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the reality of skincare today. At an age where getting their multiplication sums right is a challenge, these kids are doing something that you and I would have never done as 10, 12-year-olds. This is the generation of Sephora kids. Not too long ago, skincare shelves were the domain of adults, but today they're buzzing with teenagers and even younger kids who can reel off ingredient names like retinol and hyaluronic acid as casually as they can talk about cricket scores or homework. And Dr. Chaitra Vianan, founder of Cosmoderma Clinics, is now with us. Thank you for your time. I want to ask you, why are we seeing this kind of obsession among kids? You know, what are the factors that in a way influence their decision or their choices when it comes to using these products? Dr. Chaitra.
Thanks for that question, Sneha, and I think it's very pertinent to ask these questions in this day and age. I think I put it down to exposure. You know, the kids today have the world at their fingertips, so to speak, you know, and everything is about consumption of content. It's also about what they see around themselves, right? Like people around them. And all of this creates an ecosphere where they're looking at makeup, they're looking at trends, they're looking at mini kid influencers talking about products, and they want to fit in. And so I think that's where all of this is coming from.
At shopping malls and beauty counters, you'll find 11-year-olds filling their baskets with sheet masks, serums, cleansers, and the reason is simple: social media. On TikTok and Instagram, the so-called glass skin glow has become the new standard of cool, with influencers racking up millions of views as they show off 10-step routines that look more like science experiments than skincare. The rise of social media is the biggest factor behind this trend. Nearly half of Indian kids below 12 now spend as many as 4 hours daily on digital devices, whether for learning or for leisure. Dr. Kiran Sethi, Medical Director, ISDIA Aesthetics, is with us. Thank you for your time. The role of social media in sending out these messages to kids that, this is how you're going to be more acceptable in society, among your peer, among your friends. That also is truly problematic, isn't it?
So peer pressure is nothing new, but social media amplifies it. Because now it's not one person, it might be 1,000 people. It's not your 3 friends, it's 3,000 of their friends and friends going forward. So we now have amplified peer pressure using social media. And our gauge of reality is even more complex because we're not actually meeting people, ascertaining their facial expressions. It's all interpretation. And our brains, when we're younger, it's not developed to handle this.
Dermatologists are sounding the alarm, warning that many of these powerful products, especially anti-aging ingredients like retinol, can actually harm young skin that really only needs soap water and sunscreen. Dr. Chaitra, I was asking you, what kind of basic care do kids really need for their skin? What are the basic things that parents can actually just take care of?
I think the answer is right there in your question. Basic need. All they need to do is cleanse their skin. Typically, you want to use a soap-free cleanser for young kids or a pH-balanced cleanser. That's all, a gentle cleanser with absolutely no actives in it. And second, sun protection. This is the only 2 things that kids require.
Market reports show India's teen and pre-teen skincare industry is growing at double digits, and brands are happily riding the wave, rolling out pastel-colored packaging, fruity fragrances, and campaigns that speak directly to kids. Data from Statista shows that the baby and child skincare market is expected to grow at 7.71% rate by 2028. The study further shows the market will reach $380 million and 160.7 million users worldwide by 2028. The global children's cosmetics market was valued at $1.72 billion in 2024, is projected to reach $2.34 billion by 2030, expanding at a CAGR of 5.26% during this period. There's a big growth that we're seeing in the market for, these products that are specifically targeted at kids to shape their decisions, really to get them to buy these products, or get parents to buy these products for their kids. What do you attribute this to? Often it's being marketed as safe products, organic products, safe for kids. I did come across one such ad that said, the makeup is so safe that you can actually eat it. So, what do you have to say about this kind of marketing and the big boom that this sector really is seeing?
I'd love to see that marketing company make their own kids eat that makeup in the first place. But honestly, that's what it comes down to, right? Really, it's marketing and branding. And brands, we can't just blame brands. They're there to make money. It's a commerce, and they're going to do that. I mean, think about it, Sneha. The market is growing at a 10% annual compounded growth. That's crazy, right? Indian market is actually growing faster. Southeast Asia, India is the fastest growing market in kids' cosmetics compared to even the Western other markets. And why are they marketing this? Because they can market it, because there's no rules, no regulations, nothing. I mean, tomorrow you can open something and say, this is just 100% natural. But who's testing it? Who's saying it is natural? There is no regulation. So I think the government has to really clamp down on this, put in the regulations for all of this. And also, there is some controls, but I think everybody finds a way around it.
A lot of people talk about this. What's really wrong with young girls to explore their mother's makeup, for example? We've all been there, done that in a sense, and beauty routines to kind of follow them, to mimic them. But what really is different today, doctor, is that the powerful and widespread reach of the beauty industry targeting children specifically, isn't it? And online, these products are just available, and it's so easily available, and that's a big, big worry here.
So companies are spending millions of dollars targeting this particular population. They are very sensitive to advertising. They respond to whatever you tell them on YouTube. They respond to whatever you tell them on TikTok or Instagram, and they think that they need to do it. They don't have that prefrontal cortex developed to understand the difference between marketing and truth. It's unfortunate because children are the most vulnerable population, but they get the most marketed to, and companies know it. They are achieving those objectives. It's wrong.
And in India and outside, this obsession with skincare is for us to see. Brands are designing and selling products meant for young girls, promising that it is safe for their tender skin. Young girls are doing tutorials on how to put makeup right. This does not beg the question. When children start equating clear skin with self-worth, it can chip away at their confidence and body image. But convincing them of that is tough when their favorite influencer swears by serums and masks. And joining us right now is Dr. Bhavna Barmi, Senior Clinical and Child Psychologist. Thank you for your time. My question has got to do really with, how this product or use of these products really harm children, emotionally, mentally, psychologically, the kind of impact that it leaves on them, these impressions that they need to look a certain way, that this is what is going to define them at the end of the day. That truly, doctor, is problematic, isn't it?
The rising trend of children, especially under the age of 12, buying and using makeup is not just a passing fashion fad. It's actually a growing mental health, public health, and a psychological concern. In fact, the cosmetics industry is aggressively targeting young consumers through social media influencers, YouTube tutorials, and playful packaging, creating a generation that is overtly conscious. When children start using makeup too early, they may develop the belief that their natural appearance isn't good enough. This can lead to low self-esteem, body dissatisfaction, and a dependency, and sometimes even an addiction on using makeup to build up their esteem and confidence.
It is important to tell our kids that healthy skin doesn't come from a bathroom shelf full of bottles, and to remind children that perfect skin is not what defines them, and that more than any serum or toner may be the most important lesson really in skincare. It's time for a quick commercial break on the show. Much more news around health, wellness and fitness on the other side.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
National Capital Region is currently experiencing a significant surge in H3N2 influenza A cases, leading to widespread viral illnesses. According to a local circle survey, 69% of households in the region report one or more members exhibiting symptoms such as fever, cough, sore throat, and respiratory distress. 37% of the respondents indicated that 4 or more individuals in their household are affected, highlighting the scale of the outbreak in that sense. Seasonal flu is a broad term for many respiratory viruses. H3N2 is a specific subtype of influenza A that is currently predominant. This report is going to be answering all your questions. Dr. Romel Tico, Director, Internal Medicine, Max Healthcare, is with us. Thank you for your time. Doctor, everybody wants to know what really is this virus, H3N2. I understand, not a new one, but clearly still worrisome, isn't it?
It is to some extent, because we've had lots of patients in the last 1 month who come with a flu-like illness, though we don't test everybody. But the ones we test have turned out to be positive for H3N2, influenza A virus. Now, this is one of the strains of the common flu, but this year we've seen that a lot of people are having persistent symptoms. It starts as an influenza-like illness, fever, body ache, headache, but persistent cough, fatigue after recovery, loss of appetite. So it seems to be a mutated strain, but the good thing is that most of them are recovering. And the ones with comorbidities and high risk, they might need hospitalization at times.
Oh, right. Okay. So who really is vulnerable here and why?
The elderly and children below 5 years of age, and those with comorbidities, diabetic patients, cardiac patients, cancer patients, those who are immunosuppressed, those who are on steroids, because they are at a high risk of complications, which is pneumonia, respiratory distress. They land up in the hospital, might need ICU stay, hospitalization, and things like that. They have to be extra careful.
Right, doctor. I want to ask you, how is H3N2 different from common cold or from COVID in that sense?
See, common cold, there are many different viruses. They don't lead to intense body ache, headache, constitutional symptoms, stomach issues, bronchitis. It's the COVID and the flu which usually sometimes proceeds to the chest, and that's when you get bronchitis, or you can have pneumonia if you are a high-risk patient. So this year also, the majority of the patients are recovering in 5 to 7 days, though they have very high fever, which usually doesn't respond to paracetamol. But some of them actually land up with bronchitis, needing nebulizations and very rarely steroids. So it is a mutated strain of influenza A virus. It's different in the sense that usually common cold belongs to a different group of viruses which don't give you intense symptoms. This is more intense in a sense.
Okay, and I think that's the reason why most people complain about the fact that they aren't really recovering very quickly. So when does one see a doctor?
See, in the first 48 hours, you can take it easy, you can rest, you can have paracetamol. Don't self-medicate otherwise. Don't take painkillers, don't take antibiotics, because antibiotics don't have a role. This is a virus. So beyond 48 hours, you should usually get in touch with a doctor, because there's a test. You can do a swab test. You can get to know, once you know it is flu. See, the thing is that if you start an antiviral, oseltamivir, within the first 48 hours, so your symptoms will be much better. The recovery will be faster. And it works best in the first 48 hours. So in a sense, it helps you if you know you have it. But in this season, when you have lots of flu-like illness, patients coming to you, we usually don't test, we just give them, especially if there's very high fever and if they're a high risk, so we treat them. So maybe it's not flu, maybe it's dengue, because this is the season when you see quite an overlap of dengue, flu, though predominantly respiratory symptoms are seen in flu.
Doctor, I was asking you that in a country like ours, there's little awareness about the importance of the annual flu vaccine, that could perhaps, I don't know, protect us against something like this. What's the significance of it? Tell us about that.
Yeah, it's very important to take the flu shot annually. Abroad, in many countries, it's the standard to take the flu shot, but there's not much awareness in our country. And it does protect you from getting complications. It might not protect you from getting the infection. The efficacy is about, say, 60% in the general population. So the ones who are at high risk, those ones with comorbidities or immunosuppressed, elderly children, it does protect them from getting hospitalized. It does protect them from getting complications, ICU stay. So it's very important that we take this annual flu shot in the month of September, October, just before the winter peaks in. We should take this shot every year.
All right. All right. It's amazing that in a country that vaccinates so much, the flu shot yet hasn't really, garnered much faith, I would say, or people really perhaps are not aware of the importance of it. But doctor has said that we must take the annual flu shot. Remember, this is a virus. It mutates, it changes its form every single year. So it's important to take this shot every single year. I'm going to thank you, Dr. Teku, for joining in with your thoughts on that.
Yeah.
Prostate cancer is one of the most common cancers affecting men worldwide. A diagnosis that often brings with it fear, difficult decisions and life-altering treatments. But now, a breakthrough technology is offering new hope. It's called HIFU, High Intensity Focused Ultrasound, and it's changing the way doctors approach prostate cancer. Unlike traditional surgery or radiation, HIFU is non-invasive, precise, and minimizes damage to healthy tissue. For many men, that means fewer side effects, faster recovery, and a better quality of life. As awareness grows and access expands, this cutting-edge treatment is sparking new conversations about how we fight cancer and how we care for those who face it. It is not a disease of the old anymore, largely seen in older men. Prostate cancer is now being seen in men even below the age of 55. Cases are rising sharply in India. Urban men above 60, of course, continue to be the most vulnerable. Once considered rare in India, prostate cancer is now among the top 10 cancers affecting men. 48,000 new cases expected in the year 2025 this year. The numbers are climbing very fast. Urbanization, longer life expectancy, and sedentary lifestyles are contributing to the surge, but so is increased awareness and screening, especially in cities. And joining us right now is Dr. Yuvraja TB, Uro-Oncology Surgeon from Kokilaben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital. Thank you for your time. I want to ask you that there is great amount of concern regarding increase in cancer cases, prostate cancer cases in our country. What could be the possible reasons, doctor, behind this?
Reason generally it has been blamed are the urbanization. That is the most important one. So now in Western countries, the incidence is almost 200 per lakh population. In India is around 20 lakh per population. Although incidence is less, the population in India is very high. So the number of cases remains almost the same. And now because of the awareness among people to do health checkup, and they are doing early detection and screening of by doing a simple blood test called PSA test. So we can detect early cancer. So that is the reason we are seeing more and more cases.
Traditional surgery or radiation often come with serious side effects like incontinence or impotence. But now, a new frontier in treatment, HIFU, or high-intensity focused ultrasound, has come in. It is non-invasive outpatient procedure that uses focused sound waves to destroy cancer cells without cutting or radiation. Jay Mehta, co-founder Novomed Incorporation, is now joining us. Thank you for your time. We want to understand, what is this technology? How is it disruptive? Explain to us firstly, how does it really work?
To put it simply, to understand the concept, it is like when we were all in school and we used to use a magnifying glass and put it out in the sun and to burn a spot on a leaf, something similar to that. So the sun's rays are harmless, but when they are focused in a particular point, that energy creates that burn. So HIFU works in a similar manner. where you are using sound waves, and when focused, they can create that burn, which you want to burn the tissue, very systematically and very precisely without harming anything around it.
HIFU is FDA approved and now available in top Indian hospitals. Experts say it is ideal for early stage localized prostate cancer, especially for patients unfit for surgery. So why is that HIFU is really considered a better line of treatment in that sense?
The main points of HIFU, where it kind of separates itself from the traditional treatments, especially for the low-grade cancers, is that it's very safe and effective. So when we are looking at options like surgery and radiation, the side effects that can occur because of the procedure itself are very high. So when I talk about side effects like incontinence and sexual function. So when we look at HIFU, the chances of these side effects are close to zero, I can say.
So doctor, how does HIFU really work better, given that you did mention that prostate cancer is being seen in the younger population as well?
It is not better than that. It is equal to that in select cases where, so there is a very small prostate cancer inside the prostate, volume is less. So no need to do a aggressive therapy like surgery and radiation, which is a invasive, and it has got a lot of side effects. So preventing this, still we can treat the cancer. So without compromising on the survival of the patient by using these ultrasound waves. So in a high energy, which causes heat energy and destroy the cancer cells.
But HIFU isn't yet widely accessible. It's expensive and available mostly in metro cities. Doctors stress the need for early detection, better infrastructure and awareness, especially in Tier 2 and rural areas. Talk to us about the disadvantages of this new technology. High recurrence rates, I understand, is one of them. Also that this isn't for everyone. HIFU really isn't for every patient of prostate cancer, isn't it?
So now HIFU is not for everyone. Like surgery is also not for everyone, and radiation is also not for everyone. So we always select the patient. Which patients are selected for HIFU? The HIFU, we divide them into low risk and intermediate risk. Means, so low risk or intermediate risk means there is a small cancer, only one side of the prostate, volume is less than say around 3 cc, 4 cc. So then only these people are suitable. If there is a cancer in the entire prostate gland, this treatment cannot be done.
Now, if cancer recurs after HIFU, patients can still undergo other treatments like surgery or radiation. This is a significant benefit over some other therapies which can limit future options. That brings us to the end of this edition of Health 360. We hope you enjoyed watching the show as much as we did, putting it together for you. Find these reports and much more up on our website, that's indiatoday.in. Also, all these reports can be found on India Today's social media platforms, X or Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and YouTube. Our hashtag is Health360, Health360+. Do not forget to like, subscribe and share. Thank you so much for watching. Take very good care of yourself. Bye for now.
He's talking about Bagram in Afghanistan. But here is the reality. Experts warn this plan is unrealistic, risky, and may have more to do with headlines than real strategy. At a press conference in London, Flanked by UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Trump declared,
one of the biggest air bases in the world. We gave it to them for nothing. We're trying to get it back, by the way. Okay, that could be a little breaking news. We're trying to get it back because they need things from us. We want that base back.
But why? According to Trump,
but one of the reasons we want the base is, as you know, it's an hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons.
That's Trump's big selling point. But according to Reuters, US officials say retaking Bagram would look less like a strategic move and more like a full-blown re-invasion. One official told the outlet it would require more than 10,000 troops, advanced air defenses, and a massive effort to rebuild the base that America abandoned in 2021. Even then, the base would sit as an isolated US enclave in a landlocked country, vulnerable to rocket fire from all sides. Now about Trump's claim that Bagram is close to China's nuclear sites. The Financial Times reports that experts say he is wrong. Dennis Wilder, a former CIA official, explained the site Trump probably meant is Lop Nur in western China, about 2,000 kilometers away. Yes, a fighter jet could cover that in an hour. But China's actual nuclear production facilities are further inland, nowhere near Bagram. However, Trump has hinted the US could get the base back with Taliban consent. But again, Financial Times reports that while his envoys have visited Kabul for prisoner swap talks and discussions on investments, there is no evidence of an actual plan. Even if the Taliban bizarrely agreed, the US would still face threats from ISIS and Al-Qaeda inside Afghanistan and missile attacks from Iran outside it. But experts from the Department of War earlier called the Pentagon to former CIA officers say the plan is unrealistic, dangerous, and based on shaky facts about China. At worst, it's a costly fantasy that could drag America back into Afghanistan for no clear gain. With Jyoti Shukla, Bureau Report, India Today Global.
You are watching India Today.
Watching India Today with me, Sriya Kundu, and we have all the big stories and news updates lined up for you in this hour. But before that, we'll quickly take a glance at the headlines doing the rounds at the very top. Ahead of trade talks in the United States, Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal reiterates Prime Minister Modi's commitment to farmers, says farmers' interest is of paramount importance.
We trust in Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his promise. Our farmers' welfare will be primary to our trade negotiations and that we will never compromise.
Bihar BJP releases video of crowd abusing Prime Minister Modi, his mother in an RJD rally. In yet another instance, BJP slams the RJD. RJD says BJP is using a distorted video. Politics over Karnataka caste census peaks. Sources say Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar will be meeting Congress High Command in Delhi requesting permission to postpone caste census in state. BJP slams Karnataka government for pushing its agenda. TVK Chief Vijay stirs massive row by invoking late LTTE leader Prabhakaran during a rally at Nagapattinam. Calls Prabhakaran a mother figure for Sri Lankan Tamils. Posters of Prabhakaran spotted at the rally. Assam mourns the demise of iconic singer Zubeen Garg. Mortal remains arrive in Guwahati. Body is to be kept at Guwahati for public homage. Biggest story from the international arena. White House clarifies on H-1B visa. Says $100,000 applicable only for new visas. Opposition in PAK calls Modi a weak prime minister. BJP says that US is trying to target India's growing economy. Viewers, we are beginning this bulletin on a rather emotional note, if we are to say that. Assam mourns the sudden and untimely demise of the iconic singer Zubeen Garg. The singer's mortal remains have reached Guwahati from Delhi, and Zubeen Garg's last rites will be performed today. A massive crowd gathered outside the singer's residence to bid farewell to the actor. As probe into his death has intensified, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has ordered CID investigation in the case after multiple FIRs were filed against Zubeen's manager Siddharth Sarma and Northeast Festival organizer Syam Kanu Mahanta. Meanwhile, Zubeen Garg's wife, Garima Garg, took to social media and requested people to withdraw the FIRs filed against Zubeen's manager Siddharth Sarma. This, in fact, comes after Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma ordered a CID investigation into the case and declared state mourning from September 20th to 22nd as a mark of respect.
This is just the beginning. I think more and more people will come. This is just the people from Guwahati University, but from what information I have, there are many people from across the state of Assam who are traveling overnight. We can expect the crowds to really swell up. I hope the administration is ready. And hopefully once the body arrives here, we will be able to say farewell to Zubeen in the manner we want to.
Zubeen Garg असम का एक आत्मा है एक्चुअली, और जुबिन का जो ये खबर कल मिल गया ना, सारा आदमी दुख में है। अभी आप लोग देखिए कि हम शुरू से गुवाहाटी टाउन में सारा जगह इतने आदमी हम देखा है, हम कभी हमारा लाइफ में नहीं देखा है, क्योंकि जुबिन का जो दिल था वो बहुत बड़ा दिल था।
जब से ये न्यूज़ हम लोग ने सुना तब से बहुत हम लोग दुख में हैं। जैसे ऐसा लगता अभी भी जैसे जो सुना है वो सच नहीं है। वो लोगों को बहुत हेल्प भी करता था। देखिए गरीब जो लोग था, जैसे किसी को फीस नहीं दे पा रहे, कोई अगर किसी का बीमार है, ऐसे भी हेल्प करता था और एनिमल्स को भी बहुत प्यार करता था।
The structure you see behind me is where the mortal remains of Zubeen Garg will be kept for his fans and for his well-wishers to pay their last respect to the legend, to the artist. And currently the input that we are getting is that Zubeen Garg's mortal remain is on its way to his Kahilipara's home.
With that, viewers, we are now moving on to breaking news that's coming in. This is Prime Minister Modi, who will be addressing the nation today at 5 p.m. This is what we are picking up at this very point. PM Modi is to address the nation at 5 p.m. today. This is latest information that we are in fact bringing to you. This is Prime Minister's office that has in fact made this announcement through the platform X. At this given point, we are awaiting more details in terms of what exactly will the address be. But this is the latest information that we are receiving. Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the nation today at 5 p.m. Aishwarya Palewal with me on the broadcast. Aishwarya, what exactly, a very good morning to you. What exactly are we picking up in terms of the address that's to come in from the Prime Minister today?
Well, there will be a host of issues, Shreya, that the Prime Minister Modi will be speaking about what's happening with regards to the trade tariff. Also, we have seen how the government has been very, very clear that they are standing they are standing with agriculture sector, they are standing with the farmers. That's also something that Prime Minister Modi will be touching upon. It will be nation first, so that will be the crux of what we will see happening. That will be the crux of the address that Prime Minister Modi will be speaking about. He will also be speaking about the fact that what we have done with regards to GST is also something that will give a big boost to the Indian economy. So economy and how India first will be the focus of the government, has been the focus and will remain the focus, is something that Prime Minister Modi will be speaking about.
Right. Aishwarya, in fact, we are speaking at a time when we see there are several Developments taking place at the same time, both within the nation and outside. When we speak of India, in the latest, the BJP has come out to say that this H-1B policy that's been renewed by the United States is a direct attack on India's growing economy. So would you say the timing of this very address is associated with this very matter, and that shall be the very focus of this address?
Well, definitely, we are also seeing how a lot of people have started asking questions with regards to what will happen. A lot of questions now, so to make sure that the country is united, people understand what the government has been working on, why GST and what will be the impact. That's something that the Prime Minister will be speaking about. And, this is also something, Shriya, that Prime Minister Modi will make sure that everyone understands, not just in India, but also globally. Also, a message needs to be sent that India is united, India is ready to fight it out, and also giving out a message to investors and to the citizens that you do not need to worry about, because we have seen how the tug of war has been taking place with the United States of America. We are also seeing how the farmers, they are the ones that at the moment are being spoken about. We've seen how the top leaders, including Piyush Goyal, are speaking about the fact that the government will make sure that they stand firmly with the farmers, and that has been the focus of the government and will remain the focus of the government. Yeah.
The last time we'd heard the Prime Minister address the nation was from the ramparts of the Red Fort during the Independence Day. A host of matters were touched upon in it, GST reforms being very crucial, where he had said it would be a Diwali gift for the nation, but it indeed got implemented. It got preponed, and the implementation of the reforms we see from tomorrow itself, that is September 22nd. This very address we are seeing might be focusing on the GST reforms as well. Would you be saying that that might be the key focus of this address?
Right, yeah, definitely, because, as you rightly pointed out, we will see the GST reforms kicking in from tomorrow. And also remember, this is the first address that Prime Minister Modi will be giving after Operation Sindoor. He's spoken about it at rallies, he's spoken about it from the ramparts of the Red Fort, and an address to the nation. So, touching upon Operation Sindoor and how India made sure that the world understands that we will not take aggression, we will not take terror activities lying down. That is also something that Prime Minister Modi will be touching upon.
There are other geopolitical issues as well at hand that's taken place, developments that's taken place. Let's say, if we speak of Pakistan, we've seen how in the recent days there are terrorists who have come out to say that yes, their terror infrastructure is being built again. On the other hand, we have a Pakistan-Saudi deal that's also been signed, wherein one nation gets attacked, the other nation stands up to defend that very nation. So there's a bilateral deal that's been signed. So there are other matters at hand as well, which might be addressed by the PM. Are we expecting that?
Yes, that is exactly what, we will see the Prime Minister also speak about, and this also will give a boost to the sentiment, because we have seen how there are certain sectors at the moment very keenly looking at what will happen with regards to GST and giving out a message. Because here, this is an address which will be watched by everyone in the country and those who are abroad also. So a clear message will be given out by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He will be telling Indians what the government at the moment is thinking about, the rationale behind GST reforms, and how it will impact and help the Indian citizens. So that's something that we have seen earlier also from Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to Piyush Goyal to other top ministers speaking about the benefits that the GST slab reduction will actually have for the common man. And now we will have the Prime Minister himself speaking about it and also giving out a clear message. Operation Sindoor is also something that they're expecting Prime Minister Modi to touch upon.
Right. If we speak about the country, Aishwarya, today is Mahalaya, and a lot of communities end up celebrating the first day of Navratri, of Durga Puja, from tomorrow onwards, September 22nd onwards. So that's why it's also an auspicious day when the Prime Minister himself has come out to already wish the nation a very Shubha Mahalaya, a very happy Mahalaya. In the morning itself. So do you think that might also be the reason for choosing such a date to address the nation on an auspicious occasion like this?
Well, definitely, we have seen how the Prime Minister has been speaking about the fact that what's very important is for the country to stay united. They've also been, pointing fingers at the opposition. We've seen how vote chori has become a big issue. Rahul Gandhi, the LOP, has been pointing fingers at both the Election Commission as well as the Bharatiya Janata Party, speaking about the fact that there are massive manipulations which are being done. So there have been a lot of issues here that we have seen the opposition wake up. point fingers at the BJP. So we should be expecting some sort of an answer also to be given by Prime Minister Modi. You know, he's been speaking at different rallies. He was in his home state, Gujarat, and there he spoke about the fact that India now needs to become a developed nation. That's the focus of the government by 2047. So all these things, a forward-looking plan also is something that Prime Minister Modi will touch upon.
Right, absolutely. And you know, when we speak of addresses delivered by the Prime Minister, I think in the last couple of months, ever since the entire tariff war began, Prime Minister's words has been monitored very closely by different nations as well. You know, when we speak of how India has postured itself amid the tariff war, amid such policies being announced, or rather renewal of such policies being announced by the US, the Prime Minister's words, wherein he has clearly stated that our farmers is of prime importance, Swadeshi is what we will push. India will, you know, not just surpass, but we will sail through these times. That has been that support, or rather that reassurance coming in from the Prime Minister, oftentimes boosts the country's morale as well at times like these.
Right, definitely. You know, Shreya, we will see how that pat on the back is also something that the government has been doing and will do. And also will be focusing on the fact that at the moment, what India needs is to make sure that we all are together. That's something that the government has been focusing on. In fact, you know, if you remember, it was the finance minister when she came to the India Today office. She also spoke about the fact that we are seeing the reforms now, but Prime Minister Modi, at least over the past 3 years, has been speaking about the fact that the rates need to come down, and that's the reason why we have seen the rates now being down, and also the kind of pressure that India has been facing from the United States of America. That is also something that at the moment the government has been speaking about, and that will also be the focus of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the impact that the GST will have, and how did they reach the conclusion that slabs need to be changed. That's also something that we will see being done.
Absolutely. Aishwarya, do stay with us. We also have Piyush Mishra joining us on the broadcast on this very piece of information. It's very crucial, viewers. Let us tell you, Prime Minister's mega address to take place at 5 p.m. He will be addressing the nation today at 5 p.m. And this is at a time when there are several things happening together, several developments taking place, geopolitically speaking, within the nation as well. Piyush, I'll come to you next. You know, a very good morning to you. Firstly, we are looking at Prime Minister who is to address the nation at a time on a very auspicious day. Let's begin with that. And also the fact that GST is to kick in tomorrow. On the geopolitical side, we've seen the H-1B policies being renewed by the United States. How are we looking at this, and what are our expectations?
Well, Shreya, good morning to you and to all our viewers. And like we're discussing about Prime Minister's address, and also to take place at 5 p.m. We remember that when Prime Minister, for the very first time at the destination, it was a major decision regarding demonetization was taken. And the last addressal to the nation was after the success of Operation Clog. And today at 5 p.m., we are expecting a huge decision, a huge step being taken by the government. This is most likely going to be regarding the GST reforms, which are now kicking from tomorrow. And Prime Minister is likely to tell to the nation that how the government has been working on these GST reforms for the last many years. Multiple committees were formed, multiple petitions were fought, after which the GST reforms, new age GST reforms were brought. Most likely, Prime Minister could also be focusing on the Atmanirbhar Bharat push. Remember that since the tariffs those have been imposed by the United States of America, and after the trade war also going on, across the globe, India has been taking all these steps cautiously. Is also in engagement with the US team, and a lot of developments are taking place around all these things. So Prime Minister could also be announcing some major decisions regarding the tariff, also regarding the GST reforms also. So we can certainly expect a huge announcement coming in from Prime Minister at 5 p.m. Today. So whenever Prime Minister addresses the nation in this manner, he always comes up with some surprise. So there could be some surprise also regarding a major decision in another sense. We are just waiting for that addressal, which will take place at 5 p.m. Fingers are crossed. We are also expecting after that, a lot of political statements also coming in. Whenever Prime Minister speaks, we see how other political parties also react to that. But yet it's going to be a mega addressal taking place just a day before, when these reforms are all set to be announced or introduced from tomorrow. Remember that after these GST reforms have been introduced, various sectors have reduced their prices, and it is also providing benefits to various consumers, be it about agriculture or about food market or about the automobile market. So people are really happy about after these GST reforms were announced. And today, most agri prime ministers will also be highlighting as to how it is further going to boost the economy. You would remember that senior ministers of the government had done a press conference where they had mentioned that our GDP is around 3.30 lakh crore, and out of this GDP, 2.2 lakh crore is the consumption GDP. And because of these GST reforms, we will see a 10% increase in production and also creation of job opportunities. So Prime Minister will also be focusing on this aspect as to how GST reforms is going to be helpful in coming few days. So it's going to be very important addressal which will take place at 5 p.m. We all are eagerly waiting for what Prime Minister says.
Right, Piyush, stay with us. I also have Business Today's Siddharth Zarabi joining me on the broadcast. Siddharth, a very good morning to you. Let us understand this address comes in at a crucial time when we've seen in the past such crucial addresses, or rather unprecedented addresses coming in from the Prime Minister. There's been a crucial announcement always, be it in 2016, be it 2020, 2025. There have been important announcements from the Prime Minister. Given the current economic situation we are in, and also the entire relation with the United States, be it tariff, be it the H-1B policy, are we expecting something big on these very lines at this point?
Well, it's correct that there are clearly volatile times that we are living in, particularly in our relationship with the United States. You can see what has happened for Chabahar Airport. The 50% penalty continues, and the latest move on H-1B visas, which clearly kills the dreams of hundreds and thousands of Indians as far as working and living in America is concerned. But to attribute whether the Prime Minister is going to speak on this, it would clearly be speculation. What is known is that the new GST regime, a regime of far lower indirect taxation on hundreds of projects, kicks in from tomorrow. It's also the beginning of Navratri, and therefore the government, which decided to cut GST tax rates, the centre and the states did that together at the GST Council, is a very significant moment for the domestic economy. And I would also take our viewers to what the Prime Minister said yesterday: from chip to ship, everything must be manufactured in India. That process of self-reliance, Atmanirbharta, is not something new that the Prime Minister has been speaking about. It's basically been attempted for many years now, and therefore I would say that we perhaps need to wait for the formal address to begin. But clearly we are at a time when, while there is tumult and volatility, and the relationship with the United States is at a testing phase right now, there is a lot happening as far as the domestic economy is concerned, and perhaps the Prime Minister is going to indicate towards that. But like you said, always a tough one to take a bet or make a guess. So we'll perhaps have to wait till 5 p.m.
Absolutely. Siddharth, I'll request you to stay with me here. Aishwarya, I'll come back to you at this point. You know, like I was mentioning, when we have seen such addresses come out, or rather being announced by the Prime Minister's office, whenever the Prime Minister has addressed the nation, one would say out of the blue at this given point, while yes, there are several developments taking place around us, there have been big announcements. We have seen several announcements back in 2016. It had taken place. I'm just reiterating myself. 2020, when COVID had taken place, we had seen it. 2025, right after Operation Sindoor, he had addressed the nation as well, to in fact put forward a word there. Of course, comes in as a reassurance from one of the highest offices in the country when words come in from there. So at this point, given our economic situation as well as the geopolitical situation, it's a tough bet, but still, what announcement may we be looking at? Aishwarya, if you can hear me. We'll get that connection repatched, but right now Piyush also continues to stay with me. Piyush, I'll take that question to you as well. You know, whenever we've seen such addresses take place, it's a tough bet at this point to understand what may be following, or rather what may be upcoming with this very address that's to take place at 5 p.m. So it's a tough bet, but what are we looking at? What are we expecting in terms of an announcement? So we will bring in both Piyush and Aishwarya into the conversation. Siddharth, I'll continue the conversation with you here at this point, you know. But just before that, let me quickly slip into a short break. And on the other side, we will continue the conversation with our panel of reporters who are joining us and colleagues who are joining us to, in fact, understand what may this address be all about. Again, it comes in at a time we are flagging this. There is a lot that's happening, be it domestically, internationally, geopolitically speaking. So yes, it's a big address that's been scheduled at 5 p.m. and we have all our eyes on it. Viewers, stay with us as we come back from the short break.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Fusion, the undisputed, most loved phone. Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. PM calls for self-reliant India. Says dependence is our biggest enemy. Rahul Gandhi says EC not providing information to CID about vote theft. Assam CM orders probe into singer Zubeen Garg's death in Singapore.
India Today Conclave Mumbai 2025. September 25 and 26 Mumbai. Book your seat now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
In the heart of Goa's capital, a social activist is cornered and nearly killed. Rama Kankonkar, who is vocal on corruption and civic issues, was brutally attacked by 6 assailants in Panaji on Thursday. The assault took place in daylight, in front of many onlookers.
कुछ अक्यूज हमको पता चला कि डोडा मार्ग की तरफ हो सकते हैं, तो वहाँ पे हमने एक स्पेशल टीम बना के भेजी। तो वहाँ बस स्टैंड एरिया में हमको एक रेस्टोरेंट में 2 लोग मिले, एंथनी नादर और फ्रांसिस नादर। उसके बाद फिर उनसे पूछताछ की कि बाकी लोग जो साथ में हैं, जिनका नाम हमको ऑलरेडी पता था, तो उनसे पूछा कि ये लोग कहाँ पे हैं, तो उन्होंने बताया कि शायद किसी रेलवे स्टेशन पे ट्रेन से जाने की प्लानिंग है उन लोगों की।
Opposition parties and NGOs hit the streets on Friday. Angry crowds tried to enter the police headquarters. The protesters threatened a statewide bandh if all suspects are not arrested.
The way outsiders are trying to capture the lands in the state of Goa, and definitely we will wait the next call, whatever is being given by the activists, we will make sure that we will support it.
1 साल से हम सवाल उठाते जा रहे हैं कि गोवा में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर जो सिचुएशन है वो बिल्कुल नाकाम हो चुका है, बिल्कुल फेल हो चुका है। और इसके लिए बीजेपी की जो गोवा सीएम डॉक्टर प्रमोद सावंत की जो सरकार है, जो कि होम मिनिस्टर भी है, उनकी कंप्लीट नाकामी दिखाती है। और ये आज साबित हो गया कि गोवा इज नथिंग शॉर्ट ऑफ गैंग्स ऑफ वासेपुर।
Chief Minister Pramod Sawant promised stern action against the assailants.
अशा पद्धतीचे इन्सिडेंट सरकार कशाच पद्धतीन टॉलरेट करचेना। हांवें पुलिसांक इन्स्ट्रक्शन्स दिला, जो कोण ह्या फाटल्यान आसत पळय न्हू, ताका जाता तितल्या बेगीन तांकां अरेस्ट करून ताका जी शिक्षा दिवपा जाय ती दितली। सरकार विल नॉट टॉलरेट अशा पद्धतीचे फक्त इन्सिडेंट हे टॉलरेट करता।
Who ordered the attack? Why was Rama Kankonkar targeted? Goa's angry citizens are demanding answers. With Ritesh Desai, Bureau Report, India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching India Today, and at the very top of this segment, we continue our coverage of breaking news, wherein the Prime Minister will be addressing the nation today at 5 p.m. There is a lot of speculation around what will this address be focusing on, and to, in fact, analyze that and speak on that further, I am being joined by Aishwarya Paliwal and Pranay Upadhyay. Pranay, Aishwarya, very good morning to you. Pranay, I'll come to you first. Let me understand, what are we looking at in terms of an announcement, or even rather the address that's to be delivered by the Prime Minister when we speak of geopolitics? There is US relations. There's also Pakistan that comes into focus given the Saudi deal that we have seen in the recent times. There's a lot that's happening around. How are we looking at it?
Indeed,
Shreya, if you see the trajectory and the history of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's address to nation, he has always come with some decisive announcement, which has, long-standing impact on economy, on long-standing impact on the way we look at, India. So definitely, his last address was on 11th of May when India completed the operation, rather India put a pause on Operation Sindoor. But if you see what is happening, not only in the international front, but on the domestic front as well, because the GST is, will be rolled out from tomorrow. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi, most likely, we can only speculate, but this is most likely about the GST rollout, how he can fill the confidence in the market that this is going to be a game changer, because this is the beginning of the festive season. And this festive season is very important for economy. If you see this year, this is for the first time Government of India has given direct and indirect tax benefits, and the churn of economy remains an utmost priority for the government. We want a significant growth rate, and for that, to achieve that, how this GST can be beneficial, how this GST can be, will be helpful on that. That could remain, Prime Minister's focus. Also. He'll also likely to touch upon, the other issues, the geopolitical turbulence, how India is standing and navigating amid this turbulent times, and how, also, we can only speculate, but the current issue about the H-1B visa, how India is remain prepared to utilize the talent which is likely to come back to India. If they want to come back to India, how are we going to utilize that? How India want to navigate the economy? How are we preparing for this Atmanirbhar Bharat thing? When he talks about Atmanirbhar Bharat, if you have seen that, the recent political rallies and recent statements, he emphasized on this Atmanirbhar Bharat mission. So what he actually means about this Atmanirbhar Bharat mission, and how he want to give the new impetus, new push to this Atmanirbhar Bharat mission. So these are the likely issues. We can only speculate. We do not know exactly that what Prime Minister is going to address to talk about, in this address to nation. But definitely these are the issues which can logically be predicted, because GST is a big thing which is going to be rolled out tomorrow.
Absolutely, Pranay. In fact, Aishwarya, coming to you, if we just take a look at some of his past addresses just in the last couple of days, where he's been traveling to different parts of the country, one of the key focus of these addresses have been Atmanirbhar Bharat, how Swadeshi needs to be, it is the need of the hour, and it needs to be upheld by every citizen out there, and how GST reforms will be in fact helping people out there, the consumers out there, to boost economy by making their pockets heavier. So this address might indeed be on that very rollout from tomorrow. That's probably, again, that's a speculation that we are speaking of here.
Well, definitely, we will see how the GST actually will be helping. And if you remember, the top leaders from the Bharatiya Janata Party have been pointing to us the fact, especially Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, that it's not something that we are doing, it's not something that we thought of barely in the past 2 months or 3 months. It is something which has been on the mind of the Bharatiya Janata Party since 2024. And that's why, they were speaking with people, understanding how it needs to be done. And now we are seeing those two slabs. The government also very, very clear at the moment. What we really need to do is to make sure that the country stays united. The benefits that we will have because of this, how every Indian citizen will be impacted, and how this will actually make sure that the overall economy grows. Because that has been the focus of the government. In fact, if you also see Prime Minister Modi over the past few rallies that he's been going at, he's been speaking about the larger vision that the government has. He's been speaking about India being a developed nation, moving from the developing economy to the developed nation by 2047. So that has been the focus of the government, and everything that they have been doing is working towards the larger goal that they have. Prime Minister Modi will also be speaking about the fact that the idea is to make sure that they touch the life of everyone possible. Also, we are seeing the tug of war, Shreya, if you remember, which has been happening from the United States and India. India has been very, very firm. We've also seen how the statements actually have, they actually came from the US, and India only responded to it. Prime Minister Modi has been responding to what Donald Trump has been saying. Piyush Goyal also very recently said, and let me tell you, he will be going in the next 24 hours to Washington, D.C. to have those trade talks. So we are seeing how that's also moving forward, positive. and now how it will impact the Indian economy, how it will impact you and me. So that will be the focus of Prime Minister Modi's address to the nation today.
Right. Aishwarya, do stay with us. We also have Siddharth Zarabi back with us on the broadcast. Siddharth, if I'm not wrong, it was 2020 when Atmanirbhar Bharat was launched in terms of in his address, and it was a special economic package that was launched back in 2020. And that time it was to temporarily look at the COVID-19 fallout, but also it continued as a pitch for this very government to have Viksit Bharat by 2047 and Atmanirbhar Bharat to in fact ensure that we reach that goal of Viksit Bharat by 2047. And this address might just be on those very lines given the GST rollout tomorrow.
Well, it's clear that the Prime Minister has used his address to the nation from the ramparts of the Red Fort on Independence Day to outline major policy priorities and directional shifts. As far as addresses to the nation go, yes, there have been different ones, including demonetization as one example, or at the time of the COVID pandemic. But it's clear, and like I said, we'll have to wait for what emerges finally, that this address is coming out before a very, very historic shift in the goods and services taxation, which is actually a consumption tax. It affects the poorest of the poor and the richest of the rich. Across items, hundreds of goods and services comes into effect. And therefore, for the Prime Minister to sort of explain this, drive the message home just before Navratri, because a lot is riding on getting our domestic consumption to move to a higher growth path. It is not as if India's economy is suffering. We are still among the fastest growing emerging economies of our size in the world. However, there has been a certain slowdown. And let's also go back to the budget. In the budget, we saw again a very significant income tax rationalization where a lot of people were actually taken out of the tax bracket and there was more cash in hand from incomes that was left over. Between then and now, we have also seen the Reserve Bank of India, the Monetary Policy Committee, reduce the cost of interest rates, which feeds into cheaper home loans, auto loans, because that is also part of the consumption economy. And now, GST tax breaks should obviously transfer into more affordable goods and services. We've been seeing so many advertisements, companies going out and saying that we have reduced prices. The auto sector is an example where significant cuts have been offered to customers. In fact, not just in the festive Navratri season, but even during the Pitru Paksh, which is getting over today with Mahalya Amavasya. And therefore, the timing of the GST rollout was announced to coincide with the beginning of the Navratri, and then they extended festival season all across the country, culminating in Diwali. And therefore, if the Prime Minister were to use this opportunity to talk about the announcement as far as GST is concerned and the economy, it would be a significant point. Will the Prime Minister address some of these daily news bursts that we see from the United States? I would only say that ever since this entire tariff imbroglio has started with the United States, the U.S. has been making off-the-cuff statements, and every 24 hours, 48 hours, you see some new development. India has been very restrained, has not responded in time. I don't think the Prime Minister and our entire establishment believes in off-the-cuff remarks and bites being given out to the media, and therefore, my personal view is that that is not something that will be addressed to such a forum like this. The Prime Minister has addressed this issue, but he has chosen to address it in terms of medium and long-term changes to the Indian economy. I come back to the point that was made about ship to ship. Everything needs to be made in India, and very clearly, in a world where one country decides to change tariffs, another country like China decides to deny you fertilizers or rare earths or technologies, or even pulls back workers from an upcoming electronics plant in India. In such a world, it is very important for countries to have their own capacities. And one quick point before I hand it back to you. It's very clear that we are standing in an era where 30 years ago, 35 years ago, the world started integrating economic barriers, trade barriers, tariff barriers started to come down, and you could consume in one country items that were produced in another country. But that phase perhaps is changing, if not ending completely. From an era of globalization, we are moving to de-globalization, and it is in that context that what has happened as far as Atmanirbharta is very, very important. And one quick point, it's not as if the government of India has just suddenly woken up to the need for self-reliance. You would recall that Make in India has been an effort of this government of India for years now. We have a production-linked incentive scheme which has been rolled out across many sectors to try and boost local production and therefore local employment. And in our approach with the U.S. trade negotiations, while the U.S. is clearly exerting a lot of pressure, and as many analysts and experts say, undue pressure, we have stood firm on the concept of Atmanirbharta.
Absolutely. And you know, when Siddharth, when you speak of the fact that it's not that the government of India has just suddenly woken up, I'll come back to you on this very point, because the GST reforms were in the works for before the tariffs were imposed. That is an important point one needs to remember here. The committees that were looking into this very matter had been set up, and they were having meetings way before the tariffs were imposed on India by the United States. So that I'll come back to you on that very point. Let me quickly now bring to our viewers, let's listen in fact, to what Prime Minister Modi has said on GST reforms and his vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat previously, before we proceed with the conversation.
100 दुखों की एक ही दवाई है, और वो है आत्मनिर्भर भारत। आत्मनिर्भर भारत। लेकिन इसके लिए हमें चुनौतियों से टकराना होगा। हमें दूसरे देशों पर अपनी निर्भरता लगातार कम करते जाना होगा, और अब भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनकर दुनिया के सामने मजबूती के साथ खड़ा होना ही होगा।
साथियों, इस दिवाली में आपकी डबल दिवाली का काम मैं करने वाला हूं। इस दिवाली में आपको एक बहुत बड़ा तोहफा देशवासियों को मिलने वाला है। पिछले 8 साल से हमने जीएसटी का बहुत बड़ा रिफॉर्म किया। पूरे देश में टैक्स के बर्डन को कम किया, टैक्स की व्यवस्थाओं को सरल किया, और 8 साल के बाद समय की मांग है कि हम एक बार उसको रिव्यू करें। हमने एक हाई पावर कमेटी को बिठा करके रिव्यू शुरू किया, राज्यों से भी विचार विमर्श किया, और मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हम नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लेकर के आ रहे हैं। ये दिवाली के अंदर आपके लिए तोहफा बन जाएंगे। सामान्य मानवीय की जरूरतों के टैक्स भारी मात्रा में कम कर दिए जाएंगे। बहुत बड़ी सुविधा बढ़ेगी। हमारे एमएसएमई, हमारे लघु उद्यमी, इनको बहुत बड़ा लाभ मिलेगा। रोजमर्रा की चीजें बहुत सस्ती हो जाएगी, और उससे इकोनॉमी को भी एक नया बल मिलने वाला है।
So from Independence Day promises to festive season reality, GST rate cuts kick in this Monday. From food and clothes to cars and consumer gadgets, prices are set to fall. Lighter bills, heavier pockets, and a consumption push that could fuel not just shopping sprees but India's economic growth story at large. Take a look at what all awaits for you as we are in fact discussing one of the biggest stories of the day now, that is the Prime Minister who is to in fact address the nation at 5 p.m.
इस दिवाली में आपको एक बहुत बड़ा तोहफा देशवासियों को मिलने वाला है.
The wait, which began with the Prime Minister's Independence Day speech, will finally be ending soon. On the other side of this weekend, prices across the country, across categories, across products will fall. Thanks to cut in GST rates, shoppers will be spending less, their bills will be lighter, and their pockets heavier as they exit shops. The activity in markets once Navratri begins will be unprecedented. Coming Monday, the GST Council's rate cuts will kick in, whether it's the gadgets in your home, the clothes you wear, the groceries you order, or even the dining bills when you go out. Your monthly budget is about to feel lighter.
If it is daily use, if it is middle class aspiration, if it's farmer, if it is MSME, if it's for the larger good of the economy, all of them are coming down in the rate.
Food items top the list, with most now under the 0 to 5% category. Only aerated drinks are in the 40% slab. FMCG giants HUL and ITC have already announced price reductions. Clothes are also mainly in the 5% slab, with just a handful attracting 18% tax. Footwear will also be taxed at 5%. Health products will attract 0 to 5% GST. Consumer electronics will see a 10% tax cut. Agriculture goods, including fertilizers, will also fall under the 5% slab. A big price cut also awaits car buyers.
The government, strong push by the GST reform. I think market outlook is quite positive towards H2. And I believe the market will show the strong revive, and I think strong growth will start happening in H2 after GST reform.
For families, that means every meal out and every shopping spree could save you a few hundred rupees. Retailers say the festive season sales will get an extra boost as consumers loosen their purse strings.
So we very clearly are expecting to be a mega festive this year. Your summer has not gone well, so the entire pent-up demand, we definitely expect it to all get consumed in festive. Over and above that, I think the drop in GST in air conditioner from 20 to 18 will actually boost consumption in a very big way. So we are very excited for the festive season, and we're all prepared to have a great sales in festive.
In front of us, the biggest festive season is remaining ahead of us. So it'll be a little premature to comment on year-over-year numbers because it's not apples to apples yet. In the fullness of time, we're expecting this to be our biggest ever festival season. And once it's out, I think we'll all know what the numbers look like.
The GST cuts will add momentum to India's consumption story. Household demand had slowed in the past year due to higher inflation, but cheaper essentials and leisure spending could give a psychological push, encouraging people to spend rather than save. Even a 5 to 6% increase in savings could act as a force multiplier for the economy. With consumption making up for nearly 60% of India's GDP, the government is banking on GST cuts to lift demand in the festive quarter from Dussehra to Diwali. Finance Ministry puts the extra income in hands of the consumer at a whopping 2 lakh crore rupees.
By injecting this amount through the rate cuts for GST, we are actually giving 10 times of what PLIs are giving directly to the people. You get that money in your hand, you decide how do you want to spend, you want to promote in terms of consuming certain goods from some sectors, whether it is cars or anything else.
When the taxman takes less, the consumer smiles more. But the festive story is bigger than the shopping bill. India's economy runs on consumption, and if rate cuts succeed in pushing families to spend more, it won't just cheer retailers and restaurants, it could also lift the entire growth curve. With inflation cooling, policymakers are betting that tax relief at the checkout counter will translate into a broader economic revival. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
And on that note, we are wrapping up this edition of the Bulletin. But do stay tuned to India Today as we keep our eyes on what the Prime Minister shall be addressing regarding the nation at 5 p.m. today. What exactly will it all entail? We will bring all of it right here on India Today. So stay tuned and do keep watching India Today.
You are watching India Today.
जब एबीवीपी में आपका जैसे पोजीशन बाय पोजीशन आप बढ़ते रहे, पॉलिटिक्स नेक्स्ट प्रोग्रेशन था कि अब तो जाना ही है राजनीति में, ये हमेशा से था जहन में?
देखिए, ऐसा नहीं था मेरे जीवन में। जब मैं कॉलेज से वापिस मेरे गांव गया तो गांव की हर छोटी मोटी समस्याओं को लेकर के हम चलते थे। मेरे परिवार में ऐसी नहीं, सरपंच की और उसकी तो हमेशा रही है, लेकिन कोई बड़ी पॉलिटिक्स मेरे परिवार में नहीं रही। तो मैंने विषयों को उठाता था, बगल जो पास के गांव थे उनमें भी जाता था, कोई विषय होता था तो उसको भी करते थे। बिजली पानी को लेकर के या कई तरह के काम होते थे, उनको किसानों के साथ जुड़ करके काम करते थे। और मेरे को इसी के चलते विद्यार्थी परिषद से मैंने युवा मोर्चा में मेरी राजनीति भी प्रारंभ हुई। मैं युवा मोर्चा के मंडल अध्यक्ष के रूप में मैंने काम किया। फिर मेरे को युवा मोर्चा में जिला मंत्री, उपाध्यक्ष, महामंत्री बनाया और फिर मैं पार्टी का युवा मोर्चे का अध्यक्ष भी रहा। युवा मोर्चे का अध्यक्ष में 3 बार रहा। उसी समय मेरे को ग्राम पंचायत के मेरे चुनाव आए और मैं 2000 में सरपंच चुना। तो मन में रहती है, लगती कि कुछ ना कुछ अच्छा होना चाहिए, क्या करना चाहिए। कई तरह के नए काम भी मैंने किए।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
I've been to Pakistan, and I must tell you, I felt at home.
Rahul Gandhi's mentor and controversy's favorite child, Sam Pitroda, has done it again. The Congress overseas chief has sparked a storm, calling for a reset in India's foreign policy towards the neighborhood and batting for better ties with Pakistan.
Can we really substantially improve relationship with our neighbors? They are all small. They all need help. They are all going through difficult times. And there's no need to fight. Of course, there is a problem of violence. Of course, there is a problem of terrorism, and all that is there. But at the end of the day, in that neighborhood, there is common gene pool. I've been to Pakistan, and I must tell you, I felt at home.
Pitroda's call for harmony comes against a bloody backdrop. Just months ago, 25 tourists were killed in Pahalgam terror attack, leading India to launch Operation Sindoor. The Congress downplayed the remarks.
सैम पित्रोदा जी क्या कहा, क्या शब्द का इस्तेमाल किया हम नहीं जानते हैं, लेकिन हमको अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी की वो बात याद है कि हम सब कुछ बदल सकते हैं, अपने पड़ोसी नहीं बदल सकते। तो सवाल ये है कि आने वाले समय में क्या शक्ल सूरत होगी हमारा पाकिस्तान के साथ या नेपाल के साथ या बांग्लादेश के साथ, हमारे क्या रिश्ते होंगे, ये तो आने वाला समय बताएगा।
Pitroda has once again given the BJP fresh ammunition and left Congress in awkward territory. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Watching India Today.
तेरह साल बतौर गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री और 11 साल देश के प्रधानमंत्री। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी 75 साल के हुए हैं। उनकी कामयाबियां, उनकी चुनौतियां, सफर कैसा रहा? एक ऐसी शख्सियत जो देश के गृह मंत्री भी हैं और इसी के साथ साथ शायद प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के पूरे सफर को सबसे करीब से उन्होंने देखा है। हमेशा कहा जाता था कि प्रधानमंत्री कुछ कहते हैं तो फिर रास्ता अमित शाह जी निकालेंगे। अमित शाह जी देश के गृह मंत्री हमारे साथ आज तक पर लाइव से बहुत बहुत स्वागत।
नमस्कार।
नमस्कार। मेरा पहला प्रश्न आपसे यही है सर, क्योंकि ये इंटरव्यू जरा हटके हैं। अक्सर हम लोग बहुत जटिल और सख्त मुद्दों पर आपसे चर्चा करते हैं, आप भी उसी आक्रामक अंदाज में जवाब देते हैं, लेकिन आज चर्चा प्रधानमंत्री के सफर को लेकर है और शायद इतिहास के पन्नों में आपकी कही हुई बातें जो आज आप बताएंगे वो जाएगा। इसीलिए पहला प्रश्न यही है, पहली बार आप प्रधानमंत्री से कब मिले थे और क्या आजकल जेनजी भाषा यूज करती है सर BFF, ये बेस्ट फ्रेंड फॉर एवर, ये कैसे आप लोग हुए?
देखिए, सवाल में काफी सारी चीजें आपने अपने तरीके से जोड़ी है, इसको मैं एक्नॉलेज नहीं करता। मैं पहली बार लगभग 80 के दशक में मिला था मोदी जी, उस वक्त 80 की शुरुआत में, 80 के दशक की, उस वक्त राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ का काम करते थे और एक संघ के वरिष्ठ पदाधिकारी, उनका एक कार्यक्रम था अहमदाबाद के कॉलेजियन युवाओं से बातचीत करने का। तो उसकी तैयारी करने के लिए मैं जहां रहता था वो वार्ड में आए थे, नानपुरा वार्ड में आए थे। बहुत कम युवा थे और बहुत अच्छे तरीके से उन्होंने आरएसएस का काम, आरएसएस के बारे में, वो उद्देश्यों की पूर्ति से देश को किस प्रकार से बदला जा सकता है, ये सारी चीजें बहुत अच्छे तरीके से बताई थी। और अंत में बताया कि अगर आरएसएस को जानना है तो इनको सुनना चाहिए। तो आप लोग जितने हो सके उतने युवाओं को लेकर एक कार्यक्रम में आई। उस वक्त मैं आरएसएस का स्वयंसेवक बन चुका था, परंतु पहली बार संघ के माध्यम से देश का युवा क्या कर सकता है वो उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे सटीक तरीके से बहुत कम समय में समझाया था। और मुझे याद है कि मेरे साथ जितने भी युवा थे वो सभी लोग इस कार्यक्रम को सफल करने में लगे थे और बहुत अच्छा कार्यक्रम हुआ।
क्या सार था या कुछ ऐसी लाइन आपको याद हो उसमें से? लाइन
छोड़ दीजिए, मगर उन्होंने संघ के सिद्धांतों का एक समृद्ध, शक्तिशाली और संस्कारित राष्ट्र बनाने में कितना बड़ा योगदान हो सकता है वो जरूर समझाया था।
बीजेपी से पहले कौन जुड़ा सर, आप जुड़े या प्रधानमंत्री?
मैं जुड़ा था।
आप पहले जुड़े थे बीजेपी से, पर ये लगभग कब तय हुआ? अगर आप मुड़ के देखते हैं कि आप लोग दोनों मतलब साथ ही काम करेंगे, मतलब इस तरह का एक रिश्ता बना?
हम दोनों साथ में काम नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम दोनों भाजपा में काम कर रहे हैं, इसलिए साथ है। जैसे करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए काम करते हैं, उन मोदी जी के साथ है, सब उनके साथ ही है। और अब उनके काम के कारण करोड़ों लोग मोदी जी के साथ है। न केवल देश, दुनिया भर में करोड़ों लोग उनके साथ जुड़े हैं, जो देश की समस्याओं के लिए, दुनिया की समस्याओं के लिए मोदी जी से निराकरण की अपेक्षा रखते हैं कि एक व्यक्ति है जो डिलीवर कर सकता है।
लेकिन ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग तो आप दोनों में है, क्योंकि आप देखिए जब प्रधानमंत्री मतलब तब मुख्यमंत्री से यहाँ दिल्ली आए 2013 में, अपने यूपी संभाला, वो देश के लिए चुनाव लड़े, सीटें आई। और
ऐसा है अंजना जी, आप इस तरह से जितने भी सवाल करोगी विफल जाओगी। जैसे मैंने यूपी संभाला तो धर्मेंद्र प्रधान ने बिहार संभाला था, भूपेंद्र जी कोई और राज्य संभाल रहे थे, हर राज्य में प्रभारी थे, मैं यूपी का प्रभारी था। अंततोगत्वा हम सब पार्टी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी नाम के माध्यम से एक दूसरे के साथ जुड़े हैं।
लेकिन आप पीएम बने वो मई में, 26 मई को उन्होंने शपथ ली और उसके बाद ये तय हुआ और राजनाथ जी ने बीजेपी दफ्तर में, मुझे आज भी वो तस्वीरें हम दर्शकों को दिखाएंगे, आपके नाम का ऐलान किया कि हमारे पार्टी अध्यक्ष अमित शाह होंगे। पीएम भी थे, एक तरफ सुषमा जी थी, तमाम नेता थे। वो भरोसा कि आप दोनों का जो एक केमिस्ट्री या काम करने का तरीका मिलता था, वो भरोसे की वजह क्या?
नहीं, देखिए, पार्टी अध्यक्ष तय करने में प्रधानमंत्री का रोल बहुत अहम होता है, परंतु अकेले प्रधानमंत्री का नहीं होता है, पार्टी का होता है। और मेरे अलावा कोई भी कार्यकर्ता बन सकता था, बाद में नड्डा जी बन गए। तो आप इस चीजों को इस तरह से मत जोड़िए।
ये रिश्ता थोड़ा स्पेशल नहीं है?
मैं नहीं मानता।
दुनिया ऐसे ही देखती है कि भाई दोनों मिल के काम करते हैं, बड़े बड़े फैसले, और जब 303 सीट आ गया।
अगर दुनिया हमारे ही नजरिए को देखती तो हम कोई चुनाव हारते ही नहीं। दुनिया का नजरिया मैं नहीं गढ़ सकता, मैं आपको वास्तविकता बता रहा हूं।
प्रधानमंत्री के साथ आपने जो भी काम किया, आपको उनमें उस दौरान की मैं बात कर रही हूं जब गुजरात से आप लोग दिल्ली आए और आपने उनको शुरू से देखा, क्या फर्क था? क्या कुछ उन्होंने अपने तरीके को बदला, रणनीति बदली?
देखिए, गुजरात में भी नरेंद्र मोदी जी के लिए राष्ट्र प्रथम था, यहां पर भी राष्ट्र प्रथम है। हाँ, एक बात जरूर है कि गुजरात से यहां आने में समस्याओं का फलक बदला है, समस्याएं बदली हैं, जिसको उन्होंने एड्रेस करना है। गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में उन्होंने वहां पर भी, उस वक्त गुजरात में गांव में 8 घंटा ही बिजली आती थी, 12 घंटा ही बिजली आती थी, 12 घंटा नहीं आती थी, लोग अंधेरे में जीते थे। देश में सबसे पहले 24 घंटा बिजली मिलने वाला राज्य गुजरात था, जो नरेंद्र मोदी के मुख्यमंत्री रहते बना। हमारे यहाँ बच्चियों को मां के गर्भ में ही मार देते थे। पहली बार बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ की यात्रा निकली और बच्चियों की शिक्षा और बच्चियों के अस्तित्व पर किसी एक नेता ने संवेदनशीलता के साथ जनता को जोड़ा। और ऐसे समाज थे जहां, कुछ समाज ऐसे थे जहां बच्चियां ज्यादा कम होती थी, वो समाजों के बीच में जाकर सबको समझाने का काम उन्होंने किया। ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि, बहुत कम लोग ऐसा सोच सकते हैं। गुजरात में बड़ा ट्राइबल इलाका है, तो उन्होंने वन बंधु कल्याण योजना चालू करी और उसमें ट्राइबल व्यक्ति, ट्राइबल गांव, ट्राइबल क्षेत्र, इस सब के लिए, तीनों के लिए, गांव के लिए, व्यक्ति के लिए और क्षेत्र के लिए डेवलपमेंट के काम जुड़े। और आज ट्राइबल क्षेत्र गुजरात का सभी ट्राइबल क्षेत्रों में सबसे डेवलप्ड क्षेत्र है। हमारे यहाँ बहुत सारा बड़ा सागर किनारा भी है, वहां भी डेवलपमेंट नहीं पहुंचा था, तो सागर खेडू विकास योजना लेकर आए और आज गुजरात का सागर किनारा पूरा उद्योगों से लचा हुआ है, लदा हुआ है। तो उस वक्त भी वो सर्वस्पर्शीय, सर्वसमावेशी विकास के लिए काम करते थे। यहां पर भी किया। जैसे यहां है तो 11 साल के कम समय के अंदर देश के 60 करोड़ गरीबों को घर, बिजली, शौचालय, गैस, शुद्ध पीने का पानी, 5 किलो अनाज हर व्यक्ति को प्रति माह और 5 लाख तक का दवाइयों की और हॉस्पिटल की सुविधाएं दी थी, जिसके लिए 60 करोड़ लोग लगभग 8 दशक से राह देखते थे। एक ही दशक में ये सारी समस्याओं को निर्मूल कर रख दिया। देश के 3 बड़े हॉटस्पॉट थे, कश्मीर, नॉर्थ ईस्ट और वामपंथी उग्रवाद। ये 10 साल के अंदर तीनों हॉटस्पॉट में हिंसा में 75% की कमी आई है और वामपंथी उग्रवाद तो 31/3/26 को समाप्त हो जाएगा। देश की सुरक्षा, टेररिज्म को कोर से, टेररिज्म के खिलाफ टफ स्टैंड रखना, ये बहुत कम लोग कर सकते हैं। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक, एयर स्ट्राइक और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर इसका उदाहरण है। 14वें नंबर की इकोनॉमी आज 4थे नंबर पर पहुंच गई और देखते देखते हम 3रे नंबर पर पहुंच जाएंगे। ये जो परिवर्तन है वो वहां पर भी हुए थे, यहां पर भी हुए थे। यहां आकर साइज और स्केल बदल गया।
लेकिन आपने जितने काम
एक विशाल फलक पर हुआ है।
जी, आपने जितने काम गिनाए, अनुच्छेद 370 का हटाना कश्मीर से, नक्सलवाद के अंत की बात, सारथी तो आप ही बने इन फैसलों के।
ऐसा नहीं है, मैंने कहा ना 4 नंबर से 14 नंबर के और 11 नंबर के अर्थतंत्र 4 नंबर पर पहुंच गया, 4थे नंबर पर पहुंच गया, तो हमारे साथ ही काम करे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर तो राजनाथ जी और मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हुआ है। ऐसा नहीं है, ये साझा रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होती है, उपलब्धि भी साझा होती है, जिसका नेतृत्व नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
गुजरात की आपने बात की सर, तो गुजरात की बात मुझे लगता है अधूरी रह जाएगी, क्योंकि जिसकी चर्चा सबसे ज्यादा होती है 2001 का 26 जनवरी का वो भूकंप, वो शायद सबसे बड़ा इम्तिहान था। और वहां से, क्योंकि उसके बाद फिर वो सीएम भी बने नरेंद्र मोदी जी, लेकिन भूकंप के दौरान का अनुभव क्या था?
देखिए, मोदी जी देश में ऐसे पहले मुख्यमंत्री है और अब प्रधानमंत्री है जो पहली बार सीएम का शपथ हुआ तब पंच सरपंच का भी चुनाव नहीं लड़े थे। मोदी जी अपने जीवन में एक भी चुनाव नहीं लड़े, एमएलए भी नहीं थे और सीधा मुख्यमंत्री बने। तो वो व्यक्ति जो कभी एक चुनाव नहीं लड़ा है, कभी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के अंदर सर नहीं खपाया है, इसको गुजरात जैसा समृद्ध राज्य चलाना बहुत बड़ी चैलेंज थी। और मुझे बरोबर याद है, मोदी जी नवरात्रि के आसपास मुख्यमंत्री बने, नवरात्रि के पहले या दूसरे दिन ही बने। और दीपावली के पहले उन्होंने पूरी योजना बना दी। भूकंप के क्षतिग्रस्त विस्तार सबको बूझी याद है, मगर अहमदाबाद तक भूकंप था, लगभग 18 जिले भूकंप से क्षतिग्रस्त जिले थे गुजरात के। मोदी जी जब संगठन का काम दिल्ली से करते थे तब भी बुझ जाते थे। उन्होंने वहां सारे मंत्री, सारे एमएलए, सारे एमपी, सारे सचिव और मुख्यमंत्री स्वयं दीपावली भूकंपग्रस्त एक एक तहसील में बिताने का तय किया। फिर एक मंत्री और एक सचिव को, एक विधायक और एक सचिव को एक तहसील की जिम्मेदारी दी कि भाई इसको आप 26 जनवरी के पहले क्लियर करें। अब सितंबर में तय किया और 26 जनवरी के पहले इतनी बड़ी समस्या का समाधान करना। क्योंकि सारे सचिव गए तब उनको मालूम पड़ा, फिर उन्होंने रिव्यू किया तो सचिवों ने ही बताया कि हमारा ये सर्कुलर गलत है, ये सर्कुलर में इसके कारण नीचे तक पहुंचता नहीं है। तो मोदी जी ने कहा भाई आपने ही बनाया है, सुधार लो इसको। तो सारी समस्या का जो समाधान था 15 दिन के अंदर ही हो गया और 26 जनवरी को पूरे देश के मुंह से ये निकला था कि गुजरात भूकंप से उभर चुका है। खैर पुनर्वसन का काम 2-3 साल तक चला, परंतु मलबे के ढग थे, बड़े बड़े कई प्रकार के ऐसे दृश्य थे, वो सारा साफ सूफ होकर नीतियां स्पष्ट हो चुकी थी, पुनर्निर्माण शुरू हो चुका था, इंडस्ट्रियल इन्वेस्टमेंट शुरू हो चुका था। ये पूरा परिवर्तन इतने कम समय के अंदर है।
सबसे अब वापस दिल्ली में आते हैं, क्योंकि आप अध्यक्ष उस वक्त बने और आपके नेतृत्व में 2019 का चुनाव लड़ा गया, 303 सीटें आई, लेकिन फिर ये फैसला कि अब आप गृह मंत्री बन जाइए, ये पीएम का फैसला था?
पार्टी का होता है। अगर मंत्री कौन बनेगा उसमें प्रधानमंत्री जी का मुख्य से रहता है, इनका प्रेरोगेटिव।
और फिर उसके बाद से जितने बड़े ये फैसले थे वो सब फैसले लेने का मतलब ऐसा था क्या कि इस बार हमें बहुत अच्छी मेजोरिटी मिली है, अपने दम पर 303 है, तो जो हमेशा से बीजेपी के मैनिफेस्टो में रहते थे वो सारे काम एक के बाद, और उसी दौरान ट्रिपल तलाक कानून भी आया, तो ये फैसला था कि आप दोनों का?
ये सारे काम कभी न कभी होने थे। श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी जब अध्यक्ष थे तब से सारा हमारा एजेंडा था। अडवाणी जी अध्यक्ष थे तब से हमने राम जन्मभूमि का पालमपुर अपने हिमाचल में राष्ट्रीय कार्यकारिणी में प्रस्ताव किया था। कोई गोपनीय चीज नहीं थी। अनुकूल समय आया, मोदी जैसा नेता मिला जो अड़िग है, समस्याओं का समाधान कर सकता है, लड़ सकता है, कंट्रोवर्सी झेल सकता है, तो पार्टी ने तय किया था, वो मोदी जी ने कर दिखाया और बहुत अच्छे तरीके से। आज जिस समस्याओं को लेकर, जिस हमारे वादों को लेकर देश में विपक्ष और मुख्यत्वे कांग्रेस पार्टी और उनके साथी ये कहते थे, ये होगा तो खून की नदियां बह जाएगी, ये होगा तो दंगे हो जाएंगे, ये होगा तो माइनॉरिटी ये कर, सारा हो गया, कुछ नहीं हुआ है। इतना नेगेटिव कैंपेन चलाया था, सारे के सारे लोग एक्सपोज हो चुके हैं आज।
पर जब ऐसी बात होती थी तो आप लोगों को भी ये रिस्क फैक्टर इन तो करते ही होंगे कि हो सकता है इसके खिलाफ लोग उतरे, तो पीएम इस पे क्या कहते हैं?
देखिए, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमेशा कहा है जो वादा है वो पूरा करना चाहिए और इसके कारण जो समस्याएं होती है उसका समाधान करना पड़ेगा, इससे जूझना पड़ेगा।
सबसे चैलेंजिंग हिस्सा क्या है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ काम करने का?
मुझे लगता है कोविड प्रबंधन,
वो सबसे चैलेंजिंग
समस्या थी। उस वक्त देश भर के, दुनिया भर के पंडितों को लगता था कि भारत जैसा देश कोविड का मुकाबला कैसे करेगा, क्योंकि हम सब जानते थे उस वक्त हमारी स्वास्थ्य इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अभी इतना अच्छा नहीं हुआ था। कोविड के बाद में मोदी जी ने कॉन्सेंट्रेट करके उसमें आमूलचूल परिवर्तन करा है, परंतु स्वास्थ्य इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हमारा इतना अच्छा नहीं था, सब लोग ऐसा मानते थे। मगर कोविड होने के बाद, सब समाप्त होने के बाद सब कहने पर सबसे अच्छा प्रबंधन भारत ने किया है। और इसकी मेन बात यह है नेतृत्व की क्वालिटी। दुनिया भर में कोविड प्रबंधन, कोविड के खिलाफ की लड़ाई सिर्फ सरकारें लड़ी। यहाँ केंद्र सरकार, राज्य सरकार, म्युनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन, जिला पंचायत और 140 करोड़ नागरिक साथ में मिलकर ये लड़ाई लड़े और इसी के कारण सफल हुए। मुझे ठीक याद है उन्होंने कहा था जनता कर्फ्यू कर दो, सब लोग मजाक करते थे और जनता कर्फ्यू हुआ था। 130 करोड़ की आबादी रोड पर नहीं निकली थी एक दिन, कोई सर्कुलर नहीं था, कोई लॉकडाउन नहीं था, मगर वो मन बनाकर लॉकडाउन किया फिर दिया जलाने से कोविड चला जाएगा। सारे वामपंथी भाई हम पर टूट पड़े थे, घंटी बजाने से कोविड चला जाएगा। उनको मालूम नहीं था कोविड के खिलाफ लड़ने की एक प्रकार से जनता का मन बनाने की एक कवायद है। जो जनता के बीच में रहते हैं, संगठन के शास्त्र को समझते हैं, वो ही समझते हैं कि लड़ाई के अंदर सबको इन्वॉल्व करना पड़ता है, अकेले नहीं लड़ सकते। और मोदी जी ने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से ये किया। एक बार उन्होंने सारे डॉक्टर, सारे सीएपीएफ के लोग, सारे पुलिस के जवान जो ड्यूटी करते करते मरे थे, उनके सम्मान में भी कार्यक्रम किया और देश भर की जनता ने इसको किया। तो एक प्रकार से बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि थी। सबसे पहले रस्सी बनाने के लिए, मतलब अपना वैक्सीन बनाने के लिए कमेटी गठित कर दी, रिसर्च करने वालों को लगाया। भारत सबसे पहले रस्सी बनाने वाले 2-3 देशों में एक था। और फिर चैलेंज था कि 130 करोड़ लोगों को कैसे रस्सी पहुंचाना, रस्सी मतलब वैक्सीन देकर फिर उसको सर्टिफिकेट देना। टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग कर कर सभी को वैक्सीन भी दिया और उसका सर्टिफिकेट भी मोबाइल पर भेज दिया। अमेरिका जैसे देश में भी सर्टिफिकेट लेने में 1.5 महीना लग गया था और हमारे यहाँ वैक्सीन होते ही सर्टिफिकेट मिल जाता था। और सब जगह वॉलंटियर्स लगे थे, सब जगह सरकार के लोग लगे थे, सब जगह सभी दलों के लोग लगे थे। कम से कम 35 से ज्यादा वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस करी थी मुख्यमंत्रियों के साथ, राज्यपालों के साथ, कर्मचारियों के साथ। तो ये जो लड़ाई है, और दूसरे चरण का जब कोविड का लहर आया तब मुझे बरोबर याद है देश में ऑक्सीजन की कमी हो गई थी। हमारी उत्पादन करने की जितनी क्षमता थी इससे 9 गुना रिक्वायरमेंट हो गई थी। मोदी जी ने दिन रात कर ऑक्सीजन की कमी के साथ पूरी सरकार, पूरी राज्य सरकारें, इंडस्ट्रीज, सब लोग लड़े। दुनिया भर से कई प्रकार के ऑक्सीजन को भरने के सिलेंडर्स रातों रात इंपोर्ट किए गए, सेना को लगाई गई। ट्रेन के अंदर रातों रात इसके डिब्बे बनाए गए, अलग लाइन चली। और ये सारा परिवर्तन आपको कुछ घंटों में करना होता था और एकदम सुचारू रूप से करा। तो क्राइसिस मैनेजमेंट पूरी दुनिया में अगर किसी को सीखना है तो भारत का कोविड प्रबंधन और मोदी का नेतृत्व तो सीखना पड़ेगा, सब स्टडी करना पड़ेगा।
और कोई ऐसा अच्छा अनुभव जो मतलब जैसे ये तो सबसे चुनौतीपूर्ण चैलेंजिंग था,
इससे अच्छा क्या अनुभव हो सकता है? करोड़ों लोगों की जान बच गई, करोड़ों लोगों की जान बची। कई बार मुझे याद है कि एम्स से गांव, देश के छोटे से छोटे गांव में टेलीफोनिक कंसल्टेशन एक्सपर्ट्स करते थे। एम्स ने 25 से ज्यादा बार कोविड के इलाज के प्रोटोकॉल जो नए नए दुनिया भर में ढूंढ लिए गए उसको लेकर आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया। वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिस हुए, राज्य के अस्पतालों के डॉक्टरों का, नर्सिस का ट्रेनिंग किया गया। ये सारा इतने अल्प समय में किया गया। मैं तो मानता हूं कि जो मैनेजमेंट स्टडी करना चाहते हैं उनको भी ये देखना चाहिए, जो आपदा को अवसर में कैसे बदला जा सकता है उसका स्टडी करना चाहिए, उनको भी ये देखना चाहिए। और जनता और सरकार और सभी दल, राजनीतिक दल, कोई राजनीतिक मतभेद के बगैर कैसे एक साथ काम करते हैं इसका स्टडी करना है तो भी ये देखना पड़ेगा।
आपने मतभेद की बात की, कभी किसी बिंदु पर ऐसा हुआ कि पीएम की कुछ और सोच थी और आपकी कुछ और सोच थी, ऐसा कभी कोई अनुभव हुआ?
ऐसा तो कई बार होता है, कई साथियों की सोच अलग होती, कई बार पीएम इसको मान लेते तो फिर ये पीएम का फैसला होता है। टीम में जो चर्चा होता है उस वक्त नरेंद्र मोदी जी कभी किसी फैसले को प्रभावित नहीं करते। जो फैसला होता है वो सभी का फैसला होता है और वो मोदी का फैसला होता है। मैंने नरेंद्र मोदी से अच्छा लिसनर आज तक नहीं देखा है। मैं कई सारे अटल जी की कैबिनेट में रहे हुए हमारे नेताओं को मिला हूं, कई अन्य दलों की सरकारों की कैबिनेट में इस तरह का बोलने का स्वतंत्र कैबिनेट के अंदर, अंजना जी को इंटरव्यू देने के लिए नहीं, कैबिनेट के अंदर बोलने की स्वतंत्रता किसी को नहीं है।
और सबकी प्रधानमंत्री सुनते हैं?
जी निश्चित सुनते हैं, फिर निर्णय तो स्वाभाविक रूप से नेतृत्व करता है।
हाँ। अगर पूरे सफर को देखें पीएम के, तो कुछ ऐसा आपको लगता है कि कोई सबक है जो मतलब उनके किसी अनुभव से कोई ऐसा सबक है जो सबको समझना चाहिए?
देखिए, नरेंद्र मोदी जी के अंदर का विद्यार्थी 75 साल की आयु में भी जिंदा है। ये सबसे बड़ा सबक है। जिसकी सीखने की वृत्ति खत्म हो जाती है वो कभी ना खुद आगे बढ़ सकते हैं ना अपने संगठन को आगे बढ़ाते।
आपने इतने दिन उनके साथ काम किया, आपको क्या रीड आपने किया? प्रधानमंत्री के लिए सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज क्या है?
सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है, एक ऐसा प्रधानमंत्री है जिसका कोई नहीं है। ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी का है ऐसा कोई कह नहीं सकता। और एक ऐसा प्रधानमंत्री है, 130 करोड़ लोग उसके हैं। ना आप इसके परिवार को जानोगे ना किसी को जानोगे। हमेशा उन्होंने पूरे देश की जनता के लिए काम किया, संघ और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सिद्धांतों के लिए।
चुनाव दर चुनाव आप खुद मैदान में उतरते हैं, बिहार का भी आपने मोर्चा संभाल लिया है, तो इस पर कोई स्ट्रैटेजी, जैसे अब नया चुनाव आ रहा है तो प्रधानमंत्री के साथ कुछ उस पर बात होती है और आप लोग अलग स्ट्रैटेजी बनाते हैं?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। जब चुनाव नजदीक आता है तो निश्चित रूप से चुनाव की रणनीति तय करने की मीटिंग होती है। इसमें प्रधानमंत्री जी का अहम योगदान होता है, बहुत बड़ा योगदान होता है। इतना बड़ा अनुभवी नेता एक पार्टी के पास होना बहुत बड़ी बात है, तो उनका योगदान होता ही है। मगर पार्टी का चुनाव जब आता है तब सभी कार्यकर्ता लगते हैं। अब मैं आज गृह मंत्री हूं, पहले राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष था, तो मैं ज्यादा दिखाई पड़ता हूं, बाकी तो ढेर सारे लोग लगते हैं।
बाकी मुद्दे जो है राजनीतिक, उन सब पर बिहार में जब आप चुनावी मैदान में उतरेंगे तब वहां पर आपसे इंटरव्यू में बातचीत होगी। लेकिन 75 साल चूंकि पीएम का हुआ है, कुछ ऐसा संदेश या कोई जो टॉप ऑफ द माइंड आपकी बात आती है जो आप चलते चलते बोलना चाहें उनके बारे में?
मैं इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं कि मोदी जी ने इस 24 साल में गुजरात और देश के लिए वो कर दिखाया है जो शायद एक शतक तक करना बड़ा दिक्कत था। 80 साल की आजादी के बाद ये 11 साल जब भी देश का इतिहास लिखा जाएगा, उपलब्धियों की दृष्टि से सबसे स्वर्णिम काल के रूप में मोदी जी की क्रिटिक एनालिसिस करने वालों ने भी नोट करना पड़ेगा। चाहे आर्थिक सुधार की बात हो, अर्थतंत्र की उपलब्धियों की बात हो, देश का सुरक्षा का क्षेत्र हो, चाहे विदेश नीति में रीढ़ की हड्डी डालने की बात हो, शिक्षा नीति नई बनाने की बात हो, 3 नए अपराधी जगत के अपराधी क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम के कानून बनाने के, ढेर सारे लोगों में। और सबसे बड़ी उपलब्धि है उन्होंने 2047 के लिए 140 करोड़ लोगों को महान भारत बनाने के संकल्प के साथ जोड़ दिया है। तो ये कारवां चलता ही रहेगा। जब 140 करोड़ लोग महान भारत के लिए मेहनत करेंगे, संकल्पबद्ध होंगे, पुरुषार्थ करेंगे, तो मुझे तो पक्का भरोसा है 47 तक दूर भी नहीं जाना पड़ेगा, इसके पहले महान भारत की रचना हो जाएगी।
गृहमंत्री अमित शाह जी, आप आज तक पर आए और प्रधानमंत्री के बारे में आपने अपने अनुभव और किस तरह से आप दोनों काम करते रहे और क्या आप सोचते हैं या उनकी क्या चैलेंजेस है, इन सब पर आज तक से बातचीत की। उम्मीद है कि जल्दी ही एक अच्छा पॉलिटिकल इंटरव्यू भी आपके साथ करेंगे, लेकिन फिलहाल इस बातचीत में आपका बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद।
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Fusion, the undisputed, most loved phone. Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. BJP alleges PM's mother abused again during Tejasvi Yadav's Yatra. Opposition slams government over H-1B visa. says foreign policy has failed India to face Pakistan in Super 4 match at Dubai in the Asia Cup.
He was so affronted, and if we are going to attach the fact that he has every right to make a political statement, which he did because he was affected by it, then he had every right to boycott that match and say that we don't want to play. But by the virtue of the fact that the Indian cricket team decided to play that match, then you're entering into the realms of sports, and then every other political theatre is not open to you.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
9 months into US President Donald Trump's second term. 242 days to be exact. The numbers are telling a story the president won't like. According to The Economist and YouGov, Trump's net approval rating has sunk to minus 17%, down another 2.6 points in just a week. Only 39% of Americans approve, while 56% disapprove, and 4% remain unsure. Most presidents begin their terms with a wave of goodwill, but not Trump. His net approval ratings are negative and sinking. Discontent isn't just about inflation or jobs. Even on issues like immigration and crime, once his strongest suits, voters are now turning away. Trump's promises were grand. Incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish. But the reality? A trade war, market jitters, and a middle class still waiting for that comeback. And he's not just judged against his own words, he's judged against history. Under Joe Biden, inflation became the villain, fueled by COVID and conflict in Ukraine. With Trump back, expectations were sky high, but outcomes are underwhelming. And now even his base is fracturing. As per YouGov data, white, male, older voters still stand by him, but young people, minorities, and college grads are firmly in the disapprove camp. As Trump redefines his legacy, the American people are still deciding if they are on board. Bureau Report, India Today.
are watching India Today.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi turns 75, and as he reaches a historic milestone of his life, how do people who have worked closely with him assess his leadership and his journey? Joining us is Union Minister Hardeep Puri. Mr. Puri, as a diplomat and also as a cabinet colleague of Prime Minister Modi, you have worked in different roles, seen him at different stages of his life while you were performing different duties. How has it been? I mean, what makes you think that Prime Minister Modi's leadership is a standout?
Maria, it's been a very privileged association as far as I'm concerned. And my interaction with the Honorable Prime Minister go back to an era even before he became Chief Minister of Gujarat. So I've had the privilege of knowing him when I was a civil servant, when I later was invited by him to join the Council of Ministers, and I've been there for 8 years. All I can say is that if I had to sum up the nature of that privileged association, I would say, one, he's inspirational. And I mean every nuance of that term, inspirational. He is far-sighted, very committed, dedicated, and has a crystal clear vision of the country and the direction in which he wants to take the country. So when you got this Viksit Bharat assertion, it was not a roadmap only. It was a statement which could be made because he had a degree of confidence. I mean, if India had not been on the trajectory following 2014, if we had talked about being Viksit Bharat by 2047, if we had been in the policy paralysis era of the past, it would have sounded hollow. Now what happened with 2047? Everybody accepted it. Today it's an article of faith. Well, there will be some, Chakravarti class intellectual economists will say, "Arey bhai yaar, 7.8% to theek hai, पिछले quarter ka." But if you don't grow at 8 to 9%, you'll be in the middle income. Forget about all that. No two situations are similar. The fact that he has been able to inject this degree of confidence and a roadmap anchored in that confidence is because he has shown progress. Where were you in 2014? $2 trillion economy. You're $4.3 trillion now. And you're moving to a $6, $7, $10 trillion economy in the short term. And 2047 is 22 years away. I'm so much before that. A Viksit Bharat definitionally does not have a GDP size attached to it. We expect the GDP to be, according to international consulting firms, to be at a particular level. But the per capita will go up, and the life of an average Indian, that is where the transformation is coming. It's already come. And I'm not just talking about feeding 800 million people 3 meals of dry ration in a day, providing Ujjwala cylinders for 500 rupees, or for Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana 4 crores, another 3 crore coming. Those are not only empirically verifiable statistics, those are facts of life. But the path going from here forward, you're growing, let's say between 6.5% and 7% already. The countries against which we are competing, again I don't like the word against whom we are competing, country with which you are being compared are growing between 0 and 2%. Do you see that complete churning and confidence change which is coming into the country? And you owe it to this man not because he's the Prime Minister of India. We've had Prime Ministers in the past, they've all been very eminent and statesmen in their own right. But this is a very different kind of leader who, if you talk about hard work, many of us are also, we think we are working hard, but his is total commitment. And there are no attachments. Plus, it's not governance. Maria, I want to make a point. This is governance ensconced in ethics.
Okay.
That is to me the most important. He doesn't even, you can claim to have proximity to him, but if you're out, if you're out of the line in terms of the ethics of it, zero tolerance.
You know, as urban development minister then, you also you worked very closely along with the Prime Minister in the redevelopment of the Kartavya Path, the new Parliament building. These are part of the new India idea of the Prime Minister. How has that project been? What did he tell you when he said that this is how I envision it?
First of all, he didn't tell me anything. One day, I was inducted into the Council of Ministers on 3rd September 2017. A couple of days later, a huge Manila brown envelope with huge plans arrived on my table. Nothing, it just said from PMO. I mean, who was the PS to PM? He gave me a call, aapko ek kuch kagaz bhej rahe hain. I opened it. After half an hour of going through those papers, I knew what was up. This was 2017. He had become Prime Minister in May 2014. I mean, he must have had a few other things on his mind also, but sometime between 2014 and 2017, he had started applying his mind on how the governance architecture of India's capital should look like. And what was the starting point with him? He got the layouts, the aerial photographs of all the major capitals in the world, the ones that should be looked at. Washington, DC, other developed countries, some developing countries, there were several of them. And somebody had done their work on it. Somebody had done their work on it because it arrived on my table, as I said, not as somebody who initiated the work, but who got on his table the work which somebody else has done and somebody's thought process had gone. This is one example. One day, when we were building the new parliament, it wasn't easy, Maria. I don't like to talk about these things. But one evening, around 7:15, the then secretary in my ministry gave me a call and he said, ki urti khabar mili hai. Now in my profession, I'm in politics now, you get 1500 urti khabar in a day. And if you develop a filtering mechanism, then you know which urti khabar. I said, bataiye. He said, वो ऐसे कुछ SPG के लोग पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग जो अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसमें कुछ देखने आ रहे हैं. Now, his उड़ती खबर was SPG के लोग. My mind was already working overtime. I said, ये चेक करना PM साहब कितने बजे लैंड कर रहे हैं. He was on a trip, overseas trip, was coming back after a 15-hour flight from the US, if I remember correctly.
So it was a sudden...
So सुनिए सुनते जाइए. He said PM साहब कुछ लैंड करेंगे कुछ अभी थोड़ी देर में. तो मैंने कहा कि फिर
sudden inspection.
सुनिए, तो मैंने कहा आपका क्या इरादा, अगर आपकी वो हो तो मैं पहुंचता हूं. मैंने कहा दुर्गा शंकर मिश्रा, आई सर आपको कहीं जाने की जरूरत नहीं है. आपको जहां से भी उड़ती खबर आई है, आप ये देख लेना कि कौन आ रहा है. कुछ नहीं हमें पता, बट ये हो सकता है कि what I'm thinking, I didn't even want to say it on the phone. So then they called the project in charge and said, कोई SPG के लोग शायद देखने आए. His first reaction was, उस समय तो मैं I'll be in the puja, but then he also got second thought. He said, मैं पहुंच जाऊंगा. So that guy reached. दुर्गा शंकर kept asking me, मैं पहुंचूं? मैंने कहा बिल्कुल नहीं पहुंचे. अगर आपको वहां बुलाना होता तो they will tell you themselves. They will tell you themselves कि आप आइए. These are not places you. वही हुआ. I think he must have landed around 7:30 or so or whatever. Around 8:30, 8:45, one single car, no escort, this, that, single car pulls up there. Pradhan Mantri ji gets out from his front seat, does an inspection of the work under construction. No, I'm not even been told. Listen to me. Does an inspection of it for 1.5 hours. Over, I get a call from my informers के वो साहब आए थे, वो देख लिया, बातचीत हुई, we go through it in great detail. खत्म हुई बात 10 बजे. मैं भी I switched off etc. Early morning, Lakshmi and I having a walk in the back garden, and my PSO keeps running कि telephone आया. Normally at 7 in the morning he wouldn't call me for anybody else, which meant so. So I said, so Lakshmi tells me jokingly कि डांट पड़ने वाली है, कल रात को इंस्पेक्शन में कुछ कमी रह गई होगी. So you know what I told her? I said, अगर रात डांट पड़नी होती तो अगर रात को ही पड़ जाती. He's not going to wait till tomorrow to tell you where, you know. So he came on the phone and, you know, he sometimes speaks in code language. He said, oh, some issue he'd asked me to, वो ठीक चल रहा है? So I had to quit because he gives you many instructions. I said, sir, वो बहुत बढ़िया. Then I was able to tell him what telephone हुआ. So Lakshmi said, क्या बोले? मैंने कल रात की तो कोई बात ही नहीं हुई. This is the style of functioning. We have been sending him reports. All right, he will take the reports. But I think somewhere he wanted an independent. And we are learning from that. Very often when I get now feedback on projects that I'm doing, and listen, Kartavya Path, despite all the problems of the contractor, was built on time. Cost overruns we were able to. Parliament, other than the steel and cement costs which are in the contract, which were overrun, again built within the timeline, again within the cost line. Bharat Mandapam, see the transformation which is taking place. But some of the things we are learning also in terms of working time. I get briefed totally. I then decide. I'll have somebody on the spot who nobody else knows, who will also periodically tell me. Like I had somebody when we were building the parliament, I had requested that person who used to have access there. I said, just go around sometimes and send me feedback. One day she sent me a message. She said कि ये थोड़ी सी यहाँ पे गड़बड़ हुई है. So I checked what it was. And she was totally right. What had happened is that on a particular day they had put up some scaffolding or some prayer, and when they were wetting the crane to remove it, it was at a big height. That crane, instead of getting the banner or the scaffolding off, took a little more off. But I got time. Meanwhile, people at it, before the city could wake up or people could realize it was corrected it.
So overall working style of ministers is in sync with what the Prime Minister
Well, there's no
expects.
choice. You won't survive if it's not in sync.
Fine.
Here is a man, if you ask for a meeting with him, then it's good to tell the people, I want this meeting, and send a little annotation of a note. And he would have then got prepared. But as a result, that's become our working style. Anybody comes to have a meeting with me, anyone, I ask my office, issue kya hai? Bataiye.
Okay. Mr. Puri, you are presently Petroleum Minister. What we have seen is the transition in the functioning of the Petroleum Ministry. Pre-2014, this was an economic ministry, seen as one of those ministries which are related to finance, economics. Now, post-2014, it has become a public welfare ministry. Also with Ujjwala as the driving principle.
Madam, it's not just Ujjwala. Let me just tell you, it is about a very strong development thing, which is the Prime Minister. The fact that it is economic in core content, 19% of your revenue comes from this sector, 19 or 20% of the revenue comes from this sector. But the public welfare part is the Prime Minister. What is public welfare part is? Let me start by clean cooking medium for our daughters and sisters, etc. 2014 में कितने आपके total cylinder connection थे? I'm talking about LPG. LPG, which comes in a cylinder, madam, is the product of a refinery. Crude oil से refinery करके वो LPG बनती है. कितने total connection थे? 14 crore थे. Today, we are in a situation where the total number of connections have gone up from 14 crores to 33 crores. And Ujjwala, जिसके आपने जिक्र किया, वो 2016 में that scheme started. And today there are 10 crore 30 lakhs Ujjwala connections. But madam, the beauty of Ujjwala is it's primarily 80% of it is in the rural areas. We are one of the few countries in the world where clean cooking gas is available not only in the urban center through LPG but also piped gas. We today have 22,500 kilometers of pipes for LPG delivery, for natural gas delivery. So this public welfare element is very much a part of the PM persona. 80 crore लोगों को दिन में 3 समय का ड्राई राशन देना, उज्ज्वला का सिलेंडर 500 रुपए में देना, प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना के 4 करोड़ आवास बनाने इन रूरल एंड अर्बन एरियाज, 3 करोड़ और का आपने निर्णय लिया. This is the public welfare. I'm sometimes surprised, I'm a student of history and political science, and we've been brought up, my generation, much before you were born, we were brought up studying the ideological debates with Karl Marx on the left and David Hume on the right. Okay? And then he's saying, what is the system which Marxian economics brings? What is a right-wing system? What else has happened?
So what is Prime Minister's system?
Is this a right-wing system? This is more socialist than you can imagine in many respects. I mean, public welfare is a strong component. Problem उनको ये होती है जो ये पॉलिसी पैरालिसिस वालों को जिनकी समझ पॉलिटिकल साइंस और हिस्ट्री की और भी कम है, जब हमारी इकोनॉमी बूम कर रही है वो कह रहे हैं डेड इकोनॉमी. अरे भाई वो क्या नाम उनका मूडीज 18 वर्ष के बाद दे हैव लिफ्टेड आवर रेटिंग and today your growth last quarter is 7.8, previous quarter is 7.4, and when I asked my oil company, मैंने कहा अगला क्वार्टर है quiet confidence होगा, तो हमारा तो ठीक होगा, बाकी का भी ठीक होगा. And by the way, energy is a reasonably good indicator of where the economy is going. So I totally agree with you, ma'am. Public welfare dimension, but the ministry is still an economic ministry. If it is producing 19% of the country's revenue, ministry need the infrastructure that goes with the ministry. But today, for the Prime Minister, in taking the journey from, it was 2 trillion when he took over, 4 trillion, he's taking it further to Viksit Bharat. Yes, energy is going to play a very important role with a public welfare dimension central to it.
All right, Mr. Puri, thank you so much for speaking to us.
Watching India Today. Watching India Today.
With that, viewers, Assam mourns the sudden and untimely demise of iconic singer Zubeen Garg. The singer's mortal remains have reached Guwahati from Delhi, and Zubeen Garg's last rites will be performed today. A massive crowd gathered outside the singer's residence to bid farewell to the singer. And as probe into his death has intensified, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has ordered CID investigation in the case after multiple FIRs were filed against Zubeen's manager Siddharth Sarma and Northeast Festival organizer Syam Kanu Mahanta. Meanwhile, Zubeen Garg's wife Garima Garg has taken to social media and requested people to withdraw the FIRs filed against Zubeen's manager Siddharth Sarma. And this, remember, comes after Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma himself ordered a CID investigation into the case and declared state mourning from September 20th to 22nd as a mark of respect.
The structure you see behind me is where the mortal remains of Zubeen Garg will be kept for his fans and for his well-wishers to pay their last respect to the legend, to the artist. And currently the input that we are getting is that Zubeen Garg's mortal remain is on its way to his Kahili Para's home, where the family will spend some time with the mortal remains of Zubeen Garg, and then Zubeen Garg's mortal remain will be taken here at Saroswati Stadium, where he will be kept in a flower-bedded podium, where the fans and the well-wishers and everyone can get a glimpse of Zubeen Garg for the one last time, and also pay their tributes and respect. As you can see, fans have come in this stadium stadium in huge numbers, and you can also see behind me that fans are standing in the podium of the stadium, risking their lives to just get a glimpse of their legend, of their hero, Zubeen Garg. This is Rijoy Das Karango from Sorosujai Stadium, Guwahati for India Today.
Now, celebrated singer Zubeen Garg died in a freak accident in Singapore while scuba diving. The 52-year-old Assamese singer was in Singapore for the Northeast India Festival. His fans across the globe are mourning his sudden demise. Here's a look at a report.
Legendary Assamese singer and popular youth icon Zubeen Garg passes away at the age of 52, leaving fans across the state and nation in a state of shock. Zubeen Garg was named after famous music composer Zubeen Mehta. He was born on 18th November 1972 in Jorhat, Assam. Garg worked in Assamese, Bengali, Hindi and dozens of other languages, and he built a bridge across musical and cultural boundaries. Garg recorded his first album in 1992 and became an instant superstar in the state of Assam. Often referred to as Zubinda by the youth of Assam, he sung over 38,000 songs in different languages. His rise to national prominence came in 2006 with the hit song Ya Ali from the Bollywood movie Gangster, where he made a cameo. He also sang in popular movies like Jaane Kya Hoga Rama Re in Kaante, Dil Tu Hi Bata in Krish, Subha Subha in I See You and many more. Over the years, he contributed not just through songs, but also through music direction, acting, and his presence as an artistic symbol for his home state. He directed several Assamese movies like Kanchenjunga, which broke the Assamese box office records. Besides the contributions in music and cinema, Zubeen was also popular among the Assamese people for his social work. Garg was involved with many NGOs and actively participated in programs related to education for the underprivileged. The singer was in Singapore to participate in Northeast Film Festival and was about to perform later on in the day, before meeting a tragic accident. Garg fell into the sea during scuba diving. Singapore cops rescued him and took him to hospital, where he took his last breath. Wishes poured in for the legendary singer from across the nation. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has termed the demise as a tragic loss.
মৰ্মান্তিক ঘটনা, মৰ্মান্তিক দুখদায়ক ঘটনা। আজি আমি বিজেপি দলে আজি গধূলিও আমি নিৰ্বাচনী প্ৰচাৰ নকৰোঁ মই এতিয়া খালি গোমাত গৈ মানুহখিনিক নমস্কাৰ কৰি মই গুৱাহাটীলৈ তুৰন্ত উভতি যাম তেখেতৰ সৎকাৰ বা কি ধৰণে আমি তেখেতক আনো গোটেই কথাবিলাক গুৱাহাটীত গৈ আমি আলোচনা কৰিম
And with that, we've come to an end to this very edition of the Bulletin. But do stay tuned to India Today as we keep bringing you all the latest updates and the top stories right here through the day.
You are watching India Today.
The AI war just escalated with Tesla CEO and ex-AI founder Elon Musk accusing Apple of manipulating Apple Store rankings to keep OpenAI permanently at the top. Taking to X, Musk claimed, and I quote, Apple is behaving in a manner that makes it impossible for any AI company besides OpenAI to reach #1 in the Apple Store, which is an unequivocal antitrust violation, unquote. But the battle did not stop there. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman fired back, accusing Musk of hypocrisy, alleging that he manipulates the platform X to favor his own companies. Altman wrote, and I quote, "This is a remarkable claim given what I have heard alleged that Elon does to manipulate X to benefit himself and his own companies and harm his competitors and people he doesn't like," unquote. He even shared an article detailing how Musk allegedly tweaked X algorithm to prioritize his own posts in users' feeds. This public feud started after Musk announced his plans to take legal action against Apple, accusing the tech giant of giving unfair advantage to OpenAI, igniting a full-blown AI turf war. The war of words between the two tech giant CEOs has sparked a wave of reactions online, with users quickly taking sides. But this clash is not new. Elon Musk and Sam Altman have publicly taken jabs at each other before. Musk, a co-founder of OpenAI who later distanced himself from the company, has been at odds with it ever since launching his own AI venture, xAI. At the core of their rivalry lies a battle over a market worth trillions. With Neha Kumari, Bureau Report, India Today.
Watching India Today.
Very good afternoon to you viewers. You're watching India Today with me, Sriya Kundu, and we have all the top stories lined up for you in this very hour. But before that, we'll quickly take a glance through the headlines doing the rounds at the very top of the afternoon. On the eve of GST 2.0 launch, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is to address the nation at 5 p.m. Ahead of trade talks in the U.S., Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal will visit U.S. tomorrow. Meanwhile, on H-1B visas showdown, White House clarifies and says $100,000 applicable for new visas only. After Vijay targets Stalin government on cozying up to Prime Minister Modi and Vijay, DMK fact-checks TVK chief Vijay. DMK slams Vijay for spreading fake information. Bihar BJP releases video of crowd abusing Prime Minister Modi, his mother in an RJD rally in yet another instance. BJP slams the RJD. RJD says BJP is using distorted video. Assam mourns the demise of iconic singer Zubeen Garg. Mortal remains arrive in Guwahati. Body is to be kept at Guwahati for public homage. After Nepal, Gen Z protest in Peru. Hundreds of young demonstrators clashed with police in Lima over pension reforms and crime rates. With that, we are beginning the bulletin with breaking news. It's coming in from down south. This is with regards to DMK versus Vijay war, which now gets ugly and very personal. DMK MLA's ugly will whip Vijay attack. A DMK MLA comes out to say will use horsewhip to beat up Vijay, that is. DMK MLA has said Vijay can't even name 50 TVK cadres. DMK Vijay verbal spat hits a new low after Vijay's all-out action on the DMK. DMK comes out to fact-check TVK chief Vijay. DMK has said false allegations by Vijay on mangroves, fisheries university functioning in Nagapattinam. In fact, DMK has also said that restrictions in places during Prime Minister and Home Minister's visit as well had been in fact put in. So these are the latest that we are picking up from Tamil Nadu, a battleground that's only heating up with each passing day in the run-up to the elections. Let's quickly listen in to what exactly has been said by the DMK leader.
நம் முதலமைச்சரை பார்த்து 74 வயதில் மோடியினுடைய நாடி பாதித்து பார்க்கக்கூடிய சக்தி பிடித்த ஜனநாயகத்தினுடைய இரும்பு எக்கு சக்தி முத்துவேல் கருணாநிதி ஸ்டாலினை பார்த்து மை டியர் அங்கிள்னு ஒருத்தர் சொன்னான்னா அவன் நமக்கு என்ன வேணும்? தலைவர் நமக்கு அப்பா வேணும், அப்பாவை நமக்கு மாப்பிள்ளை வேணும். நான் கேட்கிற மாப்பிள்ளை, இங்க இருக்கிற 30 பேரை நான் சொன்னேன்ல, நீ தமிழ்நாட்டில் சனிக்கிழமை கூட்டம் போடுற இல்ல, உனக்கு உண்மையாக வருகிற தொண்டன் பேரை 50 பேரை நீ நேர்ல பார்த்து சொல்லிட்டா நான் இந்த மேடையில தூக்கு போட்டு செத்துக்கிறேன். இல்லைன்னா உன்னை குதிரை சவுக்க வச்சு அடுத்த கூட்டத்தில் அடிப்பேன். இது ஆன்சர். இதுதான் நான் கேட்கிறேன். மை டியர் அங்கிள், நீ என்ன பண்ண இந்த நாட்டுக்குன்னு கேட்கிறேன். நான் கேட்கிறேன், இந்த மேடையில சரத்பாலா விட்டாலும் பரவாயில்ல, ராமசுப்ப விட்டாலும் பரவாயில்ல, நவநீதனை விட்டாலும் பரவாயில்ல, எங்களை எல்லாம் பார்த்து அப்பப்போ இப்படித்தானே செய்யணும்னு சொல்லி ஆர்கனைஸ் பட்டில இன்பா ரகுவை விட்டாலும் பரவாயில்ல. இந்த இடத்துல நாசியார் திருமொழி 4000 விய பிரபந்தம் சூடி கொடுத்த ஆண்டாள் தனக்கு போட்ட மாலையை, மனிதன் போட்ட மாலையை ஆண்டவனுக்கு யாரும் படைத்ததில்லை.
And with that, Anaga Kesav joins me on the broadcast from Chennai. Anaga, very good afternoon to you. Let's understand what exactly is being said here. There are attacks that's taking place from both sides now, but this very DMK leader coming out to say he'll use a horsewhip to beat up Vijay, that's quite a low blow, one would say. And also the fact that DMK has come out to fact-check Vijay, saying that these conditions that have been put forth by the police is not just for his rally, it's been there for the Prime Minister, for the Home Minister, all of their visits and rallies as well.
Well, good afternoon to you as well, Shreya. In fact, the politics between the DMK and the TVK is only getting in more personal by the day. Vijay is calling the Chief Minister as Stalin uncle, whereas the DMK is calling Vijay as their son-in-law. In fact, the DMK MLA has stooped to a new low by saying if Vijay is able to name 50 of his party cadre, then the MLA will hang himself on that stage. But if he fails to do so, if Vijay fails fails to name 50 of his party cadres, then he will take a whip and crack Vijay on his back, is what this particular MLA is saying. Very personal it now seems to be getting by the day. Vijay has also not left any stone unturned. He has gone a step further. Imagine a 50-year-old Neta calling a 70-year-old Chief Minister as Stalin uncle. That's the kind of, personal barbs that both the TVK and DMK have decided to take on each other. In fact, when Vijay was in Nagapattinam, he had made a barrage of accusations against the running government. He had mentioned that there was no, educational universities pertaining to the fisheries department in Nagapattinam. He also went on to say that environment was not really being protected in Nagapattinam. The third such accusation was made by Vijay was that when particularly he wants to go and hold an election campaign, the police department and the government issues a slew of rules and restrictions. But when Modi and Shah want to come and campaign here in Tamil Nadu, none of those restrictions are in place, was the allegation placed by Vijay. But immediately the Tamil Nadu government was quick to jump in by fact-checking Vijay on his statements. In fact, one very important such clarification put out by the government was that every time when the Prime Minister was in Tamil Nadu, for example, last year on April 9th, when Prime Minister was in Chennai for election campaign ahead of the Lok Sabha elections, there were 20 such restrictions that were put in place for the Prime Minister, just like how it was put for Vijay. So that's the kind of clarification that the DMK has given out. In fact, it's very important to note that Vijay is on a statewide election tour. He's going to go on till December. Every Saturday is when Vijay has decided to undertake his tour until December.
Right, Anaga, do stay with us because we have more breaking news coming in at this point on this very story. Let's quickly take a look. Now, after Vijay's non-player jibe at the BJP, TN BJP chief hits out at TVK chief Vijay. TN BJP has come out to say the Tamil Nadu polls is not just between the DMK and TVK. TVK is newbie and should skip such remarks. This is what has now been said by Nena Nagendran. Let's quickly take a look at what the BJP chief in Tamil Nadu had to say on TVK chief Vijay's remarks on the BJP.
கூட்டம் வரது வச்சு திமுகவுக்கு எங்களுக்கு தான் போட்டி அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி எல்லாம் சொல்லக்கூடாது. அதுக்கு தேர்தல் வரணும், கேண்டிடேட்லாம் போடணும், கேண்டிடேட்லாம் ஒழுங்கான கேண்டிடேட்டை போடணும், அதுக்குன்னு பொறுப்பாளர்கள் போடணும், மக்கள் ஓட்டு போடணும். அதுக்கு பிறகு தான் சொல்ல முடியுமே தவிர ஜோசியம்லாம் சொல்ல முடியாது. மக்கள் நிச்சயமா ஓட்டம், அதாவது உங்களுக்கு ஓட்டு போடும்போது ரொம்ப டிஃபரன்ஸ் தெரியும். நீ ஒரு கேண்டிடேட்டா இருந்து நீங்க போயிட்டு இருக்கும்போது வேன்ல ஏறி போயிட்டே இருக்கும்போது அந்த மக்களுடைய சிக்னிபிகன்ஸ் சைகைகளை பார்த்தாலே நமக்கு தெரியும் எது ஓட்டா மாறும் எது ஓட்டா மாறாது. நீங்க மதிப்புக்குரிய பெரிய தலைவர்கள்லாம் கட்சி ஆரம்பிச்சு இன்னைக்கு கட்சியெல்லாம் எப்படிலாம் இருக்குங்கிறது உங்களுக்கு எல்லாம் தெரியும். அதனால ஆளுங்கட்சியில் இருந்தார் இபிஎஸ் அவர்கள் 4 வருஷம் முதலமைச்சராக நல்ல பணியாற்றினார். அவருக்கு எல்லா விஷயங்களையும் தெரியும். எத்தனை டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் இருக்கு, எப்படி வேலை செய்யணும், மத்திய அரசு எவ்வளவு பணம் வாங்கணும், எத்தனை கோடி மக்களுக்காக சாலைகளுக்காகவும் மின்சாரத்திற்காகவும் உணவுக்காகவும் எவ்வளவு பணம் செலவாகும், எத்தனை டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் இருக்குன்னு ஒரு ஆட்சியில் இருந்தவங்களுக்கு தான் தெரியும். ஆக எதுவுமே இல்லாம இன்னைக்கு திடீர்னு எனக்கும் திமுக தான் போட்டி அப்படின்னு சொன்னா அது எப்படி?
Anaga Kesav continues to be with me on the broadcast. Anaga, these are the comments we heard that's now being made by the BJP chief in Tamil Nadu. You know, it's a three-way war, no doubt. There is the alliance that's there between the AIADMK and the BJP. There is DMK and there is the TVK as well. So right now we are seeing the war of words only escalate among all these parties.
Well, in fact, Vijay's statement that 2026 elections is only between DMK and TVK has not gone down so well with ADMK and BJP. In fact, Mr. Nayana Nagendran, who heads the BJP in Tamil Nadu, has called Vijay as a newbie by comparing him with EPS. In fact, he has said that EPS has been a chief minister for 4 years in a row. He knows the ins and outs of Tamil Nadu politics and how many departments are there. EPS knows how to get the funds from central government, how much to allocate for education, for food, for electricity. EPS is an experienced politician who has been in power. How can Vijay, without being in power, even make such a sweeping statement, is what Narendra Nagendran says, essentially saying that Vijay lacks knowledge, Vijay lacks experience, and an inexperienced newbie cannot be making such sweeping statements that the election is only between DMK and TVK is the kind of statement that Narendra Nagendran has put out. In fact, the kind of narrative that the BJP and the ADMK is trying to spin around is that Vijay is someone who is sitting on his ivory tower, blissfully unaware of what the people of Tamil Nadu really want. But Vijay is here. He says that he knows the pulse of the people, and he is there undertaking a statewide tour by saying that the election in the year 2026 is only between DMK and TVK.
Right, Anika, thank you for bringing us all those details into what exactly is happening in Tamil Nadu. How is the political field looking like right ahead of elections in 2026? And this is where it all stands, viewers, when we speak of political battlegrounds heating up in the state. Now, this is another breaking news that we're picking up from the neighboring state. This is from Karnataka, wherein an outrage has been seen in Bellur and Hassan after miscreants insulted a Ganesha idol by placing a garland of slippers around it. Locals staged a protest in front of the temple demanding the immediate arrest of those responsible. This is what we are picking up from Hassan and Bellur at this given point. We can see the visuals of what exactly went down, wherein a garland of slippers was put around a Lord Ganesha idol. Sagai Raj joining me on the broadcast. Sagai, this is quite bizarre to say the least, and quite disrespectful to say the least at this given point. We need to understand what the probe is that's been launched into this very matter, and if there are any suspects so far in this very case.
So if you notice that the initial reports were said that there was a slippers garland on Ganesha statue, but the police have clarified that it was not a garland. There were two slippers which was being kept aside of Ganesha statue, and the police have also identified a woman, and what we get to learn through our sources is she's mentally retarded, and they were in a process of filing an FIR, and once the woman gets arrested, we'll get to know the motive and the community that she belongs to understand why she has kept the slippers around Ganesha statue in the temple. And meanwhile, the pro-Hindu activists have demanded justice, saying that time and again there is an attack on Hindu deities, and this particular act is unpunishable, and they demanded that immediate arrest of these accused in this particular case.
Right, Sagai, thank you for bringing us all those details from Karnataka at this given point on this case. At this point, these are the updates we are bringing to you, viewers, and as the probe continues, we'll keep a close watch as to how it unfolds. And now, on to the biggest news of the day. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scheduled to address the nation at 5 p.m. today, just a day before the newly announced GST rate cuts come into effect. While the exact agenda of the address hasn't been disclosed, the timing suggests it may be linked to the GST reforms, which are set to reduce the prices of several consumer goods starting Monday, September 22nd. Now, the address, remember, also comes amid significant developments on multiple fronts, that is. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal is set to depart for the US tomorrow to further the trade negotiations in the backdrop of the ongoing tariff tensions. Additionally, the speech coincides with the heightened concern over the Trump administration's H-1B visa overhaul, which could also have a major impact on Indian professionals. This will be Prime Minister Modi's first national address since India and Pakistan, in fact, reached a bilateral understanding in May following the Pahalgam terror attack, and India's response was through Operation Sindoor. So it is a big speech that we're all awaiting to understand what exactly is it that the Prime Minister has to convey to the nation. Now, as we speak of the very address that we await, let's listen into what Prime Minister Modi has already said on the GST reforms and his vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat.
100 दुखों की एक ही दवाई है और वो है आत्मनिर्भर भारत। आत्मनिर्भर भारत। लेकिन इसके लिए हमें चुनौतियों से टकराना होगा। हमें दूसरे देशों पर अपनी निर्भरता लगातार कम करते जाना होगा और अब भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनकर दुनिया के सामने मजबूती के साथ खड़ा होना ही होगा।
साथियों, इस दिवाली में आपकी डबल दिवाली का काम मैं करने वाला हूं। इस दिवाली में आपको एक बहुत बड़ा तोहफा देशवासियों को मिलने वाला है। पिछले 8 साल से हमने जीएसटी का बहुत बड़ा रिफॉर्म किया। पूरे देश में टैक्स के बर्डन को कम किया, टैक्स की व्यवस्थाओं को सरल किया और 8 साल के बाद समय की मांग है कि हम एक बार उसको रिव्यू करें। हमने एक हाई पावर कमेटी को बिठा करके रिव्यू शुरू किया, राज्यों से भी विचार विमर्श किया और मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हम नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लेकर के आ रहे हैं। ये दिवाली के अंदर आपके लिए तोहफा बन जाएंगे। सामान्य मानवीय की जरूरतों के टैक्स भारी मात्रा में कम कर दिए जाएंगे। बहुत बड़ी सुविधा बढ़ेगी। हमारे एमएसएमई, हमारे लघु उद्यमी, इनको बहुत बड़ा लाभ मिलेगा। रोजमर्रा की चीजें बहुत सस्ती हो जाएगी और उससे इकोनॉमी को भी एक नया बल मिलने वाला है।
All eyes are on this very address that's to be delivered at 5 p.m. today. But with that, we are slipping into a short break. On the other side, we have more news and updates awaiting you. Stay tuned as we come back.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Do the moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Fusion, the undisputed, most loved phone.
India Today Conclave, Mumbai 2025. September 25 and 26, Mumbai. Book your seat now.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching India Today, and at the very top of this segment, we are bringing to you a very particular story, which is with regards to heritage homestays in the city of perfume, Kannauj, known for its famous Attar, which has opened its first luxury heritage homestay backed by the Uttar Pradesh tourism. Let's take a look as to what it has to offer. The city of perfume, Kannauj, known for its famous attar, has opened its first luxury heritage homestay backed by the UP tourism. This project, a collaborative effort, marks a new chapter for heritage tourism growth in the state. Homestay owners Kuwar Divyaudit Narayan Singh and Kuwarani Shruti Chandalya said the place, built in 1929 on 5 acres and almost 100 years old, has been reimagined to offer an immersive cultural experience that blends the luxury with rich tradition.
जो भी प्रोड्यूस है वो हमारे फार्म्स पे ही उगता है। जो भी हमारे गेस्ट आते हैं हम उनको कन्नौज लेके जाते हैं, वहाँ पर अतर कैसे बनता है वो सिखाते हैं। यूपी टूरिज्म ने हमें बहुत सपोर्ट दिया है। जो उनकी नई होम स्टे पॉलिसी है उसमें आनंद भवन पैलेस को फर्स्ट लाइसेंस मिला है।
The hotel, located in Tirwa area of Kannauj, is known as Anand Bhavan Palace. With over 13 lakh tourists in 2024, this new homestay is a significant boost to the city's tourism appeal. The property features 6 suites, each named after the classic Kannauj perfumes like jasmine and gulab. From cultural tours of local attar making and bird watching at Lakh Bahosi Bird Sanctuary to farm-to-table dining with regional and Nepalese cuisine, the homestay makes tourists' visit more memorable.
हमने होमस्टे खोलने का जो स्टेप लिया था वो इसी से प्रेरित होकर लिया था, क्योंकि काफ़ी विदेशी पर्यटक अब कन्नौज आने लगे हैं और गेस्ट के लिए हम लोग फोक म्यूजिक नाइट्स भी करते हैं पैलेस में, जो कि यहाँ के लोकल आर्टिस्ट आके परफॉर्म करते हैं।
This government initiative to promote heritage tourism and preserve historical homes is good news for tourists visiting the city of perfumes. Anand Bhavan of Kannauj has become the state's first heritage homestay.
40 से अधिक अन्य विरासत संपत्तियां जो कि निजी स्वामित्व में हैं उनका भी चिन्हांकन किया गया है एवं उनका टाई अप भी लग्जरी ब्रांड्स के साथ कराया जा रहा है। इस प्रकार से उत्तर प्रदेश की विरासत संपत्तियां लग्जरी होमस्टेज एवं रिजॉर्ट्स के रूप में विकसित होंगी, जो कि देशी एवं विदेशी पर्यटकों को आकर्षित करने में एक अभूतपूर्व योगदान देंगे।
This initiative by Uttar Pradesh Ecotourism will not only conserve heritage properties but also create jobs and unforgettable experiences for visitors.
The UP Tourism Department feels that with the conversion of Anand Bhavan into a homestay will garner more tourists to the perfume capital, that is Kannauj. With cameraman Gaurav Gupta, Samarth Srivastav for India Today.
And with that, we have come to an end to this edition of the Bulletin. But do stay tuned to India Today as we come back with all news and updates in the next hour. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today. watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching In the Club and I'm Shreya Srivastav bringing you everything you need to know straight from the Emmys 2025. It was a night full of glamour, emotion and historical moments as the 77th Primetime Emmy Awards lit up Los Angeles with standout wins and powerful statements. Adolescents and the studio swept major categories, while historic firsts were made by Trammell Tillman and Owen Cooper, who became the youngest male ever to win an Emmy at just age 15. From Kristen Miliotti's dramatic triumph to political gestures for Palestine, take a look at this report to know more. In a night shimmering with stardust, standing ovations and storytelling brilliance, the 77th Primetime Emmy Awards unfolded in Los Angeles. A celebration of television's power to captivate and challenge. As laughter, suspense and emotional depth took center stage, host Nate Bargatze brought his signature charm to an evening where legends were crowned and breakout stars soared.
What are you looking for? You're making a big mistake. He's only a kid.
Dad, I haven't done anything! Adolescents undoubtedly scooped up 6 awards, including Best Limited or Anthology Series with this.
Owen Cooper, I love
Owen Cooper became the youngest ever male winner in any acting category with his supporting actor win.
This is the second Emmy win and
Stephen Graham won Best Actor in a Limited or Anthology Series or Movie, while Erin Doherty bagged the Best Supporting Actress for her role in the show.
All right, the Emmy goes to Philip Barantini.
Meanwhile, Philip Barantini clinched the award for Best Direction.
This is the first Emmy win and...
But now I have this fear that my job is to ruin them.
Seth Rogen won 3 Emmys for his comedy series The Studio.
Seth Rogen, The Studio.
This is the first Emmy win and 9th nomination for Seth Rogen. Also nominated for directing, producing, and writing The Studio.
The Late Show with Stephen Colbert.
The Late Show with Stephen Colbert won Best Talk Series 2 months after CBS announced it was cancelling the series.
Colbert received 2 nominations this year.
I give consent to sever my memories between my work life and my personal life.
Trammell Tillman, on the other hand, made history by becoming the first black man to win Best Supporting Actor in a drama series for Severance. His co-star Britt Lower also shone bright, clinching the award for Best Actress in a drama series.
First Emmy win and nomination for Britt Lower.
It's for the best. We'll see.
Jean Smart won once again for her acclaimed performance in Hacks, claiming the award for Outstanding Lead Actress in a Comedy Series.
Her 4th win for her portrayal of Deborah Vance on Hacks.
Life is just a dream.
You promised me, Oswald. I know. I deserve a better life. I'm working on it.
Meanwhile, the Penguins' Kristen Milioti won Best Actress in a Limited or Anthology Series or Movie.
This is the first Emmy win and nomination.
The Traitors.
The Traitors prevailed as Best Reality Competition Program, while Last Week Tonight with John Oliver won the Emmy for Best Writing for a variety series, as well as the award for the Best Scripted Variety Series by beating out Saturday Night Live in both categories.
Quick, everyone, quick!
Adam Randall, Slow Horses.
And Adam Randall won Best Directing for a drama series for Slow Horses. Beyond the awards and red carpet, the evening also echoed the political tensions of the moment. Several attendees wore pins and ribbons in solidarity with Palestine, using the global spotlight to advocate for peace and justice. So yes, from record-setting wins to surprise triumphs, this year's winners embodied the heart, talent and resilience that define television at its very best. With Alice, Entertainment Bureau, India Today. And the 2025 Primetime Emmys red carpet dazzled with romance, elegance and bold fashion choices as Hollywood's finest turned heads and set unforgettable style trends for the night. From Sydney Sweeney to Selena Gomez and Benny Blanco, and of course the White Lotus cast members, here's who stole the fashion limelight. The stars aligned, the flashbulbs popped, and the red carpet at the 2025 Primetime Emmys became the ultimate runway for Hollywood's finest. Setting the tone right from the start, Selena Gomez and Benny Blanco brought a touch of romance to the red carpet. Selena looked radiant in a striking red Louis Vuitton gown that effortlessly elevated her presence, while Benny matched her charm in a sleek black tuxedo paired with an embellished tonal sheer shirt. A perfect balance of elegance and flair. Pedro Pascal turned heads with his all-white ensemble exuding effortless sophistication. The Last of Us star paired his crisp white suit with matching shoes and sunglasses, proving once again why he's a red carpet favorite. Taking fashion risks to another level, Jenna Ortega looked fashionably gothic in a stone-studded dress. Channeling her Wednesday Addams character, the actress walked the red carpet in a jaw-dropping sheer top made entirely of stones paired with a high-slit skirt. Meanwhile, Scarlett Johansson turned several heads with her subtle yet impressive look. The Marvel actress showed up wearing a butter yellow strapless silk dress. The night also had its share of power couples, with Adam Brody and his wife, actress Leighton Meester, arriving hand in hand, exuding charm and star power together. Adding sparkle to the evening, Kristen Bell showed up at the Emmys 2025 wearing a shimmery black and silver dress with a plunging front. She accessorized her look with diamond earrings. Jennifer Coolidge owned the carpet in an all-black off-the-shoulder gown paired with matching gloves, a sleek clutch and pearl hoop earrings. Making a grand debut, Lisa, who recently won hearts with her role in The White Lotus Season 3, stepped onto the red carpet in a stunning pink ensemble that perfectly captured her fresh rise in Hollywood. And Sydney Sweeney sealed the night's glamour quotient in a shiny red corseted gown, complemented by subtle accessories that kept the focus on her radiant presence. So yes, it was a night where stars didn't just shine, they sparkled, turning the Emmys red carpet into a celebration of high fashion and unforgettable moments. With Pranjali Sethi, Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Next up, Shahid Kapoor and Tripti Dimri have joined forces for Vishal Bhardwaj's action-packed thriller. Titled O Romeo, the film will be hitting the silver screen soon on Valentine's Day 2026. Take a look at this report to know more.
over predictable pairings, Bollywood's game changer alert is here. Shahid Kapoor and Tripti Dimri have joined forces for Vishal Bhardwaj's action-packed thriller. The film, which wrapped its shoot in the stunning locales of Spain this August, has now entered the post-production phase. Shot across picturesque backdrops, O Romeo promises a perfect blend of action, drama and high-voltage performances. The film marks the fourth collaboration between Shahid Kapoor and the director after Kamine, Haider and Rangoon. It is a high-octane action thriller and also stars Nana Patekar. Directed by Vishal Bhardwaj, the project has been produced by Sajid Nadiawala's Grandson Entertainment. The project also brings Shahid and Tripti Dimri together on the screen for the first time. O Romeo also stars Nana Patekar, Randeep Hooda, Avinash Tiwari and Disha Patni, among others. Meanwhile, Shahid Kapoor was last seen in Deva alongside Pooja Hegde.
And this time I want full freedom.
Tripti's plate is far from empty. She's gearing up for major projects, including Animal Park, the sequel to Ranveer Kapoor's blockbuster Animal. And the pan-India film Spirit, co-starring Prabhas. Interestingly, both these ventures are being directed by Sandeep Reddy Vanga, promising dark and intense narratives. She was recently seen in Dharak 2, starring alongside Siddhant Chaturvedi. The film garnered positive response but failed to mint numbers at the box office.
अपन गिरते गिरते इतना गिर गए ना कि उठना ही भूल गए।
मरने और लड़ने में से एक को चुनना हो।
बस एक धड़क चाहिए।
The film also starred Zakir Hussain, Diksha Joshi, Vipin Sharma, Saad Bilgrami, Harish Khanna and Saurabh Sachdeva, among others.
पापा मैं उसमें खरबूजा उगाई थी।
हर पौधे की अपनी एक जगह होती है। अगर एक को दूसरे
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
तो पौधा मर जाएगा।
And Bollywood's favorite young pair is making a grand comeback on the screens just as they are on Instagram Reels. Kartik Aaryan and Ananya Pandey reunite for a brand new love story. Tu Meri, Main Tera, Tu Meri. With Kartik as Ray and Ananya as Rumi, the film is all set to hit the silver screens with an early release on 31st December. Take a look.
Love is all about to get louder, crazier and way more cinematic, as the Bollywood's favorite on-screen couple is back. Kartik Aaryan and Ananya Pandey have reunited after nearly 5 years for a fresh dose of romance in their upcoming film Tu Meri Main Tera, Tu Meri. The character of Kartik was already introduced as Ray. Ananya will be playing Rumi. The fresh love story is being produced by Karan Johar's Dharma Productions. Recently, Kartik also shared a series of pictures on social media, donning fresh new look as Ray.
The duo recently wrapped up filming, and the makers have now announced a new release date, with the film being brought forward. Sharing a post on social media announcing the new release date of the movie. The post featured the release date along with the lead actor's picture from the film's wrap party. The movie was earlier slated to hit the screens on Valentine's Day 2026 and has now been preponed and slated for a release on 31st December.
In fact, this film is the second collaboration of Kartik Aaryan and Ananya Pandey after their 2019 film Pati Patni Aur Wo.
हमारी पत्नी का चक्कर चल रहा है.
What?
Affair.
Released in 2019, the romantic comedy also featured Bhumi Pednekar and was directed by Mudassar Aziz.
तुम इस शादी में कर क्या रहे हो?
अच्छे दिनों का इंतजार.
खिलाइए भाभी, ये इंसान काम को ना तपस्या मानता है.
Now, Tu Meri Main Tera Tu Meri is directed by the filmmaker Sameer Vidwans, who earlier worked with Kartik Aaryan on the 2023 hit film Satya Prem Ki Katha.
ये बासी फाफड़े जैसे मुंह बनाए खड़ा है.
अना तू ना इसलिए.
अरे एक शॉट में कंसीव किया दिवाली और मैंने तुझे यार.
तो मैं अपने बच्चों को कब कंसीव करूं पापा?
शादी के लिए इतना ही उतावला हो रहा है ना? क्या लड़की ढूंढ अपने लिए?
Meanwhile, Ananya was last seen in Call Me Bay and then in Kesari 2, for which she also got a lot of appreciation.
An Indian lady lawyer.
Why are you surprised? Doesn't your England have queens?
मैं जलियांवाला बाग का सच पूरी दुनिया के सामने लाऊंगा.
While Kartik is on a roll, he is gearing up for Nagzilla and also headlining Anurag Basu's untitled musical saga opposite South sensation Sri Leela. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
And it should be music to your ears to know that Bollywood's favorite composer duo, Vishal Dadlani and Shekhar Ravjiani, turned up the volume a tad bit as they celebrated 25 glorious years with back-to-back high-octane concerts in Delhi NCR and Mumbai. The tour pulled in a sea of fans, transforming the nights into an unforgettable, star-studded Silver Jubilee extravaganza. Dive into this report to know more.
2, 3, go!
Indian music witnessed a landmark moment this weekend. Iconic composer duo Vishal Dadlani and Shekhar Ravijani celebrated 25 years of their extraordinary journey with back-to-back power-packed shows in Delhi NCR and Mumbai. The live tour attracted waves of passionate fans, turning the concerts into a historic Silver Jubilee celebration filled with energy, emotion, and unforgettable moments. The Mumbai concert, held after a blockbuster Delhi NCR show on Friday, was less a performance and more a nationwide sing-along. As the night unfolded, the emotions inside the stadium became as intense as the music itself. The crowd jumped, danced, and celebrated arm in arm while families swayed together in harmony. A heartfelt highlight came when Shekhar paid tribute to legendary singer R.D. Burman, serenading the audience with his iconic songs. A gesture that brought nostalgia and warmth to fans of all generations. The celebrations were amplified by dazzling pyrotechnics, confetti showers, and giant visuals, turning the venue into a spectacular festival of sound, color, and emotion. By dazzling pyrotechnics, confetti showers and giant visuals, the night felt like a festival of sound, color and nostalgia. One of the standout moments came when Salim Merchant surprised fans by joining Vishal on stage for a rousing performance of Qurban Hua. As the Silver Jubilee tour concluded, fans across Delhi and Mumbai were left with memories of two unforgettable nights. The concerts were not just about revisiting hit songs, but about celebrating the emotional journey of Indian cinema's favorite music duo, 25 years of rhythm, energy and togetherness. With Pranjali Sethi, Entertainment Bureau, India Today. From Marvel finally releasing the official first look of Robert Downey Jr. as Dr. Doom in Avengers Doomsday, to Janhvi Kapoor and Ishaan Khattar and Vishal's film Homebound getting a global release date. Up next is our segment, What's Trending? What's trending? Marvel finally released the official first look of Robert Downey Jr. as Dr. Doom in Avengers Doomsday. Rather than an official post, the reveal was made at the Walt Disney Studios Marketing Expo in Shanghai. The concept art showed Downey Jr. in a comic-accurate armor, the iconic green hood and cape, leather belt, chain vest, and his signature metallic mask. He was seen sitting on a throne along with a highly advanced technological device set to enable multiverse travel.
The one person.
The masterminds behind Infinity War and Endgame, Russo brothers, are back with it. And so is Robert Downey Jr., but not as Iron Man. This time, he will be trading the suit for something darker as Dr. Doom. With budgets reportedly soaring past $300 million, the film is positioned as the studio's biggest tentpole event since Endgame, marking the end of a 6-year wait when it hits theaters on May 1, 2026, the next chapter in the Avengers saga. Shahid Kapoor, Kriti Sanon and Rashmika Mandanna's Cocktail 2 is shaping up to be one of the most anticipated films of the year. Bollywood is abuzz as the highly anticipated sequel to Cocktail has officially began shooting. Shahid shared a dapper-looking selfie, meanwhile Rashmika shared a behind-the-scenes glimpse of her look in the film, further amplifying the mania. The sequel is backed by Dinesh Vijan's Maddock Films and is written by Love Ranjan. While the details about the plot are being kept under wraps, but fans can expect the film to hit theaters in late 2026.
क्या आप बिलीव करते हैं लव एट फर्स्ट साइट में?
The original 2012 film, which was a massive hit directed by Homi Adjania, was praised for its story and performances by Saif Ali Khan, Deepika Padukone and Diana Penty in lead roles. On the work front, Shahid Kapoor will next be seen in Vishal Bhardwaj's O Romeo. Kriti Sanon, on the other hand, just wrapped up the shooting for Anand Del Rai's Tere Ishq Mein, slated for release on 28 November, and Rashmika Mandanna will be next seen in Thama. The wait is finally over as Bollywood's much-awaited drama Homebound, starring Ishaan Khattar, Vishal Jetwa and Janhvi Kapoor, will hit theatres worldwide on September 26. Directed by Neeraj Ghaiwan and produced by Karan Johar's Dharma Productions, the film has already earned international acclaim, with a rare 9-minute standing ovation at Cannes and praise at Toronto. For the Anwars, the story focuses on two childhood friends from a small North Indian village who dream of becoming police officers. Seeking dignity, they've long been denied.
छोड़ के भागोगे? स्टेडियम भर के अभ्यर्थी नहीं दिख रहे तुमको? कोई चांस नहीं, हम आरआरबी का एग्जाम दे देंगे।
अबे वहाँ भी उतनी मारामारी होगी।
बेकार ही भर दिया यार तुम हमारा फार्म।
तो क्या करना है? ईंट पत्थर उठाने?
आओ यार।
As they inch closer to their goal, mounting pressures challenge their friendship. After its theatrical run, Homebound will be available on Netflix, making it one of 2025's most talked about films.
चंदन, कहाँ जा रहे हो बे? बे रुको साले। बिना मैच के लिए स्टेडियम छोड़ के भागोगे?
स्टेडियम भर के अभ्यर्थी नहीं दिख रहे तुमको? कोई चांस नहीं, हम आरआरबी का एग्जाम दे देंगे।
अबे वहाँ भी उतनी मारामारी होगी।
बेकार ही भर दिया यार तुम हमारा फार्म।
तो क्या करना है? ईंट पत्थर उठाने?
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
आओ यार।
And that's all we could pack in our broadcast today. But keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today for your daily dose of everything entertainment. This is me, Shreya Srivastav, signing off for today. Till the next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
watching India Today.
Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching India Today with me, Sriya Kundu, and we have all the top stories lined up for you in this very hour. But before that, we'll quickly take a glance at the headlines doing the rounds. On the eve of GST 2.0 launch, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is to address the nation at 5 p.m. today. Ahead of trade talks in the United States, Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal will visit US tomorrow. Meanwhile, White House clarifies $100,000 fee is applicable for new visas only. Vijay targets Stalin government on causing up to Prime Minister Modi and Vijay. DMK fact checks TVK. Meanwhile, Chief Vijay. DMK slams Vijay for spreading misinformation. Bihar BJP releases video of crowd abusing Prime Minister Modi, his mother in an RJD rally in yet another instance. BJP slams the RJD. RJD says BJP is using a distorted video. Assam mourns demise of iconic singer Zubeen Garg. Sea of fans gather to pay their last respect to their beloved singer. Final rites are to be performed soon. After Nepal, Gen Z protests in Peru. Hundreds of young demonstrators clashed with police in Lima over pension reforms, crime rates. We're beginning the bulletin with our focus on the biggest story of the day. All eyes on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's scheduled address that is to take place at 5 p.m. today, just a day before the newly announced GST rate cuts come into effect. While the exact agenda of the address still hasn't been disclosed, the timing suggests that it may be linked to the GST reforms, which are set to reduce the prices of several consumer goods starting Monday, September 22nd. Now, the address also comes amid significant developments on multiple fronts. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal is set to depart for the US tomorrow to further trade negotiations in the backdrop of ongoing tariff tensions. Now, additionally, the speech coincides with the heightened concerns over Trump administration's H-1B visa overhaul, which could also have a major impact on Indian professionals. Now, this, remember, will be Prime Minister Modi's first national address since India and Pakistan reached a bilateral understanding in May following the Pahalgam terror attack and India's response through the Operation Sindoor. So this is what we are looking at. But while we're looking at, or rather awaiting, this very address that's to take place at 5 p.m. today, let's also listen into what Prime Minister Modi has already said on the GST reforms and his vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat.
100 दुखों की एक ही दवाई है और वो है आत्मनिर्भर भारत। आत्मनिर्भर भारत। लेकिन इसके लिए हमें चुनौतियों से टकराना होगा। हमें दूसरे देशों पर अपनी निर्भरता लगातार कम करते जाना होगा और अब भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनकर दुनिया के सामने मजबूती के साथ खड़ा होना ही होगा।
साथियों, इस दिवाली में आपकी डबल दिवाली का काम मैं करने वाला हूं। इस दिवाली में आपको एक बहुत बड़ा तोहफा देशवासियों को मिलने वाला है। पिछले 8 साल से हमने जीएसटी का बहुत बड़ा रिफॉर्म किया। पूरे देश में टैक्स के बर्डन को कम किया, टैक्स की व्यवस्थाओं को सरल किया और 8 साल के बाद समय की मांग है कि हम एक बार उसको रिव्यू करें। हमने एक हाई पावर कमेटी को बिठा करके रिव्यू शुरू किया, राज्यों से भी विचार विमर्श किया, और मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हम नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लेकर के आ रहे हैं। ये दिवाली के अंदर आपके लिए तोहफा बन जाएंगे। सामान्य मानवीय की जरूरतों के टैक्स भारी मात्रा में कम कर दिए जाएंगे। बहुत बड़ी सुविधा बढ़ेगी। हमारे एमएसएमई, हमारे लघु उद्यमी, इनको बहुत बड़ा लाभ मिलेगा। रोजमर्रा की चीजें बहुत सस्ती हो जाएगी और उससे इकोनॉमी को भी एक नया बल मिलने वाला है।
Now, from Independence Day promises to the festive season reality, GST rate cuts kick in this Monday. From foods and clothes to cars and consumer gadgets, prices are all set to fall. Lighter bills, heavier pockets and a consumption push that could fuel not just shopping sprees, but India's economic growth story. Take a look at what all awaits.
इस दिवाली में आपको एक बहुत बड़ा तोहफा देशवासियों को मिलने वाला है।
The wait, which began with the Prime Minister's Independence Day speech, will finally be ending soon. On the other side of this weekend, prices across the country, across categories, across products will fall. Thanks to cut in GST rates, shoppers will be spending less, their bills will be lighter, and their pockets heavier as they exit shops. The activity in markets once Navratri begins will be unprecedented. Coming Monday, the GST Council's rate cuts will kick in, whether it's the gadgets in your home, the clothes you wear, the groceries you order, or even the dining bills when you go out. Your monthly budget is about to feel lighter.
If it is daily use, if it is middle class aspiration, if it's farmer, if it is MSME, if it's for the larger good of the economy, all of them are coming down in the rate.
Food items top the list, with most now under the 0 to 5% category. Only aerated drinks are in the 40% slab. FMCG giants HUL and ITC have already announced price reductions. Clothes are also mainly in the 5% slab, with just a handful attracting 18% tax. Footwear will also be taxed at 5%. Health products will attract 0 to 5% GST. Consumer electronics will see a 10% tax cut. Agriculture goods, including fertilizers, will also fall under the 5% slab. A big price cut also awaits car buyers.
The government, strong push by the GST reform, I think market outlook is quite positive towards H2. And I believe the market will show the strong revive, and I think strong growth will start happening in H2 after GST reform.
For families, that means every meal out and every shopping spree could save you a few hundred rupees. Retailers say the festive season sales will get an extra boost as consumers loosen their purse strings.
So we very clearly are expecting to be a mega festive this year. Your summer has not gone well, so the entire pent-up demand, we definitely expect it to all get consumed in festive. Over and above that, I think the drop in GST in air conditioner from 20 to 18 will actually boost consumption in a very big way. So we are very excited for the festive season, and we're all prepared to have a great sales in festive.
In front of us, the biggest festive season is remaining ahead of us. So it'll be a little premature to comment on year-over-year numbers because it's not apples to apples yet. In the fullness of time, we're expecting this to be our biggest ever festival season. And once it's out, I think we'll all know what the numbers look like.
The GST cuts will add momentum to India's consumption story. Household demand had slowed in the past year due to higher inflation, but cheaper essentials and leisure spending could give a psychological push, encouraging people to spend rather than save. Even a 5 to 6% increase in savings could act as a force multiplier for the economy. With consumption making up for nearly 60% of India's GDP, the government is banking on GST cuts to lift demand in the festive quarter from Dussehra to Diwali. Finance Ministry puts the extra income in hands of the consumer at a whopping 2 lakh crore rupees.
By injecting this amount through the rate cuts for GST, we are actually giving 10 times of what PLIs are giving directly to the people. You get that money in your hand, you decide how do you want to spend, you want to promote in terms of consuming certain goods from some sectors, whether it is cars or anything else.
When the taxman takes less, the consumer smiles more. But the festive story is bigger than the shopping bill. India's economy runs on consumption, and if rate cuts succeed in pushing families to spend more, it won't just cheer retailers and restaurants, it could also lift the entire growth curve. With inflation cooling, policymakers are betting that tax relief at the checkout counter will translate into a broader economic revival. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
Now, Union Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal is set to lead a delegation to the United States on Monday, September 22nd, that is, as India-US trade negotiations enter a key phase. Right ahead of this visit, Goyal reaffirmed India's commitment to protecting farmers' interests, underlining that farmers' welfare remains central to any trade discussions. Now, he was said to have made it clear that there would be no compromise on issues affecting the agricultural sector and that securing fair terms for Indian farmers is a top priority in the broader trade dialogue. The visit follows recent talks in New Delhi between the United States Chief Negotiator Brendan Lynch and Indian official Rajesh Agrawal, which were described by the Commerce Ministry as positive. Now, both sides reportedly agreed to work toward a swift and mutually beneficial trade agreement. Discussions held significance due to the US implementing 50% tariff on India.
Sure, this will also accelerate our vision to double agri and agri-based exports in the next 5 years. We trust in Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his promise that our farmers' welfare will be primary to our trade negotiations and that we will never compromise with the interests of our farmers.
मैं गांधी की धरती पे से बोल रहा हूं। मेरे देश के लघु उद्यमी हो, किसान हो, पशुपालक हो, हर किसी के लिए मैं आपको बार बार वादा करता हूं, मोदी के लिए आपके हित सर्वोपरि है। मेरी सरकार लघु उद्यमियों का, किसानों का, पशुपालकों का कभी भी अहित नहीं होने देंगे। दबाव कितना ही क्यों न आए, हम झेलने की अपनी ताकत बढ़ाते जाएंगे। दुनिया में आर्थिक स्वार्थ वाली राजनीति सबको अपना करने में लगा है। उसे हम भली भांति देख रहे हैं। मेरे छोटे छोटे दुकानदार भाई बहनों से कहूंगा, मेरे किसान भाइयों से कहूंगा, मेरे पशुपालक भाई बहन से कहूंगा, और मैं गांधी की धरती पे से बोल रहा हूं, मेरे देश के लघु उद्यमी हो, किसान हो, पशुपालक हो, हर किसी के लिए मैं आपको बार बार वादा करता हूं, मोदी के लिए आपके हित सर्वोपरि है। मेरी सरकार लघु उद्यमियों का, किसानों का, पशुपालकों का कभी भी अहित नहीं होने देंगी। दबाव कितना ही क्यों न आए, हम झेलने की अपनी ताकत बढ़ाते जाएंगे।
Now, days ahead of Bihar elections, the spotlight is back on Gali politics. Once again, Prime Minister has been abused in public. And this time, Prime Minister Modi was allegedly abused by RJD supporters at Tejashwi's rally. Bihar BJP posted a video of Tejashwi Yadav holding a rally and a supporter abusing Modi in the background. The BJP has also alleged that despite the incident unfolding in front of Tejashwi Yadav, he did not try and stop the RJD supporters. BJP has in fact launched a scathing attack at the opposition and claimed that this was being done at the behest of Lalu's family. BJP claims that people of Bihar will not tolerate the insult of Prime Minister Modi and will be giving a befitting reply to the RJD and Congress in the upcoming polls. So this is the Gali politics that's currently underway in Bihar right ahead of elections that's to take place shortly. Meanwhile, the RJD too has denied the allegations and said that the BJP was floating doctored videos. Let's quickly take a look at the reactions.
आज बिहार में फिर से लालू जी के युवराज तेजस्वी यादव के मंचों से प्रधानमंत्री की मां को गाली दी गई। लगा कि 1990 के दशक में जो जंगल राज था उसका संस्कार अभी भी तेजस्वी यादव से हटा नहीं है और वही संस्कार लिए तेजस्वी यादव के मंचों से गाली दी गई। ये अपमान है बिहार के करोड़ों माँ का।
भाजपा की बेचैनी बढ़ गई है, इसीलिए भाजपा द्वारा तरह तरह के कुचक्र और प्रपंच किए जा रहे हैं जिससे इस यात्रा को बदनाम किया जा सके। ध्यान भटकाने के लिए एक कुचक्र और प्रपंच रचा गया है। जिस वीडियो के बारे में कहा जा रहा है कि यह तेजस्वी जी की सभा का वीडियो है, उस वीडियो देखने से ही लगता है कि यह एडिटेड वीडियो है। तो ऐसी राजनीति भाजपा की संस्कार और संस्कृति रही है।
Now, when we speak of the Gali politics that's underway in Bihar, remember Bihar is a poll-bound state. Let's quickly first listen in to what exactly was said at this very rally against Prime Minister Modi. Let us remind you viewers, this is not the first time abuses are hurled at Prime Minister Modi. Earlier also during a rally in Bihar, Congress workers abused the Prime Minister from the stage. Let's listen in to what had happened back then. Now we have breaking news coming in from the state of Maharashtra. Hackers target Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister's X account has been hacked. They've posted images of Pakistan and Turkey flags. Account has been restored after 45 minutes. Cybercrime police are probing the case right now. So these viewers are the visuals that we're also picking up of the very account. And when Pakistan and Turkey flags were in fact posted on it, hackers found their way into this very account of Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde. These are the visuals that we have for you viewers of the account and what exactly was posted on the account post being hacked. The cybercrime police is currently probing into the case as to who was behind it. But this is Eknath Shinde's X account hacked 45 minutes post which we get to understand that it was restored. Turkey and Pakistan's flags, as you can see on your screens, both highlighted in the very post. It was Deputy Chief Minister's account on platform X that had been hacked. Took 45 minutes to in fact restore it. These are the crucial details we're bringing to you at this point of this very breaking news. And right now we have Mustafa joining us on the broadcast to bring us more details on this. Mustafa, a very good afternoon to you. What else are we learning right now about the probe that's been launched into the case?
Well, we know that this morning Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's account was hacked because there were a flag of Turkey which were displayed on his Twitter account, which raised suspicion, and also there was a Pakistani flag which was posted on from Eknath Shinde's account, and hence the X account, which has about 1.1 million following, it was assumed that it has been hacked, and hence the cybercrime police was informed. They had been reinstating this account within 30 to 45 minutes, but somebody who hacked the account tried to send some message, and this was, it seems to be some unhacking which has been done from outside the country, and hence Pakistani or Turkish flags were likely to be put on his X account, is what the police is assuming, but they are investigating further.
Right, Mustafa, thank you for bringing us all those details into this very story. Viewers, that's all that we're picking up on this very breaking news that we bring to you. Eknath Shinde, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, whose X account was hacked, and there were several photographs that were posted of the Pakistani and Turkey flag. Now the cybercrime is probing into the matter. Of course, after 45 minutes, this account was restored. With that, viewers, we have come to an end to this very edition of the Bulletin, but do stay tuned to India Today as we keep a watch on all the big stories and the latest updates that are coming in, and we bring it to you right here. Stay tuned and keep watching India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Fusion, the undisputed, most loved phone. Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. BJP alleges PM's mother abused again during Tejasvi Yadav's Yatra. Opposition slams government over H-1B visa. Says foreign policy has failed. India to face Pakistan in Super 4 match at Dubai in the Asia Cup.
India Today Conclave Mumbai 2025. September 25 and 26 Mumbai. Book your seat now.
This is just the beginning. I think more and more people will come. This is just the people from Guwahati University, but from what information I have, there are many people from across the state of Assam who are traveling overnight. We can expect the crowds to really swell up. I hope the administration is ready. Hopefully once the body arrives here, we will be able to say farewell to Zubeen in the manner we want to.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
9 months into US President Donald Trump's second term, 242 days to be exact, the numbers are telling a story the president won't like. According to The Economist and YouGov, Trump's net approval rating has sunk to minus 17%, down another 2.6 points in just a week. Only 39% of Americans approve, while 56% disapprove, and 4% remain unsure. Most presidents begin their terms with a wave of goodwill, but not Trump. His net approval ratings are negative and sinking. Discontent isn't just about inflation or jobs. Even on issues like immigration and crime, once his strongest suits, voters are now turning away. Trump's promises were grand. Incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish. But the reality? A trade war, market jitters, and a middle class still waiting for that comeback. And he's not just judged against his own words, he's judged against history. Under Joe Biden, inflation became the villain, fueled by COVID and conflict in Ukraine. With Trump back, expectations were sky high, but outcomes are underwhelming. And now even his base is fracturing. As per YouGov data, white, male, older voters still stand by him, but young people, minorities, and college grads are firmly in the disapprove camp. As Trump redefines his legacy, the American people are still deciding if they are on board. Bureau Report, India Today.
Watching India Today.
AIADMK General Secretary and Opposition Leader Edapadi K. Palaniswamy's Payanam is in its fifth and crucial phase. During the fourth phase of the Payanam at Thondamuttur in Coimbatore, EPS rolled out a list of the AIDMK's election promises, including the revival of Amma canteens with quality food, the opening of 4,000 Amma mini clinics, measures to mitigate human-animal conflict in the region, and a cash gift of Rs 2,500 for all ration card holders during Pongal.
அதிமுக ஆட்சி மலர்ந்தவுடன் நம்முடைய ஏழை தொழிலாளிகள் தாழ்த்தப்பட்ட மக்களுக்கு பல லட்சம் மதிப்புள்ள கான்கிரீட் வீடு அற்புதமாக கட்டி கொடுக்கப்படும். இன்னைக்கு அதிமுக ஆட்சி மலர்ந்த பிறகு ஒவ்வொரு தீபாவளி என்றும் நம்முடைய தாய்மார்களுக்கும் சகோதரிகளுக்கும் அற்புதமான சேலை கொடுக்கப்படும். அதே போல அம்மா உணவகம் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சியில் அம்மா உணவகத்தை மூடுவதற்கு திட்டமிட்டார்கள். அதை முறியடிக்கப்பட்டது. இருந்தாலும் பல நகரத்தில் அம்மா உணவகம் முழுமையாக செயல்பட முடியாத நிலை. அதில் இருக்கிற பணியாளரை குறைச்சிட்டாங்க. அதுக்கு கொடுக்கின்ற பொருள் எல்லாம் தரம் இல்லாமல் கொடுக்குறாங்க. அதனால தரமான உணவு பல அம்மா உணவகத்தில் கிடைக்கல. அதிமுக ஆட்சி மலர்ந்தவுடன் மக்கள் விருப்பப்படி தரமான உணவு அம்மா உணவகத்தில் வழங்கப்படும்.
EPS sharply criticized the Tamil Nadu government for neglecting development in Thondamuttur over the past 4 years. He reminded the people that once the AIDMK returns to power, all the stalled projects will be resumed.
அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் பாரதிய ஜனதாவும் ஒரு வலிமையான கூட்டணியாக இன்றைய தினம் அமைந்திருக்கின்றது. இன்றைக்கு மத்தியிலும் சரி ஆட்சி செய்கின்றவர்கள் சிறப்பான ஆட்சி செய்து மூன்றாவது முறையாக இன்றைக்கு பாரதிய ஜனதா ஆட்சியிலே அமர்ந்திருக்கின்றது. அதே போல அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் தமிழகத்திலே 31 ஆண்டு காலம் ஆட்சி செய்திருக்கிறது. அந்த 31 ஆண்டு கால ஆட்சியில தான் இன்றைக்கு மாநிலத்திற்கு பல்வேறு திட்டங்களை கொண்டு வந்து இன்றைக்கு அந்த திட்டத்தின் மூலமாக மக்களுக்கு நன்மை கிடைத்திருக்கிறது. இன்றைக்கு மாநிலத்தில் இருந்தாலும் சரி மத்தியில் இருந்தாலும் சரி சரியான முறையிலே அணுகி தேவையான நிதிகளை பெற்று தேவையான திட்டங்களுக்கு அனுமதி பெற்று மக்கள் என்ன எண்ணுகின்றார்களோ அதை நிறைவேற்றப்பட்ட அரசாங்கம் அதிமுக அரசாங்கம்.
Earlier in the fourth phase of the Payanam in Dindigul district, he addressed massive gatherings in Attur, Odanchatram and Palani constituencies. At every stop, EPS has been meeting people, listening to their voices and reminding them that this journey of rise is about rebuilding trust and charting a new roadmap for Tamil Nadu's future.
தமிழகத்தை
In Attur, EPS paid rich tributes to freedom fighter Pasumpon Muthuramalinga Thevar. He reiterated AIDMK's long-standing demand that Bharat Ratna be conferred on this great patriot and philanthropist. He also assured that AIDMK will strongly press for Madurai Airport to be renamed in Thevar's honor, symbolizing pride and respect for Tamil Nadu's icons.
தமிழ்நாடு குறிப்பா தென் மாவட்ட மக்கள் நெஞ்சங்களிலே நீக்கா வாழும் பசுமன் ஐயா முத்துராமலிங்க தேவர் அவர்களுக்கு நாட்டின் உயரிய விருதான பாரத ரத்னா விருதினை வழங்க வேண்டும் என்று அதிமுக சார்பா மத்திய அரசிடம் கோரிக்கை வைப்பு. அதை நிறைவேற்றுவதற்கு அனைத்து முயற்சியும் அதிமுக கட்சி எடுக்கும். அதே போல தென் மாவட்ட மக்களுடைய நெஞ்சங்களிலே வாழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற தேசியம் தெய்வமும் எனது இரு கண்கள் என வாழ்ந்து காட்டிய ஐயா பசுமன் முத்துராமலிங்க தேவர் திருமகனார் அவருடைய பெயரை மதுரை விமான நிலையத்திற்கு பெயர் வைக்க வேண்டும் என்று அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தின் சார்பாக மத்திய அரசை வலியுறுத்தி அந்த பெயர் வைப்பதற்கான முயற்சியை அதிமுக கட்சி செயல்படுத்தும் என்பதை இந்த நேரத்திலே தெரிவிக்க விரும்புகின்றேன்.
Turning to law and order, EPS reminded the people that peace and safety are the foundation of prosperity. Referring to the recent incidents across the state, he warned symbolically of a disturbing bomb culture creeping into society. urging citizens to imagine a Tamil Nadu where families can feel safe, workers can labor without fear, and youth can dream without insecurity.
சிந்திச்சு பாருங்க, இன்னைக்கு தமிழகத்தில் குண்டு கலாச்சாரம் வந்து விட்டது. நான் அடிக்கடி எல்லா கூட்டத்திலும் பேசி வருகிறேன். தமிழக அரசு செயலற்ற அரசாக இன்னைக்கு இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இன்னைக்கு மக்களுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு இல்ல. அதேபோல பொது வாழ்வில் இருக்கின்ற மக்களுக்கும் பாதுகாப்பு இல்ல. இந்த ஆட்சி இருக்கின்ற வரை மக்கள் நிம்மதியாக வாழ முடியாது.
In Dindigul, EPS voiced the concerns of residents who feel the district has been overlooked. Despite being represented in government, people here complain that no major project has come in recent years. EPS contrasted this with AIDMK's track record, stressing that development must not bypass a district that is rich in agriculture, trade and cultural heritage.
திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் ஆட்சி அமைக்கப்பட்டு 52 மாத காலம் நிறைவு பெற்று விட்டது. இந்த 52 மாத திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சியில இந்த தொகுதியில் ஏதாவது ஒரு பெரிய திட்டத்தை கொண்டு வந்திருக்காங்களா? அது மட்டுமல்ல, திண்டுக்கல் மாவட்டத்திற்கு எந்த ஒரு திட்டத்தையும் கொண்டு வரவில்லை. இந்த தொகுதியில் இருக்கின்றவர் அமைச்சராக இருக்கின்றார். சிந்தித்து பாருங்கள்.
He recalled that under AIDMK, a rupees 350 crore government medical college and hospital was established in Dindigul, transforming healthcare access for ordinary families. The project stood as an example of how effective coordination between the state and centre can deliver results when governance is people-centric. EPS reminded the people that AIDMK has always translated promises into tangible action.
அம்மாவுடைய அரசு சுமார் 350 கோடி நிதி ஒதுக்கீடு செய்யப்பட்டு மத்திய மாநில அரசுகள் இணைந்து அற்புதமான அரசு மருத்துவக் கல்லூரி மருத்துவமனை கொண்டு வந்து சாதனை படைத்த அரசாங்கம் அதிமுக அரசாங்கம். இந்த மருத்துவமனை மக்களுக்கு உயர்தர அறுவை சிகிச்சை செய்யக்கூடிய அளவிற்கு அந்த மருத்துவமனையில் வசதி நிறைந்த மருத்துவமனை. நான் முதலமைச்சர் இருந்த பொழுது இந்த ஏழை மக்களுக்கு இந்த அரசு மருத்துவக் கல்லூரி மருத்துவமனை மூலமாக சிறப்பான வைத்தியம் செய்ய வேண்டும், சிகிச்சை அளிக்க வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக எவ்வளவு நிதி செலவானாலும் பரவாயில்ல, ஆனா மக்களுக்கு தரமான சிகிச்சை கொடுக்க வேண்டும் என்ற அடிப்படையில் 350 கோடியில.
Looking to the future, EPS pledged that AIDMK's next government will bring fresh investment, upgraded infrastructure and targeted welfare to Dindigul. From modern healthcare to road networks, from farmer support to industrial promotion, the district will see projects that create jobs, uplift livelihoods and ensure no community is left behind.
ஆத்தூர் காமராஜர் நீர்த்தேக்கம் 115 கோடி மதிப்பில் தூர்வாரப்பட்டு புனரமைக்கப்பட்டது. ஆத்தூர் தொகுதிக்குட்பட்ட அனைத்து கிராமங்களும் காவிரி கூட்டுக்குடி திட்டம் மூலம் கொண்டு வரப்பட்டு மக்களுக்கு தூய்மையான நீரை கொடுத்தது அதிமுக ஆட்சி. ஆத்தூர் நரசிங்கம் ராஜவாய்க்கால் 10 கோடி மதிப்பில் புதிய அமைக்கப்பட்டது. தாடிக்கொம்பு ஐயம்பாளையம் செல்லும் வழியில குடகனாறு ஆற்று பாலம் 3 கோடி மதிப்பில் கட்டப்பட்டது. மற்றும் குடகனாறு ஆற்றில தடுப்பணை கட்டப்பட்டது. செக்கைய கவுண்டன் குளம், சின்ன ராமகவுண்டன் குளம், நாராயண நெட்டி குளம், ஏந்தல் குளம் ஆகிய 2 கோடி மதிப்பில் தூர்வாரப்பட்டது. அதே போல ஆத்தூர் காமச்சார் நீர்த்தேக்கத்தின் கீழ் துணை அணை கட்டப்பட்டது. இப்படி பல்வேறு திட்டங்களை அதிமுக ஆட்சியில் கொண்டு வந்து நிறைவேற்றுகிறோம். அதோட பல திட்டங்கள் நீங்கள் நிறைவேற்ற வேண்டும் என்று கோரிக்கை வச்சிருக்கீங்க. இன்னைக்கு அந்த கோரிக்கையும் அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் அமைந்தவுடன் நிறைவேற்றி கொடுக்கப்படும் என்பதை நேரத்தில் தெரிவித்து இந்த எழுச்சி பயணம் சிறப்பாக அமைய.
As his payanam moves ahead, EPS continues to meet farmers, traders, students, women and professionals. Every voice shaping his vision for Tamil Nadu. In Dindigul, the message was clear. AIDMK's journey of rise is not just political. It is about honoring history, ensuring safety and delivering growth to every household.
வேகமா நடந்தாச்சு புரட்சி தமிழர் எழுச்சி பயணம் புயலா உருவாச்சு நம்ம சேரும் போது வெற்றி வந்து விழுந்தாச்சு மக்களை காப்போம் தமிழகத்தை மீட்போம் மக்களை காப்போம் தமிழகத்தை மீட்போம்
Along with his public addresses, EPS recently convened a dynamic meeting with representatives from various organizations at Dindigul. The gathering saw enthusiastic participation from farmers, traders, community leaders, and social organizations, all coming together to discuss the pressing issues faced by citizens across Tamil Nadu. The atmosphere resonated with a strong sense of purpose, unity, and commitment toward the state's progress.
திண்டுக்கல் மாநகராட்சி சொத்து வரி எல்லா மாநகராட்சி எல்லா இதுலேயும் 6% வருடம் கூட்டிகிட்டு இருக்கிறாங்க. அது ஒரு சின்ன கால்குலேஷன் போட்டிருக்கிறோம். அதாவது இன்றைக்கி 15,000 ரூபா டாக்ஸ் கட்டுறவங்க 10 வருஷத்தில் 28,000 ரூபாயும் 20 வருஷத்தில் 48,000 ரூபாயும் 30 வருஷத்தில் 86,000 ரூபா கட்டுவாங்க. சொத்தை விற்று தான் கட்ட வேண்டியிருக்கும்.
விவசாய பொருட்கள் மீது சந்தை கட்டணம் செஸ் வரி முழுமையாக நீக்கப்பட வேண்டும். திண்டுக்கல் புறநகர் பஸ் நிலையம் அமைப்பதில் பின்னடைவு ஏற்பட்டுள்ளது, அதை விரைவுபடுத்த வேண்டும். தமிழக அரசினுடைய சொத்து வரி, தொழில் வரி, குப்பை வரி, தொழில் உரிமை கட்டணம் குறைக்கப்பட வேண்டும்.
During the discussions, participants raised critical demands. Farmers sought completion of irrigation projects like Metupatti and Siramani and waivers on market taxes. Traders and industries emphasized reducing PAK tariffs, property taxes and GST. The leather sector flagged tax hikes and pollution concerns. Tourism representatives called for developing Sirumalai and Peliyar parks. Community leaders stressed social justice, minority rights, education and health care, while concerns over law and order, crime control and environmental protection reflected a shared vision for a safe and prosperous Tamil Nadu.
ஆகவே இந்த ஒரு கோரிக்கையை நீங்கள் நிறைவேற்றி தந்தீர்கள் என்றால் எங்களுக்கு மிகவும் பயனுள்ளதாக இருக்கும். வாழ்நாள் முழுவதும் உங்களுக்கு நாங்கள் உங்கள் அருகில் இருப்போம். மேலும் அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம்தான் கிறிஸ்தவ மக்களுக்கு அதிகமான நன்மைகளை செய்திருக்கின்றது என்பதை இங்கு நான் உறுதிப்பட சொல்ல முடியும்.
நீங்கள் தான் மக்களை காக்க வேண்டும், தமிழகத்தை மீட்க வேண்டும். இந்த போதையில் இருந்து, அநியாயத்திலிருந்து, அக்கிரமத்திலிருந்து, ஊழலிலிருந்து மீட்பதற்கு நீங்கள் தான் மீட்பராக வந்திருக்கிறீர்கள். எனவே உங்களை வரவேற்கிறோம்.
Responding to these demands, EPS assured every representative that their concerns would be addressed with priority. He promised to initiate concrete measures for agricultural prosperity, industrial growth, community welfare, and infrastructural development. His commitment was clear. Every citizen's voice matters, and the government will work tirelessly to transform these concerns into actionable solutions.
குறிப்பாக சொல்லணும்னா 2 முறை பயிர்க்கடன் தள்ளுபடி செஞ்சுருக்கிறோம். அதோட வறட்சிக்கு நிவாரணம் கொடுத்தோம். விவசாயிகளுக்கு மும்முனை மின்சாரத்தை கொடுத்தோம். குடிமராமத்து திட்டத்தில் கொண்டு வந்து ஏரி குளங்கள்லாம் விவசாயிகள் பங்களிப்போட தூர்வாரப்பட்டு இலவசமாக அந்த வண்டல் மண் அளித்தோம். இங்கே வணிகர் சங்க பேரவை சேர்ந்த பெரியவர் இங்கே அழகாக சொன்னார்கள். இந்த திண்டுக்கல் மாவட்டத்திலே பல்வேறு பிரச்சனைகளை சுட்டிக்காட்டி வரிகளை பற்றி எல்லாம் சுட்டி காட்டியிருக்கிறார்கள். திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக அரசு வந்த பிறகு அதிகமான வரி எங்களுக்கு விதிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது, அதை சரி செய்ய வேண்டும் என்ற கருத்தை சொல்லிக்கின்றார்கள்.
Concluding the meeting, EPS reaffirmed his ongoing payanam for the transformation of Tamil Nadu, ensuring progress, equality and development reach every corner of the state. With this relentless journey, he aims to create a stronger, safer and more prosperous Tamil Nadu for all its people.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching India Today with me, Sriya Kundu, and at the very top of this segment, we have breaking news coming in from down south. DMK MP Kanimori slams HM Shah voter list review. Kanimori has said that SIR is Shah-intensive revision. The DMK MP has said that Muslims, Christians erased in the Bihar list. Kanimori has slammed AIADMK's E. Palaniswamy as well, saying that EPS has changed MGR's Annaism to Shahism. And she's also added that AIADMK runs to the BJP for solutions. These are direct attacks coming in from DMK MP, again, which in fact targets not just the BJP, but their ally in Tamil Nadu, that is AIADMK as well. Remarks coming in against both the SIR that's been done in Bihar right ahead of the elections, calling it Shah revision instead of the special intensive revision. It's being called a Shah intensive revision. Let's listen into what exactly has been said by her before we proceed with the conversation.
அதிமுகவை துவங்கிய புரட்சி தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆர் அவர்கள் சொல்லுவார்கள் அண்ணாயிசம் அண்ணாவிசம் என்று மேடையிலே பேசும் பொழுது இன்னைக்கு அங்கே தலைமை பொறுப்பை ஏற்றுக்கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய திரு எடப்பாடி அவர்கள் என்ன சொல்றாருன்னா அமித்ஷாயிசம் என்று. எதுவா இருந்தாலும் எந்த பிரச்சனையா இருந்தாலும் அவங்க அலுவலகத்தில் உட்கார்ந்து தீக்கிறதே இல்லை. நேரா அடுத்த ஃப்ளைட்டை பிடிச்சி யாரா இருந்தாலும் டெல்லிக்கு தான். அதிமுக ஹெட் குவார்ட்டர்ஸே இப்ப டெல்லிக்கு மாத்திட்டாங்க. டெல்லிக்கு மாத்திட்டாங்களா இல்லைன்னா திரு அமித்ஷா அவர்கள் எங்க இருக்காரோ அங்க மாத்திட்டாங்களான்னு தெரியல. அவர் எங்க இருந்தாலும் அங்க ஓடுறாங்க. அவர் கேட்காம அவர்கிட்ட கேட்காம மூச்சு விடுறது இல்லை. கட்சியில யாரும் ஒருத்தரோட ஒருத்தர் பேசிக்கிறது கூட கிடையாது. அங்கிருந்து சொல்லணும், டெல்லியில இருந்து சொல்லணும், நீங்க ரெண்டு பேரும் பேசிக்கலாம், நீங்க ரெண்டு பேரும் பேச வேண்டாம்.
Pramod Madhav joins me on the broadcast to bring us more details. Pramod, how are we looking at these statements coming in wherein the DMK MP has attacked BJP as well as the AIADMK?
It surely is a strong kind of like statements from the DMK Deputy General Secretary and MP Kanimori, where she's actually hitting back at Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, who's actually on his own campaign and he's targeting DMK and also the BJP. That is where you could see that she's now claiming that SIR does not stand for Special Intensive Revision but Shah Intensive Revision, and she says that her allegations are that voters, especially from minorities, Dalits and women, those numbers are completely being either vanishing or being reduced in Bihar, and that she calls this as a very serious issue. And when it comes to AIADMK, now she says that EPS is completely transformed Annaism, which is the name carried by AIADMK, into Amit Shahism, and she's in a funny manner trying to claim that even if anybody wants to breathe within AIADMK, they want the permission from Delhi, kind of like denoting how AIADMK leaders Sengotian and Edappadi K. Palaniswamy are going to Delhi. Now she claims to resolve their internal party matters.
Right, Pramod. Thank you for bringing us all those details and setting context to these remarks that have now come in from the DMK MP. With that, viewers, we're shifting our focus to some more breaking news coming in. This is PAK Prime Minister cricketers as agents of deception. After Shahid Afridi, it is PAK Prime Minister who misleads. First Afridi, now Sharif's Gaza-Kashmir parallel. Pakistan Prime Minister tries to mislead Kashmiris. Afridi had said that Kashmir faces Gaza-like treatment. Now it is the Pakistani Prime Minister who has come out to make similar comments comparing Kashmir with Gaza. Let's in fact listen in to what exactly has been said.
और ये मसाइल कश्मीर के और दूसरे मसाइल हल करना चाहते हैं क्योंकि हम चाहे न चाहें उस खत्ते में हम हमसाए हैं क़यामत तक अब ये हमारे ऊपर है कि हमने अमन से रहना है या एक झगड़ालू हमसायों की तरह रहना है मैं समझता हूं कि हमारी ये दिली ख्वाहिश है कि हम इज्जत और वकार के साथ वहां पर रहें और ये जो वसाइल जो हमने 4 जंगों में जो चौथी जंग अभी हमने लड़ी और जीती 4 जंगों में दोनों तरफ से अरबों डॉलर खर्च हुए ये अरबों डॉलर पाकिस्तान की तरक्की और खुशहाली के लिए खर्च होने चाहिए दूसरी तरफ भी अगर आप चाहें तो आप भी अपनी खुशहाली और तरक्की के लिए गुर्बत को दूर कर खत्म करने के लिए करें लेकिन मैं समझता हूं कि इसके लिए कश्मीर का मसला हल होना एक बुनियादी अगर कोई ये समझता है कि कश्मीर के मसले के बगैर ये ताल्लुकात बाहमी ताल्लुकात इस्तवार हो सकते हैं तो वो एक मैं समझता हूं कि he's living in a fool's paradise ये कभी नहीं हो सकता कश्मीरियों का खून रायगा नहीं जाने दिया जाएगा गाजा में जो इस पर जुल्म सितम किया जा रहा है 64,000 गाजा के अंदर फलस्तीन के अंदर बुजुर्ग माएं बहनें बच्चे शहीद हो गए
ये जो गवर्नमेंट बार बार मैं कह रहा हूं जो हमेशा मजहब कार्ड खेलती है मुस्लिम हिंदू कार्ड खेलती है अपने आप को पावर में लाने के लिए ये बहुत ही गंदा किस्म का माइंडसेट है गंदा किस्म का ये उस वक्त तक रहेगा जब तक इनके बड़े यही हैं ठीक है ना इनके अच्छे हैं जैसे राहुल गांधी की अगर मैं बात करूं राहुल गांधी बहुत पॉजिटिव माइंडसेट वाला आदमी है वो डायलॉग्स के जरिए वो हर एक के साथ चलना चाहता है दुनिया के साथ लेकिन ये टोटली पाकिस्तान आई मीन के कम ऑन यार एक इजराइल काफी नहीं है कि तुम यहाँ पे इजराइल बनने की कोशिश कर रहे हो तो आई मीन थोड़ा सी चीजों को चेंज करके लेके जाया जा सकता है लेकिन इनको चेंज नहीं किया जा सकता
These are the comments, viewers, that we are bringing to you, and Pranay Upadhyay joins us on the broadcast to put things into context. Pranay, very good afternoon to you. First, it was the former cricketer Shahid Afridi, and now we see Pakistani Prime Minister himself drawing such parallels. These narratives are now getting a little repetitive and tiring, as well as, of course, misleading.
Absolutely, Shreya. Indeed, they are tiring. Indeed, they are repetitive. And once again, yet another Pakistani Prime Minister has raked up the Kashmir issue, but they are deliberately not focusing on the real issue regarding Kashmir, which is the cross-border terrorism. And Pakistan trying to hide its track, Pakistan trying to overlook those things, and Pakistan trying to still continuing its connivance with the terror factories. Recently, we have seen the Jaish terrorists candid admission on a stage saying that it was ordered by none other than the Pakistani army chief to attend the funeral of the terrorists and their last ride by the army officers and the administration officials. So clearly, this shows that Pakistan want to continue its policy of exporting terrorism. On the other side, for the international stage, for the international audience, they want to show and portray their image that they are the one who are actually committed for resolving the issue. But the real issue remains. And as far as the Kashmir issue is concerned, even if you go by the UN resolution and the old, predating the 1971 Shimla Agreement, even then, the issue remains that when will Pakistan withdraw its armed forces from PAK? Because on those were the pretexts. And after that, nothing happened on that side, and Pakistan want to take this issue up on various forums. Nothing happened. Nobody paid heed to that.
Right. Absolutely, Pranay. Very pertinent points that you've raised there with regards to what exactly is the status of PAK currently and these repetitive narratives that continue to come in from the Pakistani side with regards to Kashmir. And with that, viewers, we are wrapping up this edition of the Bulletin. Do stay tuned to India Today as we keep bringing you all the latest updates and the top stories right here. Thank you for watching. This is Riya Kundu.
You are watching India Today.
Matcha madness becoming quite luxury? Well, the world is obsessed with a certain green tea from Japan, and this obsession shows no signs of slowing. As tea farms in Japan run dry, matcha hits social media stardom in its brightest green yet. It has hit dessert menus, mithai shops, ice cream parlors, and of course, coffee shops with more variants than one can count globally. What was meant to be a tea is now being doused in everything from water to seasonal fruits. As it turns out, matcha's demand has skyrocketed globally over the last 1 year. The deep grassy aroma of the tea was once a symbol of quiet wellness, but is now turning towards becoming quiet luxury. So, is matcha following the path to becoming the next champagne, truffle, caviar, or simply specialty coffee? We break it down. While everyday culinary matcha is affordable, high-grade ceremonial matcha can cost up to $3 per gram, making it more expensive than many wines and coffees. True ceremonial-grade matcha is made from shade-grown tea leaves, called tencha, hand-picked and stone-ground in small batches. The production is labor-intensive, and only a limited amount is produced each year, creating scarcity, a hallmark of luxury goods. That's not all. Matcha comes with an implicit cultural symbolism. It was historically part of the Japanese tea ceremony ritual for nobility. While matcha is now being marketed as a superfood, its storytelling has a lot to do with heritage than wellness. As people across the world pay more for its perceived benefits, the sleek storytelling, high-end fashion collaborations and elevated price have left people divided. Love it, hate it, you just cannot ignore the fact that matcha is the breakout, luxury and status marker of 2025.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं श्वेता सिंह, मेरे साथ है मारिया शकील और इंडिया टुडे आज तक का एक जबरदस्त और मैं कहूंगी सबसे बड़ा इंटरव्यू हम लेकर आए हैं आज।
ये हिस्टोरिक है and why do we say this is history? Because Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman stands as a historic pillar in India's economic leadership. She is India's only finance minister to have presented 8 consecutive budgets. Her stewardship has been marked by resilience, vision, and transformative policy making during the most difficult and unprecedented challenges and times. Ma'am is now leading what is being called next generation GST reforms, and she is here with us. Welcome to India Today and Aaj Tak, ma'am.
और यही कारण है कि हमने इंतजाम भी ऐतिहासिक किए हैं। मुझे नहीं लगता कि टेलीविजन के इतिहास में कभी इस तरह का एक इंटरव्यू हुआ है जहां पर पूरे देश की जनता जुड़ सकती है अपने वित्त मंत्री से खुद। मैम, आपके लिए हमने देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों से हमारे संवाददाता अलग अलग शहरों से, अलग अलग राज्यों से हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं। साथ ही सोशल मीडिया के जरिए पूरा का पूरा देश भी जुड़ेगा। एक एक करके वो सब वहाँ के लोग कुछ आपको धन्यवाद कहना चाहेंगे, कुछ हो सकता है कुछ मन में असमंजस हो। लेकिन निर्मला जी, जीएसटी एक ऐसा विषय रहा जिसके लिए कहा गया कि पूरे देश के लिए एक, पर उसके इतने फुल फॉर्म बने। मुझे लगता है आज जाकर जो प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा था ना, गुड एंड सिंपल टैक्स है, आपको लगता है 8 साल बाद ये फाइनली गुड है और सिंपल है?
बिल्कुल गुड है, सिंपल है, नो डाउट। आपने जो बताया वो सही है, क्योंकि जीएसटी आने से पहले हर राज्य में कुछ ना कुछ उनके अपने तरफ से कानून था, उन सबको मिला करके एक जीएसटी बना। उसमें एक्साइज ड्यूटी था, वैट था, कुछ सेस था, स्टेट लेवल का कुछ और टैक्सेस थे, ऐसे सभी टैक्सेस को इकट्ठा करके जीएसटी बनाया। इसमें इसी समय एक विषय जोड़ना चाह रही हूँ। उस समय प्री जीएसटी के समय राज्यों में कौन सा भी रेट था एक आइटम के ऊपर, जीएसटी लागू करने के समय उस रेट के इर्द गिर्द ही जीएसटी का रेट बनाया गया। इफ माय हिंदी इज नॉट वेरी क्लियर, द रेट फॉर एनी वन आइटम प्री जीएसटी was kept in mind, and post GST, during the introduction of GST, that rate was kept in mind, and very much little to this side or that side, the GST rate was fixed. इर्द गिर्द का बात जब मैं कर रही हूँ, रेवेन्यू कंसिडरेशन के मुताबिक नहीं हुआ। मान लो कुछ एक आइटम था प्री जीएसटी 5% या 6%, जीएसटी में उसको क्लोजेस्ट कौन सा है जीएसटी में, 5 है या 12 है या 18 है या 28 है। सो ये 6% वाला आइटम को 5 में मिला लिया। ऐसे करके हर आइटम प्री जीएसटी का, जीएसटी का 5 के नज़दीक जो भी है वो 5 में, 6 भी हो या 4 भी हो, 12 में ऐसे ही 10 भी हो या 13 भी हो, 14 भी हो, वो 12 में आया। ऐसे जीएसटी के पहले जो भी जितनी भी वैरायटी ऑफ रेट्स थे वो सब उसके नज़दीक वाला जीएसटी रेट में जोड़ दिया गया। सो आज मैं सरप्राइज में बैठी हूँ जब विपक्ष ये बोल रहा है कि जीएसटी लागू करने के समय आप हाई पिच रेट रख लिया और अभी रिफॉर्म के नाम पे उसको नीचे कर दिया। वो रेट्स जीएसटी के समय, लागू करने के समय रेट्स हमारे मनमानी का रेट नहीं था, जो था उससे पहले उसको ऐसे कि ऐसे ही इसमें ले आए। इसीलिए मुझे दुख से कहना पड़ रहा है, विपक्ष होमवर्क करें जीएसटी के ऊपर कमेंट करने से पहले, नहीं तो उनका एब्सोल्यूट लैक ऑफ नॉलेज, सभी जनता समझ रहे भैया जीएसटी में ऐसे नहीं है, ऐसे है।
Since we're speaking about your political opponents, they are also saying this is 8 years too late. The timing, as always, is being questioned.
70 years late. This country could have had a GST even in 60s. नहीं किए. 10 साल जब प्रणब मुखर्जी जी बार बार उसके ऊपर बात करते थे, उस समय भी, इनफैक्ट मुझे प्रवक्ता के नाते मैं जब बात कर रही थी, उस समय मुझे याद है 2010 में इट विल बी रोल्ड आउट वाज अ स्टेटमेंट मेड, मगर नहीं किए, क्योंकि कोई राज्य इनके ऊपर भरोसा नहीं किए कि ये लागू कर पाएंगे, कॉम्पनसेशन दे पाएंगे, सही एग्जीक्यूट कर पाएंगे. किसी के इनके ऊपर भरोसा ही नहीं था जी.
इस साल को देखें तो जुलाई तक इन्फ्लेशन जो है वो 1.55 होकर ऑल टाइम लो एक तरह से पहुंच चुका था. ऐसे समय में और राहत, ऐसा क्यों?
इन्फ्लेशन के विषय आप उठा रही हो, बाद में शायद आप ये भी जोड़ोगे कि क्या ट्रंप के टैरिफ के वजह से आप इसको ले आए. बिल्कुल नहीं. काम लगातार 1.5 साल से हो रही है. ग्रुप ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स 1-1.5 साल पहले बनाया था, फिर वो सरकार उधर बदल गए, इसीलिए जो जीएम के चेयरमैन थे कर्नाटका के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री, उनके स्थान पर बिहार के डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर को ले आए. ये सब लगातार हो रही है. और मोर देन 300 आइटम्स में हम गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज में रेट कम हो रही है. इसका एक दिन में निर्णय कर नहीं सकते. और जब इन्फ्लेशन घट गई इसीलिए हम बात कर रहे हैं, ऐसे कर नहीं सकते. इट्स अ टाइम कंज्यूमिंग एक्सरसाइज, सो इट्स not possible to link it with the inflationary indices.
6 months ago, when you presented the budget, you brought in direct tax cut. Now this is 6 months later, it's an indirect tax rebate which has come in, ma'am. What next is there? A lot of anticipation around it.
ये जीएसटी का इतना बड़ा परिवर्तन और हर चीज़ में रेट का बदलाव, इसको हमने इम्प्लीमेंट करने से पहले से भी इंडस्ट्री से और ट्रेडर्स से बात कर रहे हैं कि सचमुच ये रेट कट को जनता तक पास ऑन करें. क्योंकि पहले से ही बहुत सारे आवाज़ ऐसे आ रही है कि व्हाट इफ़ कंपनियों इस रेट को जनता तक पास ऑन नहीं करते हैं, वो कुछ बहाना दे करके अब्जॉर्ब करते हैं, जनता वैसे के वैसे उसी रेट पे कर रहे हैं. उसके ऊपर हम बहुत काम करने का बाकी है. 22 के बाद इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन पूरे देश में कैसे लागू हो रही है, जनता का सचमुच इसका बेनिफिट मिल रही है और नहीं मिल रही है या नहीं मिल रही है, इसके ऊपर हम निगरानी रखना बहुत बड़ा काम है.
आज तक पर हमने जब कल एनालाइज किया आपके इस फैसले को, तो हम ऐसे लगा जैसे 3 चीज़ों पर फोकस आपका रहा, रोटी, कपड़ा और मकान, यानी 3 शब्द जिस पर हम जीएसटी को सम अप कर सकते हैं.
बिल्कुल
सही है ये.
हाँ जी, हमारे फोकस कॉमन मैन, मिडिल क्लास और उनके बेसिक नेसेसिटीज़ के अलावा उनके एस्पिरेशनल. कई फैमिलीज ऐसे भी छोटा टीवी जो रख रहे हैं वो बड़ा टीवी क्यों नहीं खरीद सकते, छोटा मकान में रह रहे एक्स्ट्रा एक कमरा क्यों नहीं बना पा रहे हैं, या फर्स्ट फ्लोर क्यों नहीं बनना मुश्किल है. ऐसे करके हर आइटम के ऊपर कॉमन मैन एंड मिडिल क्लास को ध्यान में रखते हुए ही ये मेजर शिफ्ट. 99% ऑफ द जीएसटी वाला आइटम्स जो हम खरीदते हैं 99% 5 में है, कुछ आइटम्स 18 में है. इसका मतलब सिर्फ 1% वाला आइटम गए 40% में. इसीलिए पूरे जनता, मिडिल क्लास, पुअर पीपल, इन सब को ही ध्यान में रख, छोटे मोटे उद्योग, एमएसएमई, इन किसान, कितने आइटम्स फार्मर्स का सब आ गए 5 में.
हम बिहार लिए चलते हैं. रोहित सिंह वहाँ से हमारे साथ हैं. रोहित,
हम इसलिए चर्चा कर रहे हैं क्योंकि बिहार में चुनाव होने हैं अगले 2 महीने में, तो कितना गुड और एनडीए के लिए कितना सिंपल, हम इस पर चर्चा करेंगे. और हमारे साथ एक यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं काफ़ी सारे लोग मौजूद हैं, विभिन्न क्षेत्रों से मौजूद हैं, फाइनेंस से हैं, मैनेजमेंट से हैं, कुछ छात्र भी हैं. उनसे ही सवाल ले लेते हैं कि उनके मन में जीएसटी को लेकर क्या सवाल है, कितना अच्छा क्या हो सकता है. हमारे साथ डॉक्टर राणा सिंह हैं, मैनेजमेंट और फाइनेंस से जुड़े हुए हैं. आपका क्या प्रश्न होगा वित्त मंत्री जी के लिए?
धन्यवाद। प्रणाम माननीय वित्त मंत्री महोदया। मेरा प्रश्न यह है कि जो टैक्स स्लैब में हम लोगों ने कमी की है, तो इसका पूरा फ़ायदा कस्टमर्स और लास्ट माइल जो स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं उस तक पहुंचे, उसके लिए मॉनिटरिंग एंड इवैल्यूएशन फ्रेमवर्क क्या है? कई बार ऐसा होता है कि टैक्स में जो कमी हुई तो कॉर्पोरेट जो कंपनीज हैं वो अपना रेट बढ़ा देते हैं ताकि कस्टमर्स को उतना ही प्राइस रहता है। तो मॉनिटरिंग एंड इवैल्यूएशन फ्रेमवर्क पर क्या तैयारी है? ओवर टू यू।
जीएसटी में जो स्लैब में जो अभी बदलाव किया गया है उसमें ये ऐसा अपेक्षा है कि शुरुआती दिनों में प्रारंभिक वर्ष में जो जीएसटी प्राप्ति राजस्व प्राप्ति में कमी रहेगी। तो ऐसी स्थिति में बिहार जैसे राज्य जहां पर जीएसटी और एसजीएसटी के टैक्स पे वो ज़्यादा आश्रित है, तो उनको उनके विकास में कोई चुनौती ना हो, इसके लिए आपने क्या सोचा है? जबकि बिहार जो है विशेष राज्य का मांग शुरू से करता रहा है। धन्यवाद।
पहले क्योंकि बिहार और बिहार के जनता के सामने ये प्रश्न उठाया जा रहे हैं, आपको छठ मैया से पहले और दीपावली से पहले जैसे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने रेड फोर्ट से आदेश दिया है, वैसे ये डबल धमाका बिहार को मिल रही है, पूरे देश को मिल रही है। जनता को इस राहत जो टैक्स का कटौती से मिल रहा है वो सचमुच मिलेगा कि नहीं? बिहार से कनेक्ट होने से पहले मैं यही बात को इधर जिक्र कर रही थी। मेरा और डिपार्टमेंट का और सीबीआईसी बोर्ड का, इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन का बोर्ड का मेन कंसर्न इसको मॉनिटर करके करेक्टिव एक्शन लेने में ही जाएगा। मैं मानती हूँ अगले एक आध महीना। हम सितंबर 22 के लिए इंतज़ार नहीं कर रहे हैं, जहाँ जीएसटी काउंसिल में हर राज्य के वित्त मंत्री बैठते हैं और मंजूरी दिया इसको। सचमुच जनता तक पहुँचना चाहिए, इसके ऊपर हम हर एक से बात कर रहे हैं। और आज का मेरा असेसमेंट, एक भी ऐसे इंडस्ट्री लीडर नहीं थे जो संकोच के भावना से बात की। सब पूरे तरह जुट रहे हैं टू इम्प्लीमेंट इट इन इट्स ट्रू स्पिरिट। सो ट्रांसफर होगा, पास ऑन होगा, यही है मेरा आज का वेरी कॉन्फिडेंट मैसेज। हम मॉनिटर करेंगे, मगर इंडस्ट्री ने हमें आश्वासन दिला है कि दे विल पास इट ऑन। आप सब अश्योर रह सकते हैं। मैं ऊपर से ये भी इसमें जोड़ना चाह रही हूँ, हर मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट जो मुझे फ़ोन में बात की और आकर मिली जीएसटी काउंसिल के निर्णय के बाद, वो सब बोल रहे हैं कि हमारे क्षेत्र में हम मॉनिटर करेंगे। अगर जनता आकर हमें एक शिकायत दें कि नहीं रेट पास ऑन नहीं हुआ, हम तुरंत उसके ऊपर एक्शन लेंगे और फिनांस मिनिस्ट्री को कांटेक्ट करेंगे, क्यों नहीं ऐसे हो रहा।
एक सवाल था कि बिहार को मदद, मतलब जो रेवेन्यू लॉस होगा स्टेट्स को, उसको कैसे कॉम्पेंसेट?
बिहार कंज्यूमिंग स्टेट है और कंजम्पशन जितना भी होगा इस कटौती के बाद, मैं बहुत उम्मीद रख रही हूँ इस नवरात्रि के पहले दिन से ही जनता अपने, मान लीजिए 100 रुपया से कुछ चीज़ पिछले बार खरीदे, अभी उसी 100 रुपया के साथ 2 चीज़ खरीद सकते हैं उसी आइटम को। इसीलिए कंजम्पशन बढ़ेगी, उसके कारण आय भी बढ़ेगी।
Ma'am, 5 years ago, you traveled to Patna for unveiling of Bihar manifesto of your party. Is this a manifesto also for Bihar? भाजपा का manifesto है?
It's a manifesto for the 140 billion people who've been waiting for it. I remember the days. I'm sure मीडिया में बहुत सारे मेरा दोस्त लोग हैं, कहीं चाय पीने के समय बोलते थे आपको तो पिटाई हो रही है जीएसटी के कारण। सिंपैथी दे रहे थे या क्रिटिसाइज कर रहे थे मुझे मालूम नहीं है, मगर चाय पीते पीते ये बात भी बोलते थे कटाक्ष हो रही है आपका, क्रिटिसिज्म हो रही है आपका। मैं बोल रही हूँ अभी पूरे भारत के नागरिक के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी डायरेक्शन, मुझे रेड फोर्ट से उस दिन बोला बहुत अच्छा, 8 महीने पहले एक बार और बजट के आसपास एक बार, सो 2 बार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी में मुझसे बोले जीएसटी में कुछ काम कर रही हो कि नहीं कर रही हो। सो उनके एक्सपेक्टेशन लगातार ये था कि जनता के ऊपर टैक्स का बोझ तो जो है उसको कम करो। ये नहीं है हम ये हाई रेट तैयार किए, जैसे मैंने पहले ही बताया, ये प्री जीएसटी एरा से ये रेट इसमें आया है और छुटपुट इधर उधर रेट कम करने के लिए कोशिश हुआ है पिछले 5, 6, 7 साल से, मगर एकदम रेट भी, स्लैब्स भी और सिस्टम भी इस बार एक ही पैकेज के द्वारा आए।
पर प्रेरणा थोड़ी सी मिली आपको बाकी पार्टियों से, क्योंकि अभी देखिए कांग्रेस पार्टी, तृणमूल कांग्रेस सब कह रहे हैं कि 8 साल से हमने जो दबाव बनाया वो आपने जाकर किया है, ये उनका जीएसटी है, रिवाइज्ड रेट।
जीएसटी को अभी ओन करने के लिए मन बनाया ना, वही बाकी है, वही काफ़ी मेरे लिए। गब्बर सिंह टैक्स बोलने वाले, मुझे कभी भी ये बात समझ में नहीं आया, जो पार्टी इनकम टैक्स में 91% टैक्स करते थे एक ज़माने में, कांग्रेस पार्टी के रूल माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री जी इंदिरा जी के समय 91%, आप 100 रुपया कमाओ, 91 रुपया उनके हाथ में जाना है। ऐसे कांग्रेस पार्टी आ जाकर के जीएसटी को हम ही क्रिटिसाइज किए, आ जाकर के हम ही अच्छा बनाने के लिए बोले और इसीलिए आपने बनाया। मैं जीएसटी के अंदर चर्चा के विषय में नहीं जा रही, बार बार याद दिलाना पड़ा जीएसटी काउंसिल के अंदर हम सब मिलकर के जनता के लिए अच्छा संदेश दें, कटौती के लिए मंजूरी दें हर राज्य, ये बात बार बार बोलना पड़ा। क्यों बोलना पड़ा? मैं नाम नहीं ले रही हूँ किसी राज्य का।
Okay, so let's travel straight to your home state now of Tamil Nadu, where we have our reporter joining us. Please go ahead, Pramod, ask your questions.
मेरा माइक है,
आपका माइक है।
Thank you so much, Maria. Just like you mentioned, it is her home state, and the important aspect here is that Tamil Nadu, being a manufacturing state, it definitely has a very big positive impact over here, and the parties are definitely welcoming it. In a rare occasion, even DMK is welcoming certain aspects of it, and we also have certain guests over here who would like to take questions from you.
Hello, Nirmala Chitranji. Pranam. I'm Hardik N. Ladhani. I'm the managing partner of Nutan Industries, and we are in the business of distribution of FMCG products. My question to you, ma'am, is as we welcome the reforms and the GST reductions, majority of my products have moved from 18% to 5%. And what happens is, as much as we get the set off from in the GST, a lot of amount gets accumulated in the GST portal. So can we have a auto refund system where it can help all of us in terms of getting the refunds and using it for our working capital?
We expect a rationalization in compliances and filing of the forms, which will be very beneficial to small businessmen. Thank you.
As regards the real estate, it is actually the input tax credit being denied was as a result of the request from the, not now, not earlier, not 1 year ago, but some time ago also. It is on their request that the input tax credit was not being given to avail. That is one. I'm losing track of the 2 other questions.
Ma'am, the first one started with the FMCG.
That's right.
Yeah.
As to how the tax cut will be.
Yeah, how will they pass it on if they already have things on their shelves?
There is some kind of a transitory arrangement that we are working on. The CBIC will come up with a clarification on it, and the information will be put out in the portal on the transitional arrangement. So that should address your concerns.
ஆட்டோமொபைல் வந்து ஆட்டோமொபைலோட டேக்ஸ் வந்து நீங்கள் 28லேருந்து 18 கம்மி பண்ணிட்டீங்க. ஆனால் அது வந்து இன்புட் வந்து பிஸ்னஸ்க்கு பிளாக் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கிறீங்க. ஸோ அது வந்து
ஒரு நிமிஷம்
வியாபாரத்தில் காம்படிட்டிவ்
இல்லை ஒரு நிமிஷம்
காம்படிட்டிவாக பண்ணுறதுக்கு உதவியாக இருக்கும். அது விஷயமா நான் சொல்லி
இன்புட் the question that he asked is about automobiles where input tax credit is being denied or blocked. So it is a particular situation that he is raising question about. So உங்களுக்கு தமிழ்ல சொல்லட்டுமா, நீங்கள் தமிழ் மாதிரி இல்லைங்களே, நீங்கள் ஹிந்திக்காரரா? உங்கள் தமிழ் ஒரு விதமாக இருக்குது.
ஆமாம், நான் வந்துட்டு
தப்பாக நினச்சிக்காதீங்க, நான் கேட்குறேன்னு.
ராஜஸ்தான்லேருந்து, ஆனால் 50 வருஷமாக தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கிறேன்.
ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம். அதான் நினச்சேன் உங்கள் தமிழ் ஒரு விதமாக இருக்கேன்னு.
இருக்கிறாங்க.
पता चला मैम
his accent is the way he's speaking, the choice of words.
பண்றீங்க ஹிந்தி பேசுறதுக்கு நான் முயற்சி பண்றேன்.
அதேதான், ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம் நீங்க சொன்னீங்க. he is saying जब आप हिंदी में बात करते हो कितना मेहनत करते हो, वैसे ही मैं तमिल में मेहनत करके बात करती हूँ. स्पष्ट है भाई.
मुझे लगता है यहाँ जो लोग हैं हमारे साथ, इनसे भी एक सवाल लेते हैं.
Ma'am, as we have seen, the Indian government has came from 4 GST slabs to the 2 GST slabs now. Is the Indian government trying to go on the 1 GST slab, which comes with one nation, one GST?
Not now.
So in
maybe sometime much later. Let us say, I'm not fixing a time. Once we achieve a level of development. See, why is there a need for more than one rate? If you try to understand that, you will be able to get an answer for yourself. Please sit down. With the level of development that we have in India, which is not uniform across the country, some parts are more developed, some are less developed, and therefore the people living in these different areas of development cannot treat an object the same as some other area does. And in other words, developed area can afford to buy goods with a little higher tax. I'll repeat one example which the previous finance minister who introduced the GST, and my mentor, I would say, Shri Arun Jaitley ji, had taken this example of, can a Benz car and a Hawaii chapel be treated the same way and have one tax? Cannot. The person who's buying Hawaii chapel is still in a level of development where he can't afford to pay for his chapel a higher rate of tax. Whereas a person who buys a Benz car, buying the Benz car, he'll be in a position to give a bit more. So for Benz car and chapel, if you have the same rate, foreign India, as it stands today, will be unjust. And that is why there is no one rate, one GST.
मैम, इंश्योरेंस को लेकर निर्णय अच्छा है, लेकिन एक डर लोगों के मन में है कि जो बेनिफिट आप दे रहे हैं, क्या वो कंज्यूमर को पास ऑन करेंगी ये कंपनियां?
जेन्युइन क्वेश्चन है, जेन्युइन वरी भी है, मगर मैं शुरुआत में ही कह दूं कि पब्लिक सेक्टर इंश्योरेंस कंपनी सब सामने होकर के बोले कि हम पास ऑन करेंगे, और प्राइवेट सेक्टर से हम बात भी कर रहे हैं कि जब एक इंश्योरेंस, अभी तो मार्केट ओपन है, पब्लिक सेक्टर के लिए कोई कुछ प्रिविलेज नहीं है, प्राइवेट सेक्टर का कोई यूनिक तकलीफ भी नहीं है. सो अगर दोनों मार्केट में ओपन कंपटीशन के तहत जाकर के इंश्योरेंस और जनता के बीच में लेके जा रहे हैं, पब्लिक सेक्टर जब कर रहा है आप भी करो, और वैसे भी करो क्योंकि टैक्स जनता के लिए है और कंपनी के लिए नहीं दिया गया. इंश्योरेंस के ऊपर, उनके प्रीमियम के ऊपर टैक्स ना हो, यही है इरादा. उसके खिलाफ अगर कंपनी कुछ करेंगे, हम ज़रूर उनसे बात करके उसको सही करेंगे.
My question to you is, how will the government manage the expected revenue shortfall caused by lower GST collections, which is estimated right now more than 40,000 crores?
Yes, you're right. You've been closely watching what has been said in the council. We did put that number before all the members of the council. We are roughly estimating it at 40,000 approximately. But we strongly believe that the reduction in the rate, and that too for common people, daily use items, will bring in a certain buoyancy. See, data never is static. We use a certain data of, let's say, 23, 24 to talk about estimates, to talk about a certain level of, income, the buoyancy be determined, and so on. Actually, in the ground, it's a very dynamic situation. Rate कम हो गया, जनता बाहर आकर के खरीदने के लिए आएंगे. उस समय जो dynamism prevail होता है, उससे revenue generation भी will be more than what you see with a model that you can base on a given data. So, because it is across the board, एक item के ऊपर cut किया तो एक सेक्शन ही उसको खरीदेंगे या एक बार खरीदेंगे. हम तो पूरे के पूरे डेली यूज आइटम, एस्पिरेशनल आइटम, मिडिल क्लास आइटम, एग्रीकल्चरल आइटम, एमएसएमई आइटम्स, ऑटोमोबाइल, सबका कटौती किया है. इसीलिए मैं मानती हूँ कि बोएंसी जल्दी से जल्दी वापस आएगा या ज़्यादा भी होगा, जिससे विल बी एबल टू ओवरकम द सब.
हमारी बिजनेस टुडे की टीम भी यहाँ पर है. सिद्धार्थ जरा भी एक क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहते हैं.
What is the strategy behind the rate reduction for food items? And the second thing that I want to attach to this is that do you expect all these classification disputes to end as a consequence of these decisions that have been taken by the council?
Yes. ये क्लासिफिकेशन इशू जिनको इतना जीएसटी के ऊपर परिचय नहीं है उनके लिए मैं बोलना चाह रही हूँ. 6-8 महीने पहले एक इंसिडेंट प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के द्वारा हुआ है, उसको मैं ज़रूर इधर ले आना चाह रही हूँ. उदाहरण उससे लेकर पॉपकॉर्न अगर नमकीन है तो एक रेट, पॉपकॉर्न अगर चॉकलेट और शुगर के साथ है तो दूसरा रेट. इसको उत्तर प्रदेश जैसे राज्य में बहुत संकट हुआ है, क्योंकि जो लोग चॉकलेट एंड शुगर के साथ पॉपकॉर्न है उसको भी नमकीन पॉपकॉर्न ऐसे करके टैक्स कम बढ़ते थे. उसके कारण बहुत सारे कोर्ट में इशू गया और क्लासिफिकेशन इसका एक है उसका एक है वगैरह के कारण कोर्ट में मामला बहुत सालों तक ऐसे अटका रहा. और यूपी गवर्नमेंट भी इसमें हमसे पूछा क्लैरिफिकेशन काउंसिल क्यों ना दें, कैसे डील करें, क्योंकि हम जाकर अगर पॉपकॉर्न व्यापारी से पूछें उनको लगता है कि हम छोटा व्यापारी है, आप आकर पूछ रहे हो, तंग कर रही हो. इसीलिए उस समय ये चर्चा में आया और उसको व्याख्यान देते हुए मुझे बहुत ही लोग घेरा कि आप फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर पॉपकॉर्न के विषय क्यों बात कर रही हो. मगर ये टेक्निकल विषय है, काउंसिल में चर्चा का आवश्यकता था और चर्चा में जो हुआ उसको मीडिया में बोलना एक कस्टमरी प्रैक्टिस था. खैर उसको छोड़ दें. मगर ये क्लासिफिकेशन के कारण ही ये से प्रॉब्लम आता है. हम उस क्लासिफिकेशन प्रॉब्लम के ऊपर भी इस बार हमारे प्रपोजल में डील किया कि फूड चाहे वो शुगर के साथ है या चाहे वो नमकीन हो, ये सब इकट्ठा एक ही 5% के रेट में जाना चाहिए. ये सिर्फ एक आध एक्सेप्शन है, हाई शुगर पावर ड्रिंक्स वगैरह बेवरेजेस अलग है. मगर रोज़ाना खरीदने वाले आइटम में ये क्लासिफिकेशन के द्वारा कंफ्यूजन नहीं होना चाहिए. उसके लिए इस बार क्लासिफिकेशन का भी सुधारा है.
The states, some of the states did grumble about the fact that they would have to shell out money as well. One of the suggestions was that instead of having 5%, increase that to about 6% and therefore make up the revenue. Was there any thought of that? Because that could then move towards the one nation, one GST kind of a tax system. Was there any thought of that? And what is your comments on states complaining that they are going to lose out some of that revenue?
On the 5 going to 6, no, there wasn't much of a discussion. In fact, there wasn't any discussion at all. But as regards states feeling that they may lose out because revenue loss will happen, it's not actually revenue loss, and I was happy that the Revenue Secretary spoke about it. There is an impact, but the buoyancy will return and the money will be earned by the states. There were some states which voiced, about 5-6 of them voiced it very strongly, saying what happens when states' revenues come down? Will the center make up for it? Or will the GST system itself bring back some kind of a compensation cess for it? The compensation cess by act cannot continue. It had already been stretched because during COVID we had borrowed money to pay compensation. And because that was also compensation, the cess was used to repay the borrowed money. So with that, that is over. But any kind of pay me because my revenue is coming down principle will mean that we are going to tax more on some items, whatever be there, demerit goods or whatever. If you have to put more tax, it means the next generation reform that we are bringing in will lose the core objective. The core objective is reduce the tax, bring the burden on the people down. Automatically, the market and also the way in which the supply and demand will adjust to it will be in favor of a growing economy. And if the states are talking about center-state relationship, federal structure, states' fiscal health, they are not subject of GST. GST subject is indirect taxation, and that too on daily use items, and the revenue earned by that, the sharing of that revenue, and so on. There's beyond the GST Council's remit, if there are issues being raised, that's not the forum to discuss.
Ma'am, Abha Bakaya from Business Today. The estimated impact of the entire tariff conundrum was about 0.5% of GDP. And estimates currently, given the whole boost to household consumption, are that this will have about a 0.5%, a little bit up and down, impact on GDP in a positive manner. So the timing of the move, could we say, was possibly also to mitigate the impact both on sentiment as well as on real returns when it comes to what we're anticipating from the tariffs?
That may have been unintended. But no, we didn't start the exercise with that. Because I'm reading a lot of reports about how 60 BPS it will go up and so on. No, but the reform of GST, ideally even from the 5th year we wanted to do something. COVID and other things and the economy reviving, we couldn't take up the matter at that time. 8 years is good enough reason for us to have learnt enough lesson to correct it. That is the one and only prime objective. And of course the objective is also to make sure that if there is a room, fiscal room, we wanted to reduce the burden. So it is rate rationalization, slab, and ease of doing business, system correction, which is a reform step.
कि आम तौर पर सबसे ज़्यादा जो ब्रिकबैट्स होते हैं ना, जो गालियाँ होती हैं, वो वित्त विभाग को ही सुनने के लिए मिलती हैं. आज कैसा आपको महसूस हो रहा है कि जितने लोग आ रहे हैं सब कह रहे हैं कि बहुत धन्यवाद आपने ऐसा कर दिया, सब इंतज़ार कर रहे थे कि ऐसा हो?
मेरा थोड़ा इसमें philosophical approach रहता है, जो which has grown in me, I cannot take credit for it. डांटने के समय भी या अच्छा बातें बोलने के समय भी मैं एक लेवल पर ले लेती हूँ, क्योंकि पता नहीं जीवन में अगले दिन कैसे रहेगा. I take it as it comes. So good when praise comes, when criticisms come, I have to work more. So that's how I take it.
चलें देखिए बेंगलुरु क्या सोच रहा है. हम 7 स्टेट्स को जुड़ रहे हैं, ये 3 और स्टेट की तरफ, हम कर्नाटक की तरफ अब चलते हैं. बेंगलुरु,
what is the readiness of our IT system to implement these changes? Because we have seen in the past that whenever there are changes, there are a lot of system glitches because of which there is the smooth implementation is affected. So what is our readiness regarding the systems?
That's a wonderful question that you asked me. Every time you've had glitches is when, I admit, there are times when glitches happened. And that is when you're bringing in a newer system to overlay over an existing system. Here it is a running system which is well grounded. The rates are being changed. And on that is why when we decided to implement it at the earliest so that people can get the benefit, we still took 10 days. I could have implemented it from, say, today. Having taken a call in the GST meeting, I could have said within 2 days I'm going to implement it. No, I need that set of days, 10 days, let us say, for not just the IT systems of the CBIC, the Department Revenue, GSTN network systems, but also the vendors should alter their computer systems. States will have to have their digital platforms and digital mechanisms to also adjust to the new rate.
As per the reforms, health and life insurance premiums are now GST exempt. Is there a long-term strategy to balance tax relief in healthcare with the need of revenue in public health spending?
Back to you, Maria and Shweta.
See, most of the instant observations that the benefit will go to the consumer, but that means the company will lose, is again based on a static observation as things stand. But in economics and economy, nothing stands still. The moment the rate changes happen, the world is moving at a different pace. Earlier, it moved in a different pace. So that itself will have to take care of the earnings of companies as well. But beyond that, and I would go, because sitting as a finance minister, I will take that indulgence, I seek that indulgence from you to say, a tax decision is the decision of the government, a sovereign government. It is the duty of everybody who's involved in the process to pass it on to the end user for whom it has been meant. There are no shortcuts to making profits. We need to earn profit by winning trust of the people.
एक बार फिर हम अपने दर्शकों को बता दें कि बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर वित्त मंत्री का ये इंटरव्यू हम इसीलिए कर रहे हैं क्योंकि देश के कोने कोने तक हर एक व्यक्ति पर इसका प्रभाव, चाहे आप उपभोक्ता हैं या फिर आप विक्रेता हैं या फिर आप मैन्युफैक्चरर हैं, सब पर प्रभाव और सब अपने सवाल पूछ रहे हैं। एक छोटा सा सवाल में जो ट्विटर पर एक्स प्लेटफॉर्म पर आया है, स्टैनली की तरफ से है, जो पूछ रहे हैं वाई पेट्रोल, डीजल, नेचुरल गैस जीएसटी के एम्बिट में नहीं आते हैं। कई दफ़ा इसको कहा गया है, लेकिन चूंकि रिवाइज हुए हैं दर, उन्होंने दोबारा ये सवाल रखा है।
हमारे प्रपोजल जो केंद्र सरकार के द्वारा जीएसटी काउंसिल में गया, उसमें जानबूझकर हमने पेट्रोल डीजल को इंक्लूड नहीं किए। जैसे पहले मैंने बताया, जब भी काउंसिल में राज्यों का द्वारा ये निर्णय होता है कि हाँ हम पेट्रोल डीजल को ले आएंगे और इस स्तर पर, इस रेट पर ले आएंगे, वो निर्णय होने के तुरंत बाद इम्प्लीमेंट करना आसान होगा क्योंकि कानूनन हम तैयार हैं, मगर राज्यों से ये निर्णय आना चाहिए, उसके बाद ही हम इंट्रोड्यूस कर सकते हैं।
But we'll be going first to Bengal. Over to you.
Are you thinking of reviving the National Anti-Profiteering Authority, which got dissolved in 2022 and got merged with CCI? Are you thinking of having a second version of that, maybe for a 2-year period, to ensure that your intent to pass on the benefits to the consumer are passed on to them? That's question number one.
How will the changes in GST rates affect the final price of essential and luxury items for consumers? The second part, the economic part, what are the projected revenue implications for the government and how is the reform expected to boost the economy by increasing consumption?
The rate reduction and rate rationalization, as we've discussed, is definitely going to help common citizens. As regards any reduction in states' revenue, I would appeal to you to say GST Council consists of centre also in it. Revenue reduction will affect center also. We are not sitting there separately. We are not sitting there like as though we are the donors of states. States and center are together in the GST Council. We've given in some taxes pre-GST and states have given in some taxes pre-GST to put together to make the GST as a taxation framework. So center is not sitting there in it unaffected. So neither is it a donor nor is it not a party. It is a party there. So I would want that approach to be recognized.
पहला तो कि एक लैंडमार्क ईयर है टैक्सेशन के हिसाब से, हमने पहले डायरेक्ट टैक्सेस, फिर इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस और इनकम टैक्स बिल भी देखा। बावजूद इसके भी हमने स्टॉक मार्केट्स में बहुत ज़्यादा तेज़ी नहीं देखी है, केवल 4% ऊपर है निफ्टी और सेंसेक्स। तो ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है कि जबकि लैंडमार्क रिफॉर्म्स किए जा रहे हैं तो बाजार में उसका रिफ्लेक्शन नहीं देखा जा रहा है?
स्टॉक मार्केट्स का रिएक्शन सिर्फ एक इशू के ऊपर इतना शायद नहीं है, इसीलिए मैं जीएसटी का रिस्पॉन्स और उत्तेजित होना चाहिए इसके साइड में नहीं हूँ। They are influenced by so many different issues which are simultaneously happening. This good news about the reformed new age GST had somewhat played on that day. When the news was out, the next day yesterday you saw the way in which the market reacted. So I don't think I will place much on that.
आखिरी एक दो सवाल निर्मला जी। एक तो मैं सिंपल गणित, मुझे लगता है कि पैसों का मामला जितना उलझाया जाता है उतना मुश्किल होता है समझना, लोग उतना और उलझ जाते हैं। बहुत अच्छा है कि एक सरल तरीके से हमारे सामने है। पर अगर सरकार दर कम कर रही है तो क्या आपकी कमाई भी कम हो रही है? क्या अपेक्षा कर रही है? एक जो रेवेन्यू लॉसेस की बात हो रही है ना, वो उसको लेकर सरकार कैसे करेगी?
नहीं, एक विषय, जब लोगों का एक्सपेक्टेशन था कि अप टू 10 लाख हम इनकम टैक्स छूट देंगे, लार्ज ambitious opposition leaders also mentioned up to 10 लाख देंगे, मगर देने वाले नहीं है, इसीलिए 10 लाख तक हम मांग रहे हैं देने के लिए। हम दिए 12 लाख तक, और उसका भी इम्प्लीकेशन है रेवेन्यू में। फिर भी हमने सोचा, और पीएम साहब का स्पष्ट आदेश था कि मिडिल क्लास के लिए रिकग्नाइज करो वो ऑनेस्ट टैक्स पेयर्स को, जो आपको एक्चुअली इनकम टैक्स के द्वारा रेवेन्यू इंक्रीज कर रहे हैं। ऑनेस्ट टैक्स पेयर्स विल हैव टू बी रिस्पेक्टेड, एंड दैट्स व्हाई 10 बिकेम द एक्सपेक्टेड 10। एक्चुअली द रियलिटी में 7.75 lakhs तक देयर वाज नो टैक्स अर्लियर। देन वी ब्रॉट दैट 7.75 lakh का आज 1 February को 12 लाख तक ले आए। So there was a revenue loss in that, but we still thought we should do it for honoring the taxpayers. Like that, in this case also there will be definitely an implication on us, because जो पैसा टैक्स के द्वारा वसूल कर रहे हैं और राज्यों को जाता है और केंद्र को भी जाता है, कम करने की वजह से पैसा आम जनता के हाथ में जा रहा है। हमारे कंसर्न सिर्फ इतना ही है क्या कि हमारे हाथ में पैसा नहीं आ रहे, हम कैसे जिएंगे, मतलब केंद्र सरकार, और हमारे कंसर्न सिर्फ इतना ही है वो राज्य सरकार के हाथ में पैसा नहीं जा रही है, उनको कैसे मैनेज करेंगे। हम ये भी भूलना नहीं है कि आम जनता के हाथ में पैसा है कि नहीं, और कर के वजह से उनके हाथ में जितना पैसा रहना है उससे ज़्यादा कम ही रह रही है, ज़्यादा नहीं। उनको उनके हाथ में पैसा देने का एक अच्छा ऑनेस्ट रास्ता है, टैक्स कम करो। अच्छा ऑनेस्ट रास्ता है कि टैक्स कम करने के कारण जो पैसा आपके हाथ में, मतलब केंद्र सरकार के हाथ में और राज्य सरकार के हाथ में जा रहा था, उसको हम सरकार आज जीएसटी काउंसिल के निर्णय के द्वारा जनता के हाथ में ही दे रहे हैं। भैया आप उपयोग करो इसको, इसमें गलती क्या है? अगर दिक्कत मान लीजिए आता है कि कल तक हमारी रेवेन्यू इतना था, अभी रेवेन्यू थोड़ा कम हो गया, सरकार सोचना चाहिए कि कैसे इसको सही करें। मगर ये इसका मतलब ये है हम आंख बंद कर रहे हैं कि जनता के हाथ में जो पैसा है उसके द्वारा वो खर्च उठाएंगे ना, उनके फैमिली के लिए एक नया कमरा बनाएंगे, नया घर सोचेंगे, सीमेंट के दर कम हो रहा है, या गाड़ी खरीदेंगे, इसके द्वारा रेवेन्यू नहीं आएगा क्या? सो ये वन साइडेड आर्ग्यूमेंट ऑफ रिपीटेडली रेवेन्यू कम हो रहा, बोल जा रहे हैं हम जनता के ऊपर भी हमारा एक कर्तव्य है, उनका इनकम के बारे में भी सोचना चाहिए, सिर्फ सरकारों का नहीं। इसी दृष्टि से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी हमें गाइडेंस दिए कि जनता का बोझ कम करो, उनके हाथ में रेवेन्यू ज़्यादा हो।
Ma'am, you are leading finance ministry in very uncertain global times. You have been the head of the finance ministry also during the COVID period. When you were to make that comparison between those times and now, what's your thought?
We've learnt a lot of lessons because of my COVID exposure. In fact, I also mentioned it in the council. Let me take the liberty to disclose one aspect of what happened in the council. Because when states are worried about revenue loss matlab conditionally, center has also got responsibilities like defense. where it is exclusively our responsibility, we'll have to take care of that. So when I say COVID ke vishay mein that I have learnt lessons, that kind of a challenge which was across the country, even then a leader like Prime Minister Modi did not waver. He didn't say, oh, ab kya hoga? But on the top of it, he said, I don't want you to search for revenue anywhere, but I want to give free vaccination to the people of our country. 140 billion, 2 doses will be free. So we had to borrow money, we had to do something and get. So I, in fact, quoted this in the GST Council. If some states are worried, and if center is also going to have to be worried, saying, abhi revenue gategi kaise? We will have to give the respite to the citizen first, and then worry about our revenue, how to mobilize it, where to get it from. But can that approach, as the Prime Minister took, give relief to the citizen, give him vaccination, don't take money from him. And now, therefore, give him the relief of tax reduction so that he can spend money and do something. It is for the governments. We are empowered enough to take care of how to mobilize resources. It's our responsibility. We'll have to do it. And that is the lesson I've learned from COVID. And with a strong leadership like Prime Minister, I'm sure this country will see people being given relief and economy resulting in a better position as a result.
जैसे जीएसटी पूरे देश के लिए एक टैक्स, उसी तरीके से ये जो हमारा इंटरव्यू था वो पूरे देश के लिए एक इंटरव्यू वित्त मंत्री का। आपने समय निकाला और मुझे लगता है कि सबकी बातों को, सुझावों को जो आपने ध्यान से सुना है, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका निर्मला सीतारमण जी। आज तक और इंडिया टुडे की ये संयुक्त कोशिश, ये इंटरव्यू, बहुत धन्यवाद आप सबका अपने सवालों के लिए। देश और दुनिया की बाकी खबरों के लिए आप आज तक और इंडिया टुडे देखते रहिए।
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Fusion, the undisputed, most loved phone. Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. Jacqueline challenges High Court verdict in money laundering case. President Trump warns Taliban over return of strategic Bagram airbase, India to face Pakistan in Super 4 match in Dubai at Asia Cup 2025.
India is grappling with a new kind of turbulence. Extreme weather battering the nation with floods, droughts, and cyclones. This week, India Today delves into the hard question: why is it happening? And how can India build resilience in this new climate reality? Don't miss the full story in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
जब एबीवीपी में आपका जैसे पोजीशन बाय पोजीशन आप बढ़ते रहे, पॉलिटिक्स नेक्स्ट प्रोग्रेशन था कि अब तो जाना ही है राजनीति में, ये हमेशा से था जहन में?
देखिए, ऐसा नहीं था मेरे जीवन में। जब मैं कॉलेज से वापिस मेरे गांव गया तो गांव की हर छोटी मोटी समस्याओं को लेकर के हम चलते थे। मेरे परिवार में ऐसी नहीं, सरपंच की और उसकी तो हमेशा रही है, लेकिन कोई बड़ी पॉलिटिक्स मेरे परिवार में नहीं रही। तो मैंने विषयों को उठाता था, बगल जो पास के गांव थे उनमें भी जाता था, कोई विषय होता था तो उसको भी करते थे। बिजली पानी को लेकर के या कई तरह के काम होते थे, उनको किसानों के साथ जुड़ करके काम करते थे। और मेरे को इसी के चलते विद्यार्थी परिषद से मैंने युवा मोर्चा में मेरी राजनीति भी प्रारंभ हुई। मैं युवा मोर्चा के मंडल अध्यक्ष के रूप में मैंने काम किया। फिर मेरे को युवा मोर्चा में जिला मंत्री, उपाध्यक्ष, महामंत्री बनाया और फिर मैं पार्टी का युवा मोर्चे का अध्यक्ष भी रहा। युवा मोर्चे का अध्यक्ष में 3 बार रहा। उसी समय मेरे को ग्राम पंचायत के मेरे चुनाव आए और मैं 2000 में सरपंच चुना। तो मन में रहती है, लगती कि कुछ ना कुछ अच्छा होना चाहिए, क्या करना चाहिए। कई तरह के नए काम भी मैंने किए।
Watching India Today.
Hello everyone and welcome to this special broadcast on the eve of GST 2.0. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the nation at 5 p.m. Will it be on GST reforms or is there a surprise in waiting? That's our top story this hour. But first up, the headlines. Ahead of trade talks in United States, Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal will visit US tomorrow. MEA, in fact, the Ministry of External Affairs says that White House has clarified 100,000 fee applicable for new visas only. Vijay targets all right, news coming in. Vijay targets Stalin government on cozying up to Prime Minister Modi and Vijay DMK facts checks. TVK chief Vijay DMK slams Vijay for spreading misinformation. Bihar BJP releases video of crowd abusing Prime Minister Modi, his mother in an RJD rally. Is it yet another instance of Prime Minister Modi's mother being targeted? The BJP slams RJD. RJD says that BJP is using distorted video. Assam mourns demise of iconic singer Zubeen Garg. A sea of fans gathered to pay last respect to their beloved singer. Final rites to be performed soon. After Nepal Gen Z protest in Peru, hundreds of young demonstrators clashed with police in Lima over pension reforms, crime rates. Prime Minister Modi's address on this occasion is significant as it is timed just before the rollout of the next generation goods and services tax, which is the GST reforms, which come into effect from September 22nd, that is tomorrow. This reform is expected to simplify tax slabs and reduce rates on over 90% of the goods, impacting the Aam Aadmi, the common man, and businesses positively. But is it really on this, or is there something other than that? Prime Minister Modi is known to be giving some surprises. Remember, Prime Minister has often addressed the nation to announce major policy decisions and reforms. Since assuming office in 2014, he has given important addresses on demonetization in 2016, Pulwama airstrikes in 2019, and COVID-19 lockdowns in 2020. These are among the many addresses to the nation that the Prime Minister has had. And on all those occasions, it was seen as a critical juncture. What is the address to the nation going to be at 5 p.m? Aishwarya Paliwal tracks BJP and the government for us, and she joins us live. And we'll also be joined by Chetan Bhutani of Business Today in just a bit. Aishwarya, we often don't second guess this government, but at this point, will it be fair to say that this address to the nation is going to be on GST reforms?
Well, definitely, as you rightly pointed out, we should not be in the guessing game. But what we are understanding, because the government, and specifically Prime Minister Narendra Modi, very, very clear what you need to do. What the government needs to do is to make sure that every man is somehow helped by the government. And this is exactly what the GST slabs have actually done. There is no sector which is untouched. There is no sector which at the moment is not looking at revival. There is no sector which will not get the benefits of what has happened. So this is something that Prime Minister Modi will be speaking about. And we also heard the Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, on multiple occasions, including the one when she came at our office, at India Today office, very clearly speaking about the fact that whenever she used to meet Prime Minister over the past few months, he had been speaking about the fact that GST slabs need to come down, simplification needs to happen, you need to help the common man as much as possible. So that's exactly what Prime Minister will also be speaking about. A lot of speculation also at the moment is taking place. What will happen with regards to the United States of America? So that's also something that we are hoping that Prime Minister will touch upon. And the success of Operation Sindhu. Over the past many rallies, we have seen how PM has been speaking about it. India's stand, very, very clear. If the countries think that they can think about themselves first, then India is also thinking about India first.
Yes, and Aishwarya, before I bring in Chetan, I want to know what are the political circles saying? What could this address to the nation be on? Because, I remember in the run-up to 2024 elections, when there was an address to the nation, Prime Minister had spoken about a success which happened in the domain of science and technology and space. So can there be an announcement of that nature?
Well, definitely, we have seen how Prime Minister Modi also has been speaking about the fact that one needs to be very sure where India stands. And also, the larger picture, that's what most of the union ministers also have been speaking about. The larger picture is 2047. From developing nation, we need to become a developed nation. So all the policies at the moment are geared towards that. That's also something that the top union ministers have been speaking about. We need to look at the larger picture. We've also seen how the opposition parties actually have now been raising fingers, especially the LOP. Rahul Gandhi has been asking the government and various questions with regards to economy, what's happening. So this will be an address which will quell all those speculations that we have been seeing cropping up over the past few months. But the importance, and Prime Minister Modi will also be touching, because this is an address which every Indian will be listening to, whether he's in India, whether he's abroad. So this will be a clear message, what the government wants to do and how they are all set to help the common man. That's something that Prime Minister's focus will be today.
So in an hour from now, that address will be broadcasted. But Chetan, GST reforms, when do they kick in and why are they so critical, particularly keeping in mind the constant pressure which is coming in from the United States? Will these reforms help cushion the economy?
Oh, well, that's right, Maria. In an hour from now, we're expecting the Prime Minister to make an address to the nation. But to your question on what GST reforms could probably bring in an impact, remember, 99% of the items have been moved from 18% GST to 5% GST, and about 90% of the items have been moved from 28% to 18%, really bringing a relief to the common man. We are seeing a massive response by automobile companies and other companies passing on the GST benefits to the consumers much before the official deadline of the GST, which is, of course, 22nd of September, that is tomorrow, begins. In fact, we are expecting the Prime Minister to also address, pass on a message to the industry as well, telling them that you should pass on the benefits to the consumer as soon as possible. Secondly, what I'm hearing from my sources, Maria, is the fact that there could be some probably a hint towards Swadeshi Abhiyan, because on Prime Minister's 75th birthday, Prime Minister in Dhar, Madhya Pradesh mentioned about a Swadeshi Abhiyan, a made in India, and of course a vocal for local approach. So these 2 to 3 things is what I'm hearing from my sources. Of course, GST being the big talking point for the 5 p.m. address to the nation, and of course, vocal for local could be the second announcement that the Prime Minister could make.
Yes, it's about the indigenous goods. It is about that Atmanirbharta, self-reliance, which is what the emphasis has been of this government in recent years. Chetan and Aishwarya, really appreciate your time. Let's listen in to what Prime Minister Modi had said in the context of GST reforms and his vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat.
100 दुखों की एक ही दवाई है और वो है आत्मनिर्भर भारत। आत्मनिर्भर भारत। लेकिन इसके लिए हमें चुनौतियों से टकराना होगा। हमें दूसरे देशों पर अपनी निर्भरता लगातार कम करते जाना होगा और अब भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनकर दुनिया के सामने मजबूती के साथ खड़ा होना ही होगा।
साथियों, इस दिवाली में आपकी डबल दिवाली का काम मैं करने वाला हूं। इस दिवाली में आपको एक बहुत बड़ा तोहफा देशवासियों को मिलने वाला है। पिछले 8 साल से हमने जीएसटी का बहुत बड़ा रिफॉर्म किया। पूरे देश में टैक्स के बर्डन को कम किया, टैक्स की व्यवस्थाओं को सरल किया और 8 साल के बाद समय की मांग है कि हम एक बार उसको रिव्यू करें। हमने एक हाई पावर कमेटी को बिठा करके रिव्यू शुरू किया, राज्यों से भी विचार विमर्श किया और मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हम नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लेकर के आ रहे हैं। ये दिवाली के अंदर आपके लिए तोहफा बन जाएंगे। सामान्य मानवीय की जरूरतों के टैक्स भारी मात्रा में कम कर दिए जाएंगे। बहुत बड़ी सुविधा बढ़ेगी। हमारे एमएसएमई, हमारे लघु उद्यमी, इनको बहुत बड़ा लाभ मिलेगा। रोजमर्रा की चीजें बहुत सस्ती हो जाएगी और उससे इकोनॉमी को भी एक नया बल मिलने वाला है।
Remember, Prime Minister Modi has used these address to the nations, I would say, to boost public morale during challenging times. And these are being seen as challenging times because of disruption which is coming in to global supply chain, and particularly the emphasis which has been coming from him on self-reliance. So let's take a moment to listen to Prime Minister Modi's speeches and reflect on all the times he has addressed the nation, offering insights into his leadership, decisions and the direction he and his government thinks the country must take.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है। एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। आज मैं आपको, पूरे देश को ये बताने आया हूं कि हमने 3 कृषि कानूनों को वापस लेने का, रिपील करने का निर्णय लिया है। जम्मू कश्मीर और लद्दाख में एक नए युग की शुरुआत हुई है। अब देश के सभी नागरिकों के हक भी समान है और दायित्व भी समान है। मेरी आपसे प्रार्थना है और मैं हाथ जोड़ के प्रार्थना करता हूं कि आप इस समय देश में जहां भी हैं वहीं रहे, अभी के हालात को देखते हुए देश में ये लॉकडाउन 21 दिन का होगा। 1,000 रुपये की पुरानी नोटों के जरिए लेन देन की व्यवस्था आज मध्यरात्रि से उपलब्ध नहीं होगी। 500 रुपये, 1,000 रुपये के पुराने नोट अब केवल कागज के एक टुकड़े के समान रह जाएंगे।
So from demonetization to COVID lockdowns, his announcements have been critical at several points in our country. Joining me now, Dipanshu Mohan, Professor and Dean of OP Jindal Global University. We have Aarti Jairath, Senior Journalist, Sajjan Kumar, Political Analyst. Aarti Jairath, we often say don't second guess this government, because we have seen on multiple occasions whenever we think that this is the direction in which it could be, it has gone in completely different direction. But would you think that at this point, given the fact that GST reforms kick in from 12 p.m. tonight, this address would be critical of the Prime Minister?
Yes, indeed, Maria. It's also the start of the festive season.
Yes.
And therefore, I expect that there will be good news, meaning the address will be an attempt to impart good news to the nation, to coincide with the start of the festive season. And obviously, the new GST rates are good news, because the prices of essential goods, daily use goods, will come down substantially. And I think that's something that everybody's looking forward to. And, the idea actually, it comes at a very critical time, because, we're facing these high tariffs from the US. The whole world is in turmoil, exports, imports, everything has gone sort of topsy-turvy. And I think, the message of Atmanirbhar, meaning consume local, be local, buy local. You remember that was also one slogan that the Prime Minister...
Yes, vocal for local.
Vocal for local, that's right. So I think, this lowering of GST rates is also an attempt to push that, that people buy more local goods, because they will become cheaper. It's an attempt to kickstart or to sort of get consumer spending going so that the economy gets a boost. So all these are, part of the package that the PM is, offering. And coming at the start of the festive season, it's bound to be good news for everybody.
Okay, so you are expecting some good news to come in. That has mostly been the case, I would say. But if I were to look at the times, the number of times the Prime Minister has addressed the nation on economic issues are approximately 5 to 7 times, Dipanshu Mohan. And these have been critical because, particularly during those 2 years of COVID, he had addressed the nation multiple times that had to do with, disruptions which were caused because of COVID-related economic challenges.
Yeah, so, thank you, Myra, for first of all having me here. I would probably say that the Prime Minister's address might have a lot to do with the GST rationalization kicking in, and just his signaling effect in boosting public morale, as you've pointed out, has been very high. With every speech and every address, he has tried to harmonize a positive morale or a culture of different shift in production, consumption patterns amongst people, which are important. As you need a singular central apex point of leadership to command that sense of authority. Having said that, I must say, however, that in each of these addresses, the consequence years down the line, when you look at demonetization or the nature of response at the time when we immediately responded to the pandemic, have been very critical of how we have sort of approached this in the past, and just generally policy interventions. Having said that, on the GST issue, it's a positive move. It is no doubt that the rationalization of the tax slabs will make or cause a huge positive impact. Having said that, what I was trying to do before your show was to get a few facts very clear for your viewers and audience on how much of impact this may actually have on the so-called middle class, because this is very important. The middle class in India is not a narrow, concentrated class. It's for anyone who's earning between 5 lakh to 30 lakh rupees. It's a big chunk of the consumer bracket. So if you have a family A which is earning maybe 60,000 rupees per month, based on the data, if you look at the recent NFHS survey, which is the only way you can know how much families spend in India on an average per month, from goods and services as much as toothpaste to spending it on a car, the average saving as a result of the GST rationalization is going to be roughly 1,300 rupees per month, which is 2.2% of their monthly income.
Okay.
For a family B, if it's earning, let's say, 90,000 rupees per month, you expect this saving to be around 2,800, which is 3.1% of their monthly income.
Okay.
And for a family C, which is earning over and above 1,20,000 rupees per month, which is your upper middle income class, you can anticipate this money to be saving to be around 3,800 rupees, which is 3.2% of the monthly income. So this is out of the average last sort of 20 years of data of average spending that people put on consumer durables, because you'll buy as much of milk and paneer that you require for your spending and consumption preferences. Just because certain things become cheaper doesn't mean you'll increase their consumption.
Professor Mohan, that's actually quite an interesting breakdown of how it will be impacting various categories and various family groups. And welcome to this broadcast, Gurcharan Das, author and former CEO of Procter & Gamble India. Always a pleasure speaking to you, sir. But before I bring in a word from Sajjan Kumar, Sajjan, we often say that this government, and particularly the Prime Minister, almost should do a masterclass in communication. These address to the nation, if we were to look at it in a span of 11 years, how critical they have been, and what kind of anticipation do you have, and what do you expect will be his address on?
Well, the masterclass about Modi has been about larger linkages, because you never see Prime Minister Modi talking in singularity. Rather, it's the very harmonization of misfits at various aspects into a narrative which resonates simultaneously with various segments of society. This is one. You may be BPL, you may be corporate, you may be middle class. I mean, his communication style is such that every segment has something for their own aspiration. This is one. So therefore, at this juncture, what are the larger linkages? And as has been pointed out by previous panelists, that one, we have a festive season. Two, we have the economic measure. Three, internationally in the Committee of Nations, we are at a critical juncture in terms of unpredictable moves by US and various disruptions in supply chain. Certainly, we do expect that Prime Minister's interventions at this juncture would be intended to target multiple audiences, which will have politics and policy embedded into each other quite seamlessly. So policy-wise, certainly it is going to boost the consumption, not only of the middle class. We have the data, as Dipanshu Mohan gave, but also you say in tier 2, tier 3 cities and in poll-bound states, there is a slew of measures by the government policy outreach, and particularly which has a gender dimension and a class dimension. So poor women, above poverty line women, BPL women, they all are getting something in their kitting. At the household level, you do see the funds are coming. Then you also have the freebies, be it electricity, etc. And that way you do expect that economically something which may be a kind of a good measure. Politically, it may be a starter for Bengal and Assam. In Bihar, certainly it would be a main course. The same slew of the measures. So that way, and also Prime Minister's ability to carry along the entire nation, the command leadership, wherein the leader has the capacity. And after Nehru and Shastri, I think Prime Minister Modi has emerged as someone who, at critical junctures, something which may be his initiative, like demontage.
He has chosen to address the people of the nation, citizens of the nation directly. Welcome to this broadcast, Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today. Siddharth Zarabi, all eyes, of course, will be on what the Prime Minister has to say. But as a journalist who has tracked the policy circle very closely, would you be making some guess as to what this will be on?
Well, that is absolutely impossible. But if you were to ask me, why is it important to talk about GST just as the Navratri season and just before this historic change sort of comes into effect? Remember,
Yes.
it's 8 years in the making. GST has been remade, and I believe it's about to reach its destination. There are still some more things that will have to be done, perhaps at a later stage. But what does this do? At 50,000 crore or thereabouts of a rebate, if we take the immediate net direct fiscal impact, that means that much tax rebate has been offered on the assumption that people will go out and spend and consume. And Maria, unlike what happened in the February budget, where there was income tax relief, which is graded, it depends on whether what you earn, and only a certain section benefited from that move. A GST cut practically impacts everyone. Yes, of course, tobacco and certain other SIM goods have moved to a higher slab rate. But if you look at it across the board, there is rationalization. A rich man can also purchase the same biscuit packet that a poor man can also purchase. He will consume the same branded milk or a soft drink, buy shoes. Of course, we are not talking about the ultra rich here. So the economic benefit of such a move would be far more significant. And does the Indian economy need a GST cut at this stage? Absolutely. We are still amongst the fastest growing major emerging economies in the world, but growth has tapered off. And therefore, if you see the need of the hour is to get the growth engine firing. And finally, why is the growth engine important at this stage? We know the global context. The US has been trying to squeeze us into a corner. We will see what happens with the visit of the commerce minister and what kind of breakthrough, if at all, comes through at this stage. But it's very clear what the prime minister said yesterday, I would say, was very, very significant. I hope he elaborates on that as well, which is from chip to ship. Everything has to be made in India. So that concept of Atmanirbharta, long journey, but the fact that we are going down that journey will only make us a much more stronger economy, Maria.
So from chip to ship, everything has to be make in India, emphasis on Atmanirbharta, emphasis on Swadeshi. Gurcharan Das, economist, is joining us as well. Siddharth made an interesting point that GST has been remade, that it will be reaching a destination perhaps with the beginning of tonight, 12 p.m., when it actually comes into effect, the new generation GST reforms. And then that is going to be announced, likely to be perhaps, I would say, by the Prime Minister, the significance of it. And that is the reason why he has chosen today to address the nation. Gurcharan Das.
Well, I think it's a GST reform was much needed, and it's a good thing that it has come. I think personally, yes, others have suggested improvements, and my improvements relate to a great extent on the administration of GST. But before we get to that, Maria, I wish that he had the two slabs would have been 8% and 15%. Because now the distance between 5 and 18 is so great, there'll be a huge pressure on a lot of people, a lot of brands to be brought down. And this will, again, that lobbying, again, litigation, and all will be there. So maybe at the next stage of change, they can have this 8 to 15. Originally, the original plan of the Kelkar report on GST was one rate. And that one rate was close to 13%. Anyway, as to where we should be headed to make GST stand not for goods and services tax, but a good and simple tax.
Yes.
That should be the name that we should give to GST, and that should be, we have done it in the case of faceless assessment in income tax. It's really taken out a lot of the friction, and a lot of the CAs I've talked to, they feel they haven't seen the face of an income tax officer ever since faceless assessment came into being.
Okay.
So it's reduced corruption, increased transparency, and so on. So here, I think there's a number of things that we should be doing. We think there are 2 slabs. There's still many more. Of course, there are less. Earlier, we had actually 45 slabs because, there are some things that are exempted, some things that are not exempted. That problem is still there. But nevertheless, the ultimate goal really is, our goal ultimately is 7% growth.
Okay.
I would have said 8%, but in a democracy, 8% is impossible.
Okay. Gujarath,
so
just hold on to your thoughts because we are taking a quick break and waiting for that address to the nation because that's going to start in another 32 minutes. Prime Minister Modi will address the nation at 5 p.m. What will it be on is the big suspense. We'll track the story very, very closely. A quick break and then we return.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Do the moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Fusion, the undisputed, most loved phone. Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. Jacqueline challenges High Court verdict in money laundering case. President Trump warns Taliban over return of strategic Bagram airbase. India to face Pakistan in Super 4 match in Dubai at Asia Cup 2025.
India Today Conclave Mumbai 2025. September 25 and 26 Mumbai. Book your seat now.
Ram Charan met with Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in Mysuru on his cordial invitation. The meeting took place as the actor was in the city for the shooting of his film Petty. The meeting occurred amid a brief pause in the film's production schedule due to the demise of Allu Kanakaratnam. Ram Charan, who is Allu Arjun's cousin, cancelled the shoot for a short period to attend to family commitments. For the unversed, Peddi is directed by Bucci Babu Sana and features Ram Charan in a transformed rural avatar. This would also mark a significant departure from his previous roles. Along with Ram Charan, the film would also star actors Janhvi Kapoor, Shivaraj Kumar, Jagapati Babu and Divyendu Sharma.
In a major diplomatic twist, the United States, the United Kingdom and France blocked a Pakistan-China-backed bid at the United Nations to sanction the Balochistan Liberation Army and the Majid Brigade. The two groups had been proposed for designation under the UN's 1267 Al-Qaeda Sanctions Committee after Washington listed them as foreign terrorist organizations. Pakistan joined hands with China and pushed the proposal as part of its long-standing claim that the BLA is backed by India. Islamabad's decision followed after Washington designate the Resistance Front blamed for the Pahalgam attack as a Lashkar-e-Taiba-linked group. The three nations rejected the proposal, citing lack of evidence linking the BLA and the Majid Brigade to Al-Qaeda or Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, which is required for listing groups under Resolution 1267. The 1267 regime, created back in 1999, imposed sanctions such as travel bans, asset freezes and arms embargoes on groups associated with Al-Qaeda, the Taliban and ISIL. The development comes amid the backdrop of strained US-India relationship over Russian crude oil and is also seen as a mirror response to China's repeated moves to block or delay India-US efforts to sanction Pakistan-based outfits like Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. The setback is a big blow to both Pakistan and China, as the BLA has repeatedly targeted Chinese development projects in Pakistan. The proposal is now stalled for 6 months before it can be reconsidered. So while the US, UK and France stood united, Russia has yet to announce its position. With Neha Kumari, Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. In another 26 minutes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address to the nation. We have guests who continue to be with us. Minister of Road and Transport, Nitin Gadkari, has spoken to India Today on how the GST 2.0 will put more money in the hands of people, pushing up their purchasing capacity and in turn the GDP, exports and economy of the nation. Listen in to what the Union Minister said.
नितिन जी, कल से जीएसटी लागू हो रहा है देश भर में, इसका क्या इम्पैक्ट होगा आपके डिपार्टमेंट पे?
अभी ऐसा है कि
बहुत सारे कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्क सस्ते हो जाएंगे।
देखिए, निश्चित रूप से ये बहुत स्वागतार्ह कदम है भारत सरकार का, वित्त मंत्री का और प्रधानमंत्री को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं। इससे हमारी इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ बढ़ेगी और टैक्स कम करने के बाद में भी टर्नओवर बढ़ेगा, परचेसिंग पावर बढ़ेगी और वो पैसा फिर से सर्कुलेशन में आएगा और जीएसटी कम नहीं होगा, जीएसटी उतना ही लगभग आएगा। तो एक प्रकार से हमारा जीडीपी ग्रोथ बढ़ेगा, एम्प्लॉयमेंट पोटेंशियल बढ़ेगा, एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा और हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत की ओर जाएंगे। और जो ग्राहक है आज, जिसके कारण जिनका जीएसटी के कारण अभी से ट्रक, स्कूटर, बस, कार, ये ऑटो रिक्शा इसमें सस्ता हो गया, तो निश्चित रूप से इन लेने वालों का भी फायदा होगा। तो मुझे लगता है कि एक प्रकार से स्क्रैपिंग के कारण हम सर्टिफिकेट दे रहे, उसका कुछ कंसेशन मिलेगा। फिर ये जीएसटी कम हुआ, उसके कारण कीमतें कम होगी और इसका पूरा इम्पैक्ट करके फिर और परचेसिंग बढ़ेगा और वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ, और गाड़ियां बेची जाएगी। तो निश्चित रूप से अब लोगों में, छोटे छोटे लोग, पुरानी गाड़ियों के मार्केट बड़े हो गए। अब हर प्रयागराज में आए तो मिडिल क्लास, लोअर मिडिल क्लास लोग पुरानी गाड़ी खरीदी की, सामान ऊपर में रखा, पूरा परिवार बैठा और प्रयागराज के लिए निकल पड़ा। तो टूरिज्म बढ़ेगा, उससे भी फिर से डेवलपमेंट होगी। देखिए, ये मल्टीप्लाई इफेक्ट होगा इसका और ये देश के इकोनॉमी के वित्त मंत्री और प्रधानमंत्री का बहुत सही कदम है और इसका कंज्यूमर को भी फायदा होगा, इकोनॉमी को भी फायदा होगा और सबको फायदा होगा।
Nitin Gadkari there speaking about how this is likely to have a multiplier effect. Dipanshu Mohan, you wanted to come in and I'm looking at how these key changes in the GST slabs will impact the automobile sector in particular. Small cars will now attract 18% of GST, down from 28%. Motorcycles up to 350cc also fall under the 18%, which will benefit mass market motorcycles such as Honda Shine, TVS, Apache, Bajaj Pulsar. Then we look at various sectors, and even electric vehicles remain under the concessional 5% GST though. But overall, this is an important sector, particularly keeping in mind the Diwali season, because this is the time people usually buy new cars, new bikes.
Yeah, so definitely, Maria, on cars, passenger vehicle segment, you would expect a positive impact right away. I mean, you are going to see a very good seasonal quarter for the next 4 months. Whenever any data comes out on consumer spending for the next 3-4 months, there is going to be a lot of good talk. You might see a very good spark in the quarterly growth numbers for the next quarter as well. There is no doubt that consumer spending boost, which is what annually all producers wait for, is going to improve. You are going to see that. But having said that, there are 2 points which are very important again for technical aspects of leadership, because what we are seeing also simultaneously happening as a result of this rejig of the GST slabs is a fact which is of a very high amount of household debt which has been accruing as a result of more credit-fueled spending. More and more people, in other words, are using credit instruments for making essential expenditure. And this is not just a tier 1 city feature. It is happening in tier 2, tier 3 cities.
That's right.
People doing a lot of field work. And 23% of the average debt per individual at a household level has increased. 23% in just last 2 years. This was, I mean, on an average, you can see 3.9 lakh to 4.8 lakhs at a household level in just 2 years. Now,
so you are sensing that that'll go down, but how? But
no,
what will be the slide like?
What happens is that when there is a lot of debt, whenever you save any money from spending, you're likely to pay in to cover in that debt. So that doesn't really go into your productive spending right away, and you don't see a growth impact of that spending. It's like saying that if I have a high home loan repayment to make and now I have more money that I can save, let's say that 2,800 I can save from a 90,000 rupees per month family B income, I can put that 2,800 now towards my EMI payment. So I'm still putting that money, but it is not leading it to be a high growth situation. The other big issue is household savings. I mean, Gurcharan Das is here and he would know that back in 2011-12, India's household savings level were around 34% of GDP. This number has come down to, as I'm looking at the most recent number, roughly around 9 to 10%. It was 17 to 18% in 2024. And that is a big problem. Household savings being low and debt levels being high means people will spend. A lot of people you will find will be going to shopping complexes, will be buying, but a lot of that may be coming from retail loan growth or credit card induced growth. And that is, in financialization of capital, not a good thing over term. So in the short term, definitely good growth impact, but medium to long term, you might see a lot of these not doing. The last point that I have to say, MRP revision of base price is the talk of the town among us. A lot of MSMEs, I've been speaking to a lot of MSME suppliers as well on consumer durables. They have not changed their base price in MRPs for very long. So as soon as the seasonal effect is out, you might see that the MRP is revised so that whatever little impact you would see of reduction in GST and MRP revision can just take that off the cliff. So
MRP revisions, if they happen, it will not translate into benefit to the consumers.
No, so of course, any benefit that we potentially would get from a reduction in tax and indirect tax would be offset by a revision in MRP, because MSMEs in many consumer durables have been struggling. I mean, it's from the demonetization years that MSMEs have been facing a lot of problems.
So, you know, I want to look at multiple, you know, consumer prices across various sectors: food, household goods, electronics, cement, Professor Gurcharan Das, medicines. You know, that is the sense that this will encourage consumption and manufacturing growth. Will it actually translate into it? And if we were to look at direct translation, how soon will that be?
Well, I think that we really shouldn't be too impatient. It's the direct impact it'll take time. And it's in the right direction that we are moving. And so let's not think of the Diwali season, let's not get our expectations too high. All I can say is that this is the way we have to go partly to become competitive. And the reason why I was speaking about the administration of GST is the mindset that the government, there are some improvements that the government is making in registration, for example. I wish, by the way, there was one central registration for GST applicable in all states. That would take some of the friction out. Another point of friction is the fact that, you know, to help the small guy, they said, okay, you can file your return once a quarter. But they said you must pay your tax every month. Now, the poor guy, you're loading the work on him every month because he has to calculate how much this is. And the Kirana wala, or whoever it is, he doesn't have the resources. So, and the third thing is to be sensitive actually to the market needs. For example, there's still an inverted duty structure. You know, there's no GST on sanitary pads, for example, but there is an 18% tax on the inputs. And here, you cannot, because there's no tax here on the final product, you cannot get input credit for that. These are the things I think the government should keep listening to industry. So, for example, on this anti-profiteering, you know, there's a lot of things, you got to pass it on. Now, but be sensitive. This, for example, in the FMCG, you know, in the small consumer brands, these are on high-speed lines, these are produced. And to change every single SKU of every single product so fast is going to be very difficult. So last time when they did it, this anti-profiteering authority made an absolute mess. And 125 companies went to court, and it's still not been decided. For cases lying from the back. You have to see how can this be implemented. Obviously, when the new, new production takes place, but on the existing inventory, it's not going to be easy.
Yes, that's an important point that you have made, that how will it be implemented, and, particularly when it is about insurance sector, will it be passed on? Yes, Professor Gurcharan Das, please.
One last point. Sir. The big area for reform in GST, the big, and it's the toughest area, is petroleum. Now, petroleum, I say this, I understand states' rights, and this will be taking money, a very big source of income for the states, but it will need a grand bargain with the states. But frankly, today, what makes us one of the big things that makes us uncompetitive against the countries we are competing with for exports is fuel cost. And so petroleum has a cascading effect.
That's right.
There are taxes upon taxes, and it makes our energy costs uncompetitive.
Okay. Professor Gurcharan Das, I have just enough time for the two guests that we have. So 1 minute to both, Sajjan Kumar and Aarti Jairath, and then we'll wrap this up. Go ahead, Sajjan Kumar.
Yes, Maria, I mean, besides what Dipanshu and Professor Gurcharan Das pointed out, let me give you some of the picture of the ground that I have seen.
Yes.
The way we see the incentive, it's also about the psychology of aspiration, and which caters to the lower segment of the society. The moment even little money comes to your pocket and in the household, suddenly you will find, and I'm talking about specifically about the southern Odisha, southern Chhattisgarh, and many of the tribal areas. In the last 15 years, you see that FMCG product suddenly finds a presence in the poor households. Now they have from Kachya to Pakka house, etc. too. About the durables you find from FMCG to durables, it's a second-hand market that you find a very significant presence in the same segment. Many of the retailers' formal data doesn't capture that, So two-wheelers, four-wheelers, even air conditions, fine. Now, if somebody is getting cash to purchase new vehicle, they are going to sell it, and those second-hand vehicles, two-wheelers, four-wheelers are going to. So that way, I am more on the optimistic side that it is going to reach out to the bottom of the pyramid, because you have this, and many times corporates and share market, they invest on companies like V-Mart, D-Mart, right? Wherein these segment of society go into the bulk shopping. So that way, I'm more on the optimistic side that this is going to have a tangible impact, in the immediate term, and also it is going to boost your morale and sense of confidence, and therefore it is good for the economy.
Yes, Aarti Jairath, this is needed at this point because it's needed for the Indian economy, and at the same time, if you look at the larger picture, this is about trying to cushion the Indian economy with the ongoing talks which is happening with the United States with regards to tariffs, because we do not know in which direction it will go.
Absolutely, Maria. This has been a really, really tough year, right from the beginning. The coming in of Trump, and then going into Operation Sindoor. The whole sort of war with Pakistan, and then the trade talks with the United States, with the US. Going on, sort of creating obstacles for us and making demands that we really cannot fulfill. So it's been a very, very tough year. And I think, the idea of this address, yes, of course, he'll probably talk about GST. But I think the political message that he wants to send out is that the government is fully aware of the challenges that lie ahead and will try to address them. GST reforms is just the first step. If you remember, the PM has also talked about many more reforms. He has set a target of 100 days. He had a major meeting with economic advisors and key ministries to discuss the kind of reforms that can be done, because getting the economy going is not just a question of getting people to buy more goods, but it's also creating jobs. It's also, making it easier for businesses to start up. So, there are many things that lie ahead. And I think the message today that's going to come out is that the government is fully aware of the challenges ahead and is taking steps to address these challenges in these very challenging times.
Some bonanza or some package that could be announced for exporters is also something we'll be watching out for. Dipanshu Mohan, Gurcharan Das, Aarti Jairath and Sajjan Kumar, really appreciate your time. We'll be coming back to you as soon as the address to the nation is over. The Prime Minister addresses the nation in another 10 minutes. This remains our top focus here on India Today. A quick break and then we are back.
You are watching India Today.
Legendary Assamese singer and popular youth icon Zubeen Garg passes away at the age of 52, leaving fans across the state and nation in a state of shock. Zubeen Garg was named after famous music composer Zubeen Mehta. He was born on 18th November 1972 in Jorhat, Assam. Garg worked in Assamese, Bengali, Hindi and dozens of other languages, and he built a bridge across musical and cultural boundaries. Garg recorded his first album in 1992 and became an instant superstar in the state of Assam. Often referred to as Zubinda by the youth of Assam, he sung over 38,000 songs in different languages, but also through music direction, acting, and his presence as an artistic symbol for his home state. He directed several Assamese movies like Kanchenjunga, which broke the Assamese box office records. Besides the contributions in music and cinema, Zubeen was also popular among the Assamese people for his social work. Garg was involved with many NGOs and actively participated in programs related to education for the underprivileged. The singer was in Singapore to participate in Northeast Film Festival and was about to perform later on in the day, before meeting a tragic accident. Garg fell into the sea during scuba diving. Singapore cops rescued him and took him to hospital, where he took his last breath. Wishes poured in for the legendary singer from across the nation. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has termed the demise as a tragic loss.
মৰ্মান্তিক ঘটনা, মৰ্মান্তিক দুখদায়ক ঘটনা। আজি আমি বিজেপি দলে আজি গধূলিও আমি নিৰ্বাচনী প্ৰচাৰ নকৰোঁ। মই এটা খালি গুমাত গৈ মানুহখিনিক নমস্কাৰ কৰি মই গুৱাহাটীলৈ তুৰন্ত উভতি যাম। তেখেতৰ সৎকাৰ বা কি ধৰণে আমি তেখেতক আনো গোটেই কথাবিলাক গুৱাহাটীত গৈ আমি আলোচনা কৰিম।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Minister Narendra Modi will address the nation any time now. What will be the address on is the big suspense. Remember, the new generation GST reforms, which is being called as GST 2.0, kick in from 12 p.m. tonight. Will that be the big takeaway of this address to the nation? Is there a possibility of some kind of package announcement? Is there going to be an emphasis on vocal for local, the Swadeshi push, which has been very critical of what the Prime Minister has been saying on multiple occasions in recent times? Will there be a push again on Atmanirbhar Bharat, that there has to be self-reliance? That's the only way the Indian economy will grow. This address to the nation comes at a very, very critical juncture. It is coming just ahead of the festive season, just ahead of Navratri. That is the reason why there is a lot of suspense over it. Aishwarya Paliwal joins us from the BJP headquarters. That's where perhaps several BJP leaders will also be watching this address to the nation. Aishwarya, any moment that address to the nation is going to begin?
Well, you know, Maria, one of the key things that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been doing over the past many years is the fact that whenever he wants to give out a larger message, he has these addresses, because he understands, and people also understand, that this is a direct conversation of sorts that Prime Minister Modi is having with the people of the country. What these GST reforms are, how they will impact each and every one of us, and how there's a larger picture at play. Something that we have been all waiting for, and that's something that we have seen even in the policies that the government has come up with over the last almost 11 years, with the idea, the larger picture very, very clear. India wants to move from being a developing nation to being a developed nation by 2047. So that's the key focus here. We are also seeing how several policies are out. And, you know, we have also seen how most of the nations say that for them, their country comes first. And this is exactly what Prime Minister Modi has also been speaking about, that for India and for the Bharatiya Janata Party, specifically for Prime Minister Modi, it is India first, will always be India first.
So the reforms, remember, these new generation GST reforms is aimed at enhancing the ease of doing business, ease of living and investing in India by lowering taxes on everyday essentials, including food items and packaging, benefiting households, farmers,
शक्ति की उपासना का पर्व नवरात्रि का आरंभ हो रहा है। आप सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। नवरात्रि के पहले दिन से देश आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान के लिए एक और महत्वपूर्ण और बड़ा कदम उठा रहा है। कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। हमारे देश के गरीब, मध्यम वर्गीय लोग, न्यू मिडिल क्लास, युवा, किसान, महिलाएं, दुकानदार, व्यापारी, उद्यमी, सभी को ये बचत उत्सव का बहुत फायदा होगा। यानी त्योहारों के इस मौसम में सबका मुंह मीठा होगा। देश के हर परिवार की खुशियां बढ़ेगी। मैं देश के कोटि कोटि परिवारजनों को नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स की और इस बचत उत्सव की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। ये रिफॉर्म भारत की ग्रोथ स्टोरी को एक्सेलरेट करेंगे, कारोबार को और आसान बनाएंगे, निवेश को और आकर्षक बनाएंगे और हर राज्य को विकास की दौड़ में बराबरी का साथी बनाएंगे। साथियों, जब साल 2017 में भारत ने जीएसटी रिफॉर्म की तरफ कदम बढ़ाया था, तो एक पुराना इतिहास बदलने की और एक नया इतिहास रचने की शुरुआत हुई थी। दशकों तक हमारे देश की जनता, आप सभी लोग, देश के व्यापारी अलग अलग टैक्स के जाल में उलझे हुए थे। ऑक्ट्रॉय, एंट्री टैक्स, सेल टैक्स, एक्साइज, वेट, सर्विस टैक्स, न जाने भांति भांति के दर्जनों टैक्स हमारे देश में थे। एक शहर से दूसरे शहर माल भेजना हो तो न जाने कितने चेकपोस्ट पार करने होते थे, कितने ही फॉर्म भरने पड़ते थे, कितनी सारी रुकावटें थी। हर जगह टैक्स के अलग अलग नियम थे। मुझे याद है जब 2014 में देश ने मुझे प्रधानमंत्री पद का दायित्व सौंपा था, तब उसी शुरुआत के दौर में एक विदेशी अखबार में एक दिलचस्प उदाहरण छपा था। उसमें एक कंपनी की मुश्किलों का जिक्र था। उस कंपनी ने कहा था कि अगर उसे बेंगलुरु से 570 किलोमीटर दूर हैदराबाद अपना सामान भेजना हो तो वो इतना कठिन था कि उन्होंने सोचा और उन्होंने कहा कि वो पसंद करती थी कंपनी कि पहले अपना सामान बेंगलुरु से यूरोप भेजे और फिर वही सामान यूरोप से हैदराबाद भेजे। साथियों, टैक्स और टोल के जंजाल की वजह से ये तब के हालात थे और मैं आपको सिर्फ एक पुराना उदाहरण याद दिला रहा हूं। तब ऐसी लाखों कंपनियों को, लाखों करोड़ों देशवासियों को अलग अलग तरह के टैक्स के जाल की वजह से हर रोज परेशानी होती थी। सामान को एक शहर से दूसरे शहर पहुंचने के बीच जो खर्च बढ़ता था वो भी गरीब को उठाना पड़ता था। आप जैसे ग्राहकों से वसूला जाता था। साथियों, देश को इस स्थिति से निकालना बहुत जरूरी था। इसलिए जब आपने हमें 2014 में अवसर दिया तो हमने जनहित में, देश हित में जीएसटी को अपनी प्राथमिकता बनाया। हमने हर स्टेक होल्डर से चर्चा की। हमने हर राज्यों की हर शंका का निवारण किया, हर सवाल का समाधान खोजा। सभी राज्यों को, सबको साथ लेकर आजाद भारत का इतना बड़ा टैक्स रिफॉर्म संभव हो पाया। ये केंद्र और राज्यों के प्रयासों का नतीजा था कि देश दर्जनों टैक्सों के जाल से मुक्त हुआ और पूरे देश के लिए एक जैसी व्यवस्था बनी। वन नेशन वन टैक्स का सपना साकार हुआ। साथियों, रिफॉर्म एक अनवरत चलने वाली प्रक्रिया होती है। जब समय बदलता है, देश की जरूरत बदलती है, तो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन रिफॉर्म भी उतने ही आवश्यक होते हैं। इसलिए देश की वर्तमान जरूरतों और भविष्य के सपनों को देखते हुए जीएसटी के ये नए रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो रहे हैं। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयाँ, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। जिन सामानों पर पहले 12% टैक्स लगा करता था, उसमें से 99% यानी करीब करीब 100 के निकट 99% चीजें अब 5% टैक्स के दायरे में आ गई है। साथियों, पिछले 11 साल में देश में 25 करोड़ लोगों ने गरीबी को हराया है, गरीबी को परास्त किया है और गरीबी से बाहर निकल करके 25 करोड़ का एक बहुत बड़ा समूह नियो मिडिल क्लास के रूप में आज देश के अंदर बहुत बड़ी भूमिका अदा कर रहा है। इस नियो मिडिल क्लास की अपनी एस्पिरेशंस हैं, अपने सपने हैं। इस साल सरकार ने 12 लाख रुपए तक की इनकम को टैक्स फ्री करके एक उपहार दिया और स्वाभाविक है जब 12 लाख रुपयों का इनकम टैक्स में राहत हो जाए तो मध्यम वर्ग के जीवन में तो कितना बड़ा बदलाव आता है, कितनी सरलता सुविधा हो जाती है। और अब गरीबों की भी बारी है, नियो मिडिल क्लास की बारी है। अब गरीब को, नियो मिडिल क्लास को एक तरह से डबल बोनांजा मिल रहा है। जीएसटी कम होने से अब देश के नागरिकों के लिए अपने सपने पूरे करना और आसान होगा। घर बनाना, टीवी, फ्रिज खरीदने की बात हो, स्कूटर, बाइक, कार खरीदना हो, ये सब पर अब कम खर्च करना होगा। आपके लिए घूमना फिरना भी सस्ता हो जाएगा, क्योंकि ज्यादातर होटल्स के कमरों पर भी जीएसटी कम कर दिया गया है। वैसे साथियों, मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि दुकानदार भाई बहन भी जीएसटी रिफॉर्म को लेकर बहुत उत्साह में हैं। वो बहुत जीएसटी में हुई कटौती को ग्राहकों तक पहुंचाने में जुटे हुए हैं। बहुत सारी जगहों पर पहले और अब के बोर्ड लगाए जा रहे हैं। साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, जीएसटी की दरें कम होने से नियम और प्रक्रियाएं और आसान बनने से हमारे एमएसएमईज, हमारे लघु उद्योगों को, कुटीर उद्योगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। उनकी बिक्री बढ़ेगी और टैक्स भी कम देना पड़ेगा, यानी उनको भी डबल फायदा होगा। इसलिए आज मेरी एमएसएमई से लघु उद्योग हो, सूक्ष्म उद्योग हो, कुटीर उद्योग हो, आप सबसे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। आपको भी पता है, जब भारत समृद्धि के शिखर पर था तब भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार हमारे एमएसएमईज थे, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योग थे। भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, भारत में बने सामानों की क्वालिटी बेहतर होती थी। हमें उस गौरव को वापस पाना है। हमारे लघु उद्योग जो बनाए वो दुनिया में हर कसौटी पर बेस्ट हो, उत्तम से उत्तम हो। हम जो मैन्युफैक्चर करें वो दुनिया में आन बान शान के साथ बेस्ट के सारे पैरामीटर को पार करने वाला हो। हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स की क्वालिटी दुनिया में भारत की पहचान बढ़ाए, भारत का गौरव बढ़ाए। हमें इस लक्ष्य को लेकर काम करना है। साथियों, देश की स्वतंत्रता को जैसे स्वदेशी के मंत्र से ताकत मिली, वैसे ही देश की समृद्धि को भी स्वदेशी के मंत्र से ही शक्ति मिलेगी। आज जाने अनजाने हमारी रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी में बहुत सी विदेशी चीजें जुड़ गई है, हमें पता तक नहीं है। हमारे जेब में कंघी विदेशी है कि देसी, हमें पता ही नहीं है। हमें इनसे भी मुक्ति पानी होगी। हम वो सामान खरीदें जो मेड इन इंडिया हो, जिसमें हमारे देश के नौजवानों की मेहनत लगी हो, हमारे देश के बेटे बेटियों का पसीना हो। हमें हर घर को स्वदेशी का प्रतीक बनाना है, हर दुकान को स्वदेशी से सजाना है। गर्व से कहो ये स्वदेशी है, गर्व से कहो मैं स्वदेशी खरीदता हूं, मैं स्वदेशी सामान की बिक्री भी करता हूं। ये हर भारतीय का मिजाज बनना चाहिए। जब ये होगा तो भारत तेजी से विकसित होगा। मेरा आज सभी राज्य सरकारों से भी आग्रह है, आत्मनिर्भर भारत के इस अभियान के साथ, स्वदेशी के इस अभियान के साथ अपने राज्यों में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को गति दे, पूरी ऊर्जा से, पूरे उत्साह से जुड़े, निवेश के लिए माहौल बनाएं। जब केंद्र और राज्य मिलकर आगे बढ़ेंगे तो आत्मनिर्भर भारत का सपना पूरा होगा। भारत का हर राज्य विकसित होगा, भारत विकसित होगा। इसी भावना के साथ मैं फिर एक बार इस बचत उत्सव की अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं देते हुए अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूं। एक बार फिर आप सबको नवरात्रि की, जीएसटी बचत उत्सव की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Eve of the new GST reforms, which start from 12 p.m. tonight, Prime Minister Narendra Modi addresses the nation and speaks about the big GST Mahotsav. He says that this is about Bachat Utsav, which will be celebrated across the country. First, the direct tax reduction in income tax, which came during the budget, and now the indirect tax reduction, which is coming in through the GST. This is double bonanza. He also spoke about the need for promoting Make in India, the need for Swadeshi, the need for vocal for local. So as the next generation GST reforms start, the Prime Minister's address to the nation becomes critical. He has spoken about self-reliance as he speaks about how this will be impacting the lives of the Aam Aadmi, the life of a businessman, how it is needed that the daily products, the products that we use on a daily basis, that will see a significant reduction. That is what the Prime Minister spoke about. He said India is moving in the direction of the double bonanza, spoke about how this will address India's growth story. He says that India's growth story will be accelerated, and he has also made a special request to the MSMEs, the crucial medium and small enterprises who he said will play an important role in the Make in India and how it will be going ahead. So Nagrik Devo Bhava is the message coming in from the Prime Minister, Aishwarya, as Prime Minister says that it is double bonanza. First, the direct tax, which came into effect during the budget announcement of Finance Minister in the month of March, and now the indirect tax, which will be coming into effect with the GST slab cuts.
Well, definitely, we are now seeing how it's a direct message being given, Maria, by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, also asking the people to make sure that they reap the benefits of what has been done, and also in a very subtle manner has given a message to corporate India saying that you are also needed. We are all working towards Viksit Bharat. We are all working towards making sure that things become much cheaper. The people have more money in their hands, but you also need to do your bit. You also need to do your part. Also, he flipped through the history pages, Maria, and spoke about what it used to be before 2014, specifically speaking about the article when companies actually wanted tax relief. And now he's saying that this is exactly what the government also has been working towards over the past many years. And this indeed is a fact. We have seen how the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman also has been speaking about the fact that the core ideology of the BJP, and that is something that the Finance Ministry also works upon, is the fact to give as much benefit to the common man as possible. Industries also were speaking about the fact that simplification of GST is something that is required, and that is exactly what has been done. Simplification of GST. Now this will have a multifold effect, which we will see a domino impact, if I may use the word, is something that we will see in months to come. But yes, this definitely is Diwali coming early for all the Indians. Maria.
So the Prime Minister says that this is GST Utsav, which will begin now. He also says that this will boost investment and increase savings and happiness. This will accelerate India's growth story. Let's listen in to the Prime Minister again, and then I bring in the guests.
जब साल 2017 में भारत ने जीएसटी रिफॉर्म की तरफ कदम बढ़ाया था, तो एक पुराना इतिहास बदलने की और एक नया इतिहास रचने की शुरुआत हुई थी। दशकों तक हमारे देश की जनता, आप सभी लोग, देश के व्यापारी अलग अलग टैक्स के जाल में उलझे हुए थे। ऑक्ट्रॉय, एंट्री टैक्स, सेल टैक्स, एक्साइज, वेट, सर्विस टैक्स, न जाने भांति भांति के दर्जनों टैक्स हमारे देश में थे। एक शहर से दूसरे शहर माल भेजना हो तो न जाने कितने चेकपोस्ट पार करने होते थे, कितने ही फॉर्म भरने पड़ते थे, कितनी सारी रुकावटें थी। हर जगह टैक्स के अलग अलग नियम थे। तब ऐसी लाखों कंपनियों को, लाखों करोड़ों देशवासियों को अलग अलग तरह के टैक्स के जाल की वजह से हर रोज परेशानी होती थी। सामान को एक शहर से दूसरे शहर पहुंचने के बीच जो खर्च बढ़ता था, वो भी गरीब को उठाना पड़ता था। आप जैसे ग्राहकों से वसूला जाता था। साथियों, देश को इस स्थिति से निकालना बहुत जरूरी था। इसलिए जब आपने हमें 2014 में अवसर दिया, तो हमने जनहित में, देश हित में जीएसटी को अपनी प्राथमिकता बनाया। हमने हर स्टेक होल्डर से चर्चा की। हमने हर राज्यों की हर शंका का निवारण किया, हर सवाल का समाधान खोजा। सभी राज्यों को, सबको साथ लेकर आजाद भारत का इतना बड़ा टैक्स रिफॉर्म संभव हो पाया। ये केंद्र और राज्यों के प्रयासों का नतीजा था कि देश दर्जनों टैक्सों के जाल से मुक्त हुआ और पूरे देश के लिए एक जैसी व्यवस्था बनी। वन नेशन वन टैक्स का सपना साकार हुआ। नवरात्रि के पहले दिन से देश आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान के लिए एक और महत्वपूर्ण और बड़ा कदम उठा रहा है। कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। हमारे देश के गरीब, मध्यम वर्गीय लोग, न्यू मिडिल क्लास, युवा, किसान, महिलाएं, दुकानदार, व्यापारी, उद्यमी, सभी को ये बचत उत्सव का बहुत फायदा होगा। यानी त्योहारों के इस मौसम में सबका मुंह मीठा होगा, देश के हर परिवार की खुशियां बढ़ेगी। मैं देश के कोटि कोटि परिवारजनों को नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स की और इस बचत उत्सव की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। ये रिफॉर्म भारत की ग्रोथ स्टोरी को एक्सेलरेट करेंगे, कारोबार को और आसान बनाएंगे, निवेश को और आकर्षक बनाएंगे और हर राज्य को विकास की दौड़ में बराबरी का साथी बनाएंगे।
So the Prime Minister there saying that he has huge expectations from the MSMEs. We have Santosh Mehrotra, economist, joining us as well on this broadcast. And he said that when India was at the peak of its prosperity, MSMEs were its foundation. We need to re-achieve that. He also spoke about Swadeshi and said that it will increase the prosperity. Santosh Mehrotra, according to you, why was this address of the nation critical at this point? Prime Minister says that this is about some kind of utsav which is going to begin. He has called it GST Bachat Utsav.
Well, I don't know whether it was critical. The point is he was simply reminding us that tomorrow it goes into effect. So he's just reminding us that a reform of a tax which was introduced 8 years ago, which subsumed within it 17 different taxes of the center and the states, is finally being rationalized. Because countries which have a GST, none of them, practically none of them, have the kind of rate system that we've had. It's not just that we had 5 rates, we had actually 45 rates given all the various exemptions. And I think there is plenty of evidence about that. So yes, it is a matter of celebration that finally good sense has prevailed within the government.
Okay. S.C. Garg also joins us. He is former Economic Affairs Secretary. S.C. Garg, the emphasis again on MSMEs. This is a crucial segment. But the question really is that what will be their response so far? MSMEs, as the Prime Minister said, were the foundation when the first generation GST reforms had kicked in.
See, the first generation reforms in 2017, when the GST was introduced, a lot of informal sector enterprises, the MSMEs were actually in the informal and organized sector. They were outside the tax net, most of them. And for them, this was a major change. Some of them, or quite few of them, about 30-40 lakhs of them, came into the formal GST network. It was a very difficult experience for them initially because their model of working earlier was some kind of tax arbitrage, very informal, not maintaining the record kind of things which the GST system required. So it was tough for them. There was a lot of opposition. It has now settled down more or less. In this round of reform, to my mind, except the fact that the rates for their products have been brought down to mostly from 12% to 5%. Not many of them are in 18% slab, or earlier were in 28% slab. For them, this allows their products to be sort of priced somewhat cheaper, but not much, because they won't have many of the input taxes credits as well, because in 5% tax bracket, hardly any of the products have input credits. So how much it will benefit the MSMEs, I think is for us to watch. we'll have to wait for seeing that happen. I think it's not a very unblemished or unstinted kind of support or package for the MSMEs.
Okay, and he clubbed the direct tax reform which came in 6 months ago and indirect, which is coming in the form of GST. Mr. Mehrotra, how do you look at that clubbing where he says that this is some kind of a double bonanza which has come in for the middle class?
Look, the point, I don't know about double bonanza. Let's just focus on the main dimensions of this reform. The main dimensions of the reform are, as Mr. Garg just now pointed out, is that the vast majority of products, excepting a few, are now within the 5 and 18% rates.
Yes.
Earlier, there were a multiplicity of rates, as I was saying in my previous intervention, a total of 45 rates, and formerly 5 rates. So now we have mainly 2 plus the high rate on so-called syntaxes and some others. So that's what it is. Now, of course, it is true that the government is going to take a loss, and this, a total the government says of 48,000 crores. It may well be more than that over the course of the full financial year. We shall wait to see. And we shall also wait to see whether demand picks up such that it actually offsets the decrease in government revenues. So that's what we would like to see happen, that government revenues rise. Because let's just remind ourselves that 8 years ago when the GST was introduced, the combined taxes which were then subsumed into GST were a certain percentage of GDP. Now, after that, they actually fell as a proportion of GDP. In other words, their contribution as a proportion of GDP, they fell, and they've only last year returned to the level that prevailed in 2016, the year prior to the introduction of the GST. So, I mean, the revenue collection record on this has also not been great, which is partly not so surprising, given that the economy actually took a nosedive. It slowed every quarter from 2017 onwards, all the way till the beginning of the COVID lockdown. And in the COVID lockdown, the economy went into contraction. So MSMEs suffered very, very severely, very severely.
Yes.
And they've only the MSMEs have now returned to the number, slightly more than the number that prevailed in 2015-16. Government's own data shows this, the annual survey of enterprises in the unorganized sector, and I've done a detailed analysis of that. So it's good news that at least the number of enterprises has returned to that level. But the point is, it's 8 years lost in terms of all those MSMEs which suffered over that period when joblessness increased, which is the reason why consumption levels have been systematically low. And that's why household savings are low. Household savings are at their lowest level in about 8 years. The other two components of savings, government savings and corporate savings, are doing well, while household savings are not doing so well.
Okay. Chetan has also joined us, but before I bring in Chetan, S.E. Garg, how significant is the number which has been quoted by the Prime Minister of expected savings of 2.5 lakh crore from the income tax exemption limit raise, and of course about with regards to the GST reforms for average Indian taxpayers and the MSMEs?
I think this is very important. In this entire address, the one thing which I found to be closer to reality was this mention by the Prime Minister that the total sort of pass on or the savings of the people in the form of the income tax relief which was granted in the budget, and now the GST is about 2.5 lakh crore.
That's right.
We know that the income tax relief was about 1 lakh crore. Therefore, what it gives away now is that the GST reforms will cost about 1.5 lakh crores to the government. unlike what has been stated so far, that it's 48,000 crores or so. My own estimates are 2 lakh crores a year, but 1.5 lakh crore is closer to this. I think it will be very interesting to watch now that what is the impact of this. Clearly, if you take this 1.5 lakh crores or 2 lakh crores or so it's about 12,000 to about 18,000 crores of rupees loss every month, so to say. For last 3 months, the GST growth has been very low at about 6.5% to 7% compared to the last year, much less than the nominal GDP growth. Now, if this kind of tax hit is also taken, is it going to get into the negative territory, the growth, or the demand push which is likely to come can compensate? I don't think it is going to, in any case, bring 2x or 3x or 4x of the savings which the people are going to make. It cannot exceed 1x, and therefore the tax giveaway would actually cost the government more than what the people will get in the form of savings.
I want to understand also one more point from you, whether the expected boost in consumption demand because of the income tax rate cuts, which happened in the budget, has kicked in, and what does the evidence really suggest?
See, the evidence doesn't suggest that that is playing out. That's what I said. If you look at the last 3 months or 4 months of GST data, the growth, nominal growth in GST collections is only 6.5% to 7%. It's not evenly equal to the nominal GDP growth. Therefore, the income tax benefit, which was passed on with effect from 1st of April, doesn't seem to have resulted into higher consumption. That is not the reality. There is another angle also which we must keep in mind, that if you give away 1.5 lakh crores to 2 lakh crores of tax receipts to the people to spend, the government expenditure also comes down by an equal amount.
Okay.
Now, if that happens, it cancels out each other. Therefore, this kind of optimistic projections that the tax giveaway leads to very large consumption boost is not correct.
Okay. Chetan Bhutani, according to you, the big takeaway?
Maria, well, two clear things. It's more than just meets the eye. First of all, I think Prime Minister made a very clear point and wanted the middle class, the new middle class, to come out and spend, because the government has to complete the deficit of about 48,000 crores, which it will have to do it very soon. Otherwise, GST numbers could go in for a toss. Secondly, what my sources initially told me was the fact that Prime Minister made this clarion call of Made in India and Local for Local, which we first broke exclusively on India Today, was because of the two to three ideal facts. First, of course, was the trade issues with US and, of course, geopolitical barriers. Secondly, with the developments at Chabahar Port, Indian trade is definitely bound to have a negative growth and a negative effect. So Prime Minister reaching out to the people of India, saying that come out, spend, and of course, make in India to make India self-reliant as soon as possible.
Okay. Professor Mehrotra, what kind of price cuts do you expect in consumer goods from tomorrow? And to what extent, sir, can we expect this inflation rate to come down in the coming weeks?
See, the inflation rate is relatively low as it is, and I think you are pointing out product by product in your ticker as well as the mainstream, what is the reduction in the prices of the individual products. So look, we will, over the next 3 weeks, see a certain bump up as we see every year during the festival season of consumption. However, the real impact of the GST reduction will have to wait until this 3-week period is over. Okay. We will wait to see how it plays out over the rest of the financial year, and then we can come and talk again. And I'm in complete agreement, and I think that's exactly what I was also hinting at with Mr. Garg, that neither he nor I am expecting a massive jump or increase in consumption. Because you see, households are seriously indebted. they have taken gold loans and retail debt, or retail borrowings from the banks are the biggest source of lending for Indian banks for the last, longest time. Private investment is not picking up. In other words, corporates are not borrowing in order to invest. It is retail investing which has gone up, and retail investing has gone up so much. Retail borrowing has gone up so much that the RBI has had to pass strictures upon the banks. Control. The RBI has told the banks, you have to bring down the rising share of retail debt in your total debt, total extended loans, as soon as possible. You cannot continue on this path. So there's a consumption demand crisis here, which is showing up clearly in reduced household savings as a proportion of GDP, which I talked about. And the foundational reason for that is that jobs are not growing. And it's not just jobs are not growing, real wages are not growing. If real wages are not growing, jobs are not growing in the non-farm sector, while jobs are growing in the farm sector. That's no good for consumption increase.
Okay. S.C. Garg, here is Professor Mehrotra talking about inflation rates which have come down. Then can we expect RBI to cut rates further, and also can we look forward to lower EMIs in the coming weeks or months?
See, I think this assessment is correct, that the inflation rate will further go down. It's already low. Various analysis suggests that the GST cuts touch about 25 to 30% of the goods basket. And if their cost comes down, definitely the inflation impact would be further more positive. Now, if it comes to, let us say, 2% or 2.5%, though there is a factor which we must always remember, that in India, the inflation is not related to the real factors like what is the RBI rate or interest rate and all. It's more related to the weather patterns, the losses on the agricultural products, food products, and things like that. At this moment, they appear to be favorable. So I see that in couple of months, for next couple of months, the inflation should be quite subdued. This gives a perfect reason for the RBI to cut their interest rate further. I think they are still very high in the economy. There is no need for that. But there is a problem which the RBI has. If you cut the interest rate down, it impacts the incomes of the banks. It also impacts the financial sector stability, in the sense that today about 60 to 70% of the interest rate on housing loans and others are linked to the repo rate. If they reduce the rate, they have to reduce the interest rate, the charge from the people as well. Their incomes go down. So all these factors go into it. To my mind, there is a full justification for doing it. But I don't think RBI is ready to reduce it further at this moment.
Fine enough. Thank you so much. This consumption demand story is perhaps the big story which is emerging from this. Professor Mehrotra and S.C. Garg, pleasure having you on my show. Thank you so much for joining us. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. Coming up would be the reaction from the political class. What is the BJP saying and what is the Congress after this address to the nation? We'll get those voices in just a bit. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Let me shake my friend Gaurav Sawant's hand, Nikhil Naz, Vikrant Gupta, Maria Shakil, so that, I'm trying to do what the Indians didn't do. I'm shaking hands because, you're part of a democratic newsroom. But obviously cricket is not. And look, politics has always been there in sport.
तेजस्वी जी के मंच से ये होने के बाद मुझे अटपटा नहीं लगा। मुझे लगा कि ये राहुल गांधी और तेजस्वी दोनों में कोई अंतर नहीं। और लालू जी के जमाने में जो बदतमीजी हुआ करता था वो राहुल गांधी ने दरभंगा के मंच पे किया, ये वैशाली जिले के मंच पे किया। और नरेंद्र मोदी जी की मां को गाली दे करके इन्होंने बड़ी भूल की, बिहार की अस्मिता को अपमानित किया।
भाजपा की बेचैनी बढ़ गई है, इसीलिए भाजपा द्वारा तरह तरह के कुचक्र और प्रपंच किए जा रहे हैं जिससे इस यात्रा को बदनाम किया जा सके। ध्यान भटकाने के लिए एक कुचक्र और प्रपंच रचा गया है। जिस वीडियो के बारे में कहा जा रहा है यह तेजस्वी जी की सभा का वीडियो है, उस वीडियो देखने से ही लगता है कि यह एडिटेड वीडियो है। तो ऐसी राजनीति भाजपा की संस्कार और संस्कृति रही है।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com.
जब एबीवीपी में आपका जैसे पोजीशन बाय पोजीशन आप बढ़ते रहे, पॉलिटिक्स नेक्स्ट प्रोग्रेशन था कि अब तो जाना ही है राजनीति में, ये हमेशा से था जहन में?
देखिए, ऐसा नहीं था मेरे जीवन में। जब मैं कॉलेज से वापिस मेरे गांव गया तो गांव की हर छोटी मोटी समस्याओं को लेकर के हम चलते थे। मेरे परिवार में ऐसी नहीं, सरपंच की और उसकी तो हमेशा रही है, लेकिन कोई बड़ी पॉलिटिक्स मेरे परिवार में नहीं रही। तो मैंने विषयों को उठाता था, बगल जो पास के गांव थे उनमें भी जाता था, कोई विषय होता था तो उसको भी करते थे। बिजली पानी को लेकर के या कई तरह के काम होते थे, उनको किसानों के साथ जुड़ करके काम करते थे। और मेरे को इसी के चलते विद्यार्थी परिषद से मैंने युवा मोर्चा में मेरी राजनीति भी प्रारंभ हुई।
मैं युवा मोर्चे के मंडल अध्यक्ष के रूप में मैंने काम किया। फिर मेरे को युवा मोर्चा में जिला मंत्री, उपाध्यक्ष, महामंत्री बनाया और फिर मैं पार्टी का युवा मोर्चे का अध्यक्ष भी रहा। युवा मोर्चे का अध्यक्ष में 3 बार रहा। उसी समय मेरे को ग्राम पंचायत के मेरे चुनाव आए और मैं 2000 में सरपंच चुना। तो मन में रहती है, लगती कि कुछ ना कुछ अच्छा होना चाहिए, क्या करना चाहिए। कई तरह के नए काम भी मैंने किए।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@ajtak.com.
बार बार उस प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, जिसने इस देश से 30 करोड़ से ज्यादा गरीबी मिटाई है, देश और बिहार की समृद्धि के लिए परिश्रम कर रहे हैं। विकास के भगीरथ को तुम गाली दे रहे हो, उनकी पूजनीय माता जी को गाली दे रहे हो। राजनीति के अखाड़े में तुम्हारा समर नाश तो बिहार की जनता करेगी। शासन को स्थापित करने वाले भ्रष्टाचारी तेजस्वी लालू परिवार ने तो शायद अपना शिष्टाचार और संस्कार ही बना लिया है। गाली गलौज का, जंगल राज का, भ्रष्टाचार का, अपराधियों को संरक्षण देने का अब तुम्हारा नाश निकट है।
किसी भी माँ को, माँ होती है। माँ जो होती है अपने संतान को पैदा करती है और 9 महीने अपने गर्भ में रखती है। तो ये तो बहुत अच्छी बात है कि जिन लोगों ने माँ के ऊपर आरोप लगाने का काम किया है और उंगली उठाने का काम किया है, उनके ऊपर FIR दर्ज किया, उनको जेल जाना चाहिए। हम सरकार से और केंद्र सरकार से ये भी मांग करते हैं कि जो माँ जैसे शब्द का अपमान करने का काम किया है, उसको तुरंत से तुरंत जेल भेजे। जो वहाँ का विधायक जिस तरीके से बोला है, हम ये मांग करते हैं बिहार सरकार से और केंद्र सरकार से भी कि उसको जेल भेजा जाए। अगर उसको जेल नहीं भेजा जाएगा तो हम आंदोलन करेंगे। जनशक्ति जनता दल महुआ में आंदोलन करने का काम करेगी।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
And Prime Minister Narendra Modi's address to the nation is over. What are the big takeaways? That's going to be our talking point this hour. The headlines. On eve of GST 2.0 launch, Prime Minister Modi says that India is ready for Bachat Utsav, says Indians will save 2.5 lakh crores due to tax reforms.
अलग-अलग मध्यम वर्गीय लोग, न्यू मिडिल क्लास, युवा, किसान, महिलाएं, दुकानदार, व्यापारी, उद्यमी, सभी को ये बचत उत्सव का बहुत फायदा होगा.
Prime Minister Modi says that GST reforms underline center-state federal cooperation, asks states to prioritize manufacturing for investment.
मेरा आज सभी राज्य सरकारों से भी आग्रह है, आत्मनिर्भर भारत के इस अभियान के साथ, स्वदेशी के इस अभियान के साथ अपने राज्यों में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को गति दें.
And ahead of trade talks in US, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal says that he will visit US tomorrow. The Minister of External Affairs, meanwhile, says that White House has clarified that $100,000 fee is applicable only for new visas. And superstar Vijay targets Stalin government on cozying up to Prime Minister Modi. DMK fact checks TVK chief Vijay, slams him for spreading misinformation. Bihar BJP releases video of crowd abusing Prime Minister Modi. BJP slams RJD. RJD says BJP using distorted video. And Assam mourns demise of iconic singer Zubeen Garg. Sea of fans gather to pay last respect to their beloved singer. Final rites to be performed soon. On the eve of Navratri, Prime Minister Modi has addressed the nation and has highlighted the transformative power of GST 2.0. He has emphasized how it will be revolutionizing India's economy, and he has referred to the new reforms as Grand Bachat Utsav, a celebration of savings that will benefit the growing new middle class. Prime Minister also said that with GST 2.0, the vision of one nation, one tax has been realized, and his government has also simplified a once complicated tax system. The reforms, along with tax cuts, are designed to boost the well-being of every citizen with a focus on fostering a society where motto will be Nagrik Devo Bhava. That's what the Prime Minister said. He highlighted the public good. The Prime Minister also noted that GST reforms would help citizens save an estimated 2.5 lakh crore, further accelerating India's growth story. He also pushed for self-reliance and asked the states to play their part by fostering a culture of investment, enabling India to be a globally competitive economy. And finally, the Prime Minister urged every Indian to buy and be proud of Swadeshi products for the nation's prosperity. Let's first listen in to what the Prime Minister said, and then I bring in the guests.
पहले दिन से देश आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान के लिए एक और महत्वपूर्ण और बड़ा कदम उठा रहा है। कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। हमारे देश के गरीब, मध्यम वर्गीय लोग, न्यू मिडिल क्लास, युवा, किसान, महिलाएं, दुकानदार, व्यापारी, उद्यमी, सभी को ये बचत उत्सव का बहुत फायदा होगा। यानी त्योहारों के इस मौसम में सबका मुंह मीठा होगा। देश के हर परिवार की खुशियां बढ़ेगी। मैं देश के कोटि कोटि परिवारजनों को नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स की और इस बचत उत्सव की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। ये रिफॉर्म भारत की ग्रोथ स्टोरी को एक्सेलरेट करेंगे, कारोबार को और आसान बनाएंगे, निवेश को और आकर्षक बनाएंगे और हर राज्य को विकास की दौड़ में बराबरी का साथी बनाएंगे। हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स की क्वालिटी दुनिया में भारत की पहचान बढ़ाए, भारत का गौरव बढ़ाए। हमें इस लक्ष्य को लेकर काम करना है। साथियों, देश की स्वतंत्रता को जैसे स्वदेशी के मंत्र से ताकत मिली, वैसे ही देश की समृद्धि को भी स्वदेशी के मंत्र से ही शक्ति मिलेगी। आज जाने अनजाने हमारी रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी में बहुत सी विदेशी चीजें जुड़ गई है, हमें पता तक नहीं है। हमारे जेब में कंघी विदेशी है कि देसी, हमें पता ही नहीं है। हमें इनसे भी मुक्ति पानी होगी। हम वो सामान खरीदें जो मेड इन इंडिया हो, जिसमें हमारे देश के नौजवानों की मेहनत लगी हो, हमारे देश के बेटे बेटियों का पसीना हो। हमें हर घर को स्वदेशी का प्रतीक बनाना है, हर दुकान को स्वदेशी से सजाना है। गर्व से कहो ये स्वदेशी है, गर्व से कहो मैं स्वदेशी खरीदता हूं, मैं स्वदेशी सामान की बिक्री भी करता हूं। ये हर भारतीय का मिजाज बनना चाहिए। जब ये होगा तो भारत तेजी से विकसित होगा। मेरा आज सभी राज्य सरकारों से भी आग्रह है, आत्मनिर्भर भारत के इस अभियान के साथ, स्वदेशी के इस अभियान के साथ अपने राज्यों में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को गति दे, पूरी ऊर्जा से, पूरे उत्साह से जुड़े, निवेश के लिए माहौल बढ़ाएं, जब केंद्र और राज्य मिलकर आगे बढ़ेंगे तो आत्मनिर्भर भारत का सपना पूरा होगा। भारत का हर राज्य विकसित होगा, भारत विकसित होगा। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें आत्मनिर्भरता के रास्ते पर चलना ही होगा और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व हमारे एमएसएमईज यानी हमारे लघु, मध्यम और कुटीर उद्योगों पर भी है, जो देश के लोगों की जरूरत का है, जो हम देश में ही बना सकते हैं, वो हमें देश में ही बनाना चाहिए।
And joining me now is Chetan Bhutani. Chetan, I'm looking at the key aspect of the focus on MSMEs. The Prime Minister says that the MSMEs are engines of growth under Atmanirbhar Bharat and Swadeshi. So the question is, what challenges do these MSMEs face in leveraging these reforms for sustainable growth?
Well, Prime Minister very categorically pointing out the importance of MSMEs and SMEs, and also pointing out the need for MSMEs to now start to gain traction because the government has reduced taxes. Talking about the points of, the issues and difficulties that they face, first of all, the big difficulty is, of course, the credit growth. MSMEs really face problems for lending from banks, and they have to do multiple rounds for background check and fact checking by the time they get their loan funding. Why is MSME so important, Maria? We have to remember that over 6 crore MSMEs operate across India, present in rural, semi-urban and urban areas, giving them a national-wide presence. It's one of the second largest job generator in India, second only to agriculture, which is very crucial for skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled workers as well. Talking about the contribution of GDP to from the MSMEs, it's accounting for nearly 30% of the GDP, significant driver of growth in services and manufacturing sector as well. Contributing to the exports also, nearly 45 to 48% of India's exports are done by the MSMEs, Indian MSMEs, which includes textiles, handicrafts, engineering goods, auto components, gems and jewelry, and other sectors as well. Also, Maria, very important, Prime Minister has been talking about women empowerment and women's participation in MSMEs. Many MSMEs, in fact, are women-oriented, who are led by women, to, of course, drive the engine growth of the country as well. And of course, mentioning the last point, Maria, they help India reduce dependency on foreign-made products, because MSMEs really are at places which are rural and semi-urban areas, which understand the core growth, the core need of the rural India as well. So clearly, all in all, Prime Minister really wanting the MSMEs to grow, and of course, wanting the Aam Aadmi to come out and spend so that the government can reduce its deficit as soon as possible.
Yes, the question then is that yes, there is that intent, but Chetan, can MSMEs genuinely thrive in that Swadeshi push without addressing their fundamental issues, which are like credit access, working capital, and market demand, which constantly fluctuates?
Well, there have been various talks. The government, in fact, from time to time has been giving out a lot of credit line guarantee schemes, a lot of relief measures, especially during COVID. We saw Prime Minister, in fact, himself, chaired the cabinet meeting virtually, and of course, government announcing various measures of extending the credit line, emergency credit line guarantee scheme. The ECLGS scheme was launched, and the government really helped the MSMEs out. In fact, a lot of MSMEs in India face a lot of issues regarding disputes. So the government set up an MSME portal called the Udyam portal, which has about 4 to 4.5 approximately crore MSMEs which registered to it to solve their issues out. In fact, the data also suggests that Tamil Nadu MSME department only had about 66,000 new odd entrepreneurs, adding to about 1 lakh jobs via the firms signing MOUs with different countries and of course with different firms as well. Also, Maria, lastly, MSMEs form the backbone of the Indian economy. The Prime Minister has been mentioning it for a very long time, and of course we understand that as well.
All right, thank you for joining us. Sanju Verma, national spokesperson of the BJP, joins us. We have Sujata Paul of the Congress Party. Rajat Sethi, analyst economist, joins us as well. Sanju Verma, the Prime Minister spoke about GST Utsav. the question then is that, and he gave a number that this saving festival is expected to save 2.5 lakh crore for people. But when we look at these recent data, ma'am, India's household saving rates has fallen to historic lows, around 5.3% of GDP net household savings, which is lowest in 50 years. Then how can GST reforms alone boost family savings?
Maria, first things first. Let me make one thing very clear, that household savings to GDP ratio historically has been in the region of 25 to 30%. And by and large, the purchasing power of the Indian consumer has increased manifold in the last 11 years. Because don't forget, today the repo rate is just 5.5%. The bank rate is 5.75%. And to make it simpler for your audience, every 50 basis points, as in every 0.5% fall in the lending rate, reduces EMI by 6,000 rupees per month for a loan of, say, 1 crore, which has to be repaid over 20 years. And don't forget, today the marginal cost of lending rate, MCLR, is in the region of 8.5 to 9%. In 2013, the MCLR was in the region of 13 to 15%, and personal loans were being given out at anywhere between 16, 17 or 18%. So my first point is, there is a dramatic fall in lending rates, which has benefited the Aam Janta by increasing disposable incomes and by increasing purchasing power. My second point is this, Maria, that today, if you are a salaried individual, till an annual income of 12.775 lakh rupees, imagine, for an annual income of 12.75 lakh rupees, a salaried individual has to pay 0 tax. And this is very important, very quickly. In 2013, if you had an income of 2 lakhs per annum or more, you paid 10% tax. If you had an income of 5 lakhs per annum or more, you paid 20% tax. And if you had an annual income of 10 lakhs per annum or more, you paid 30% tax. But do you know something, Maria? Today, the 30% income tax rate gets triggered only if you have an annual income of 24 lakhs or more. Today, the 10% tax rate gets triggered only if you have an annual income of 8 lakhs or more, and if you're not availing of any other exemption benefits. Today, the 20% income tax rate gets triggered only if you have an annual income of 16 lakh rupees per annum or more, and you're not availing of any exemption benefits. The standard deduction was 0. Today, the standard deduction benefit per annum is 75,000 rupees. The tax rebate was 2,000 rupees. That was the benefit per annum. Today, the tax rebate benefit is more than 25,000 rupees per annum. So look at it from either way. The purchasing power of the Indian consumer has risen manifold because he or she has more money to save and thereby more money to spend.
Okay. Before I bring in Sujata Paul and other panelists, let me go straight to our consulting editor, Rajdeep Sardesai, who joins us. Rajdeep, what according to you is the big takeaway of this address to the nation?
Maria, one of the things that I've always noticed about Prime Minister, first of all, Shubha Mahalaya and Happy Navratras, which begin tomorrow. One of the things that I've noticed, Maria, about Prime Minister Narendra Modi, when he does this speech, when he does these speeches, he almost always gets his messaging right. And in a sense, you could argue that today was no different. Sabka muh meetha hoga. What is a better way to start this festive season than hearing the Prime Minister say that Sabka muh meetha hoga, GST budget utsav shuru hoga kal se. And importantly, mention the neo-middle class, this aspirational neo-middle class, a term that Mr. Modi first used ahead of the 2012 Gujarat election. That's the target audience, that you reach out to this neo-middle class in the hope that this neo-middle class will start a virtuous cycle of savings, consumption, and will lead eventually to a rise in domestic demand, which will then lead to greater investment. Now, that hasn't necessarily happened in recent times. perhaps because these have been difficult times in the last 5 years. But the hope is that we are now truly in a post-COVID economy, and therefore this Diwali you will see a consumption boom, and that will in a way trigger some of the animal spirits of the economy. Now, all of this sounds very nice. The challenge, of course, is for the Prime Minister's fine words to be translated into action on the ground. If you recall 2017 GST 1.0, the Prime Minister had said freedom at midnight from tax terrorism. Now you can ask any small and big businessman, they will tell you that we've had a GST inspector Raj in certain parts of the country, indeed across the country in recent times. So that tax terrorism did not go, partly of course because all of the complicated structures within the GST. Now we have a much more simplified GST, and the hope therefore will be that some of the benefits of that will be transferred by business groups, by small retailers, large retailers, eventually to the consumer. Will that happen? Will the bureaucracy, for example, take a back seat? Will it really become an ease of doing business? You see, GST reforms on its own, Maria, are not enough to ensure that sabka muh meetha hoga. You will need to actually bring in far more radical changes, in my view, and not just incremental reforms. But good luck. And I think the Prime Minister is hoping that it's a punt he's made in the hope that the GST reforms will trigger this virtuous cycle. Just one more point. We saw the Prime Minister attempt to do this by giving corporates a tax break a few years ago, but it didn't translate into investments by those very corporates, which should have used the windfall benefits they got to actually increase their domestic investment. So fingers crossed, toes crossed, we can only hope कि वाकई सबका मुंह मीठा होगा. I hope my friend Sanju Verma's मुंह मीठा होगा. I hope Sujata Paul's मुंह मीठा होगा. I hope all Indian citizens, I repeat, all Indian citizens का मुंह मीठा होगा. Fine words by the Prime Minister, very good messaging, but the reality on the ground is these questions will have to be asked to MSMEs and the smaller groups who have struggled in recent times, and no one can deny that. Not even Sanju Verma will deny that MSMEs are at a difficult time. I hope there will be sabka muh meetha hoga. That's a nice way to start the festive season.
One moment, ma'am. I have another question for Rajdeep. And Rajdeep, Prime Minister says that this is some kind of double bonanza. First, the direct tax, which came in with, a few months ago, and now indirect tax with the GST reforms kicking in. Would you say that, there are great expectations that overall, through these tax exemptions, 2.5 lakh crore savings would be there? But is there a gap between government's GST reform expectations and the broader economic realities?
No, let's be fair. The government, I think, has done wonderfully well, both with its direct tax reforms and by bringing in a simplified GST. We can argue politically whether this should have happened a few years earlier, whether it's come in too late. Forget all that. But I think the point you used the word, Maria, expectations. There are naturally high expectations when the Prime Minister of the country addresses the nation and says, "Sabka muh meetha hoga." So the hope is that some of these smaller retailer groups particularly will transfer the benefits they get to the consumer, that those who've been the beneficiaries of these direct tax exemptions will have more money in their pocket and will therefore go into the market and consume more. All of these are hopes at the moment. Umeed pe duniya kayam hai. I think the Prime Minister is once again doing what he does very well. He's a feel-good guru. He triggers a sense of hope and expectations and tries to tap into this aspirational class. It's been his core constituency, which has served him well for the last decade. And I remain hopeful that what the government has done in the law with direct and indirect taxes will actually now translate into creating this virtuous cycle of savings, consumption, and then investment.
Okay. Rajdeep, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Sanju Verma, the point here is, Rajdeep says that sabka muh meetha hoga. It applies to everyone, from Sujata Paul to DMK to everyone. So certainly, the Prime Minister has set very high expectations to everyone, saying that please go out, spend, because you are also saving money.
Maria, I just want to say that I fail to understand why Rajdeep is always on the wrong side of the fence. this is not just about a feel-good factor, Maria. I can tell you as an economist, if the Prime Minister is saying that the GST cuts and the income tax related benefits that were announced a couple of months back, if you pool all this together, the savings will be anywhere to the tune of 2.5 to 3 lakh crore. Now let me, take 2.5 lakh crore as the benchmark. And if you add a multiplier of 3, then it actually means that the effective benefit will be 2.5 lakh crore into 3, which is 7.5 lakh crore. If you add a multiplier or give a multiplier rather of 5 to 2.5 lakh crore, then the actual benefit is not 2.5 lakh crore, but 12.5 lakh crore. The limited point, without trying to complicate things, is that prima facie, the benefit may be 2.5 lakh crore. But once that money starts running in the economy, money exchanges hands, then the actual benefit is 3 or 5 times higher. So actual benefit could be anywhere between 7.5 to 12.5 lakh crore, depending on the multiplier impact.
Sujata Paul.
Yes. Good evening, Maria, and good evening to everybody and your audiences, and Shubha Mahale and Happy Navratri. But today, I was expecting something better, but clearly there is a cricket match and the Prime Minister thought it best to come at 5 o'clock. He did appear. But what has he done? He spoke about, his words that this was this is next generation GST. So what was the other one? Your GST 1.0, was it for the previous generation? Was he trying to say that Indian economy had to be pushed into a ditch, into a gutter, where the poor people have been asking for rebate? And listen, please don't interrupt. I didn't see your mind.
We are the world's 4th largest economy. Our GDP growth last quarter was 7.8%.
Sujata Paul was patiently listening to your points. Let's extend that courtesy. Let's extend that courtesy. Okay. Sujata Paul, finish your point, please.
Yes.
I'm coming to you, Sanju Verma. Let her finish her point.
After looting our pockets for the last 8 years, if the Prime Minister has appeared today and he is literally appealing to people to come out and spend, it means that he knows that people are not spending and there is no money in the market and our economy is facing stagnation. That is point number 1. That is the reason why he's come out and said it. Now, I'm very happy to hear the Prime Minister use the words made in India, not make in India. Maybe it was a slip of the tongue, but clearly what he's trying to do is he is trying to distract us from the real issues of vote chori, which Rahul Gandhi has raised, the issues that the country is asking of Donald Trump's 1 lakh USD. You're not able to control her. I didn't speak at all when she was speaking. She was not.
Brass is out on bail.
Listen, you will please get her to be quiet, Maria, otherwise I will not let her speak after this. 1 lakh USD for H-1B visa holders. I was expecting the Prime Minister to talk about that also.
And Salim Dharan as well on the broadcast. Sajjan joins us as well. Rajat Sethi, there are some concerns with regards to the economy, particularly about the failing household savings and the rising liabilities, because of course that is bound to affect how the government is hoping that this will lead to that kind of saving. Could this then, because the Prime Minister's emphasis is on the new middle class, a phrase that Rajdeep was saying that Prime Minister had first used about the aspirational India. There's a lot of emphasis on this because the aspirational India is the driving force of India today, the new India that we are looking at.
Right. I think Prime Minister's message is not just for the upper middle class, but also, this new middle class, which has made the transition from, and that quantum is 25 crore individuals have made the transition from being below the poverty line towards entering into the middle class regime. And that's where he wants to ensure that this class can move from two-wheelers to four-wheelers. The aspirations can be met. They can afford better services for their children and their family members, so that this collective pent-up demand can get some kind of an acceleration. combined with the income tax relief that was given earlier and this consumption tax, the GST tax relief that has come now, I don't see any other financial year in my memory where collectively more than 2.5 lakh crore of direct consumption benefit has been given to consumers. Totally unprecedented, and it will have cascading impact. We will also see, the kind of multiplier that you will see with greater consumption, greater money in the hands of consumers being profound. And it will not just be limited to this year. We will see this having a cascading effect over the several years to come.
Okay. Salim Dharnidharan, the role of states becomes important. Prime Minister has appealed to states, and you have a government in Tamil Nadu.
Maria, you're not allowing me to speak. Why?
Ma'am, I'm coming to you. Let me bring in Salim Dharnidharan. Yes.
Firstly, I listen to everyone patiently. See, I think any move to increase demand in the economy is welcome. So that way it's welcome. But will it be sufficient is the question. For the last 11 years, we in the opposition, as well as leading economists, including Abhijit Banerjee, has been saying we have to put money in hands of the poor because the multiplier is higher. Even when Prime Minister came and said freebies are remedies, what did we say? We said, no, when you give 1,000 rupees to one folks, the effect on the economy is not just 12,000 crores, but 36,000 crores will be the additional income into the economy because of the multiplier effect. This is what we've been saying. But the point is, the first thing the government should have done is to reduce the fuel prices. Why was the fuel taxes increased by about 700% to help the corporates? So if that was done, Indians, right, on an average, spend 22% of the income on fuel and gas cylinders. If that tax has been reduced, immediately there have been more money in hands of the poor, and actual loss to the exchequer would have been lower. The Prime Minister is not willing to do it because that will go against his corporate friends. That is the only reason. And again, second most important question is, when textile sector is struggling, why do you have 18% tax for any merchandise above 2,500 rupees? Doesn't make it clear. And third most important point is, you are saying agricultural products taxes have been reduced, but for processed agricultural goods, you are again having a GST of 18%. And the biggest problem in agriculture sector today is that 40% of the agricultural produce gets wasted. So we have to promote food processing. And
since you have made your point, I'm going to combine Sujata Paul also, and then I'm going to come to you, Sanju Verma. Sujata Paul, please make your point, and then I'll get a rebuttal from Sanju Verma.
Yes. So the fact of the matter is, after looting our pockets for the last 8 years, if the Prime Minister says this is GST generation next, clearly means that he knew what he was doing and he was out to ensure that people were in dire straits. But he knows that today he needs a weapon of mass distortion, mass destruction. And that is why he has come to address the nation on this particular issue. The main issues are, as far as MSME is concerned, is it not, I think one of the experts said also that it is the main employment generator, and not enough has been said about them. There are various sectoral issues also which need to be addressed because
Prime Minister spoke about MSMEs, ma'am. In fact, he said that there is a special request to MSMEs.
No,
he requested MSMEs.
Give me uninterrupted time. You ask me your questions later because I can't have this lady also interrupting and you also. So the fact of the matter is that as far as the sectoral issues are concerned, that has not been addressed. The states which have been asking for, when you talk about various issues of the state level GST, they should be allowed to introduce state level GSTs, which is not being allowed. It is also important that today when we are talking about GST changes, should we not talk about all the various sectors like textile, agriculture, etc., where people have been really hit by...
Okay.
She does not know any
I will just make one point, Sujata Paul, before I bring in, yes,
and that needs some
before I bring in Sanju Verma. Sanju Verma, to quote unquote the Prime Minister, he said, I have huge expectations from MSMEs. When India was at the peak of its prosperity, MSMEs were its foundation. We need to re-achieve that. Those were his words. But go ahead, Sanju Verma, respond.
But you know, when
Maria,
you talk
very
yes.
quickly.
Yes.
Maria, now I heard this woman.
Yes,
She knows
yes, you
nothing
have
about
heard. Yes, Sanju Verma now, please. Sanju Verma.
Thank you.
Yes. Sanju Verma.
This is not done.
Yes, Sanju Verma,
Fine, let me
please.
shout.
You
Yes.
are not going to interrupt
Can
us.
I please
Okay,
come in,
Sujata,
Maria?
let her speak, please. Sujata, please let her speak. Yes.
We in
Sanju
our
Verma.
This woman is brain
Sanju
dead. She
Verma.
does not even know
Sanju
the spelling
Verma.
of economy.
Okay,
Shut
let's
up.
have Sanju Verma. No,
I
please
refuse to
no.
debate like this. You
No,
can have her. I refuse
let's
to
maintain
debate.
the decorum, ma'am. Let's maintain the decorum. No use of such words. But yes, Sanju Verma, please come and speak. And we also have Sajjan Kumar joining us on this broadcast. Yes, Sanju Verma.
No, Maria, if you really want, at least give me 30 seconds.
I'm
without
giving
having
you
this-
all your
This
time.
versus this window.
Go ahead.
You know, you get two people on the window and then the other person starts heckling. That's unfair because this is a serious debate.
Yes, go ahead.
Let me very quickly, very pointedly, very quickly, Maria, without being verbose. GDP growth last quarter 7.8%, inflation rate only 2%, food inflation minus 0.69%, services PMI the highest in 20 years at 62.9, construction growth 7.7%, manufacturing growth 7.6%, a sovereign rating upgrade of India after 18 years by S&P, which has never happened, 17.9 crore, rather 18 crore jobs created in the last 11 years, 25 crore people uplifted from poverty. The NPA rate of banks, which was 8% plus during Congress, has fallen to 2.1% and net NPS at less than 0.5%. More importantly, State Bank of India, the largest public sector bank, which was bleeding under the Congress, reported a profit last year of 70,000 crore. Central public sector undertakings, which were loss-making, have combined a reported profit of 5.4 lakh crore plus last year. And most importantly, public sector banks, which were loss-making, have reported a combined profit of 1.8 lakh crore plus. But my limited point is this, Maria. Beyond everything, the fact of the matter is that the Congress's Khatakhat model has failed in Karnataka, which is borrowing 45,000 crore every quarter from the RBI to stay afloat. And today, apart from Punjab, India's most indebted state, Maria, is Tamil Nadu with a debt of more than 8 lakh crore plus. Tamil Nadu is borrowing 60.
I have just enough time for the final comments from Mr. Dharni Dharan. Dharni Dharan, quickly respond, and then I wrap up this discussion.
Firstly
in fact, I can see Sajjan. I can see Sajjan as well. Okay, finish your point.
Most economists say that we should move away from GDP because GDP belies a lot of truths about health of the economy. Having India's rural consumption has been the lowest in the last 10 years, last 20 years. India's urban consumption has been lowest in the last 20 years. India's household savings has reduced in the last 20 years like never before, simply because inequality has increased because of governmental policies. That is the most important point. Again, when it comes to debt to GDP, after my government has come to pass, debt to GDP of Tamil Nadu has reduced from 28% to 26%. And Tamil Nadu is the fastest growing state in India with 11.2% growth as per the union government data. This is the most important point. We have to note.
Let me bring in Sajjan Kumar now, and he'll get the last word on the show. Sajjan, in terms of the messaging, do you think the Prime Minister got the messaging right, given how he also emphasizes on the communication and the communication which is happening on the eve of the new generation GST reforms?
Marker than all the parties are trying to claim the credit for this new generation GST. So this is the point wherein the communication has been hegemonic because everyone wants to have a share, and criticism and praise both is coming with a sense of grudge. This is one. Two, instinctively, you do not need to be an expert of economics and finance. I mean, people have a positive momentum. People feel that there are mundane issues, products, commodities of mundane life, which is going to become more cheaper, and therefore it comes there. So this is a moment wherein you see the triangulation of income tax reforms, then GST, and also the welfare schemes all coming together. And thereby this packaging is certainly has percolated to the ground. And when you see that opposition parties are trying to take the credit that we all also have kind of contributed to it. And also Prime Minister in his speech gave credit to the state and the center. So that it's a communication which is reaching out to the ground, to the hill. And it's very difficult to counter it with a sense of conviction, because what you want a share in the credit, not...
Okay, so he's ready to share the credit as well. That is the message coming in. Let me thank all the guests who are joining us right now. Sujata Paul, Sanju Verma, Rajat Sethi, Dharni Dharan and Sajjan Kumar. With that, it's a wrap. Remember the Prime Minister talking about GST Bachat Utsav, claiming that the country is taking an important step towards Atmanirbhar Bharat.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer. Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. PM Modi says GST savings will boost business and ease operations. Gadkari says ethanol does not reduce mileage. Calls claims misleading. BJP warns nation will not tolerate an insult to the Prime Minister's mother.
India is grappling with a new kind of turbulence. Extreme weather battering the nation with floods, droughts, and cyclones. This week, India Today delves into the hard question: why is it happening? And how can India build resilience in this new climate reality? Don't miss the full story in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
तेजस्वी जी के मंच से ये होने के बाद मुझे अटपटा नहीं लगा। मुझे लगा कि ये राहुल गांधी और तेजस्वी दोनों में कोई अंतर नहीं, और लालू जी के जमाने में जो बदतमीजी हुआ करता था वो राहुल गांधी ने दरभंगा के मंच पे किया, ये वैशाली जिले के मंच पे किया, और नरेंद्र मोदी जी की मां को गाली दे करके इन्होंने बड़ी भूल की, बिहार की अस्मिता को अपमानित किया।
भाजपा की बेचैनी बढ़ गई है, इसीलिए भाजपा द्वारा तरह तरह के कुचक्र और प्रपंच किए जा रहे हैं जिससे इस यात्रा को बदनाम किया जा सके। ध्यान भटकाने के लिए एक कुचक्र और प्रपंच रचा गया है। जिस वीडियो के बारे में कहा जा रहा है कि यह तेजस्वी जी की सभा का वीडियो है, उस वीडियो देखने से ही लगता है कि यह एडिटेड वीडियो है। तो ऐसी राजनीति भाजपा की संस्कार और संस्कृति रही है।
സിനിമാ രംഗത്തെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയൊരു അവാർഡാണ് എനിക്ക് കിട്ടിയിരിക്കുന്നത്. 48 വർഷത്തെ എൻ്റെ സിനിമാ ജീവിതത്തിൽ കിട്ടിയ ഒരു ഏറ്റവും വലിയൊരു അവാർഡായിട്ട് ഞാനിതിനെ കാണുന്നു. ആദ്യം ഇതിൻ്റെ ജൂറിയോടും ഇന്ത്യൻ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിനോടുമുള്ള നന്ദി ഞാൻ അറിയിക്കുന്നു. എന്നെ ഞാനാക്കി മാറ്റിയ മലയാള സിനിമ, അതിൽ പ്രവർത്തിച്ചിരുന്നവർ, എന്നോടൊപ്പം പ്രവർത്തിച്ചിരുന്നവർ, പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നവർ, ഇനി പ്രവർത്തിക്കാൻ പോകുന്നവർ, അവർക്കൊക്കെ ഞാൻ നന്ദി പറയുന്നു. ഒരുപാട് മഹാരഥന്മാർ നടന്ന് പോയ ഒരു വഴിയിലൂടെയാണ് ഞാനും സഞ്ചരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇത് വളരെ ഒരു പ്രസ്റ്റീജിയസ് അവാർഡും കൂടെയാണ്. അപ്പം ഇതിനു മുമ്പ് കിട്ടിയിരിക്കുന്നതൊക്കെ വലിയ മഹാരഥന്മാർക്കാണ്. അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഭാഗമാകാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞതിനുള്ള നന്ദി ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ഈശ്വരനോടും എൻ്റെ കുടുംബത്തോടും എൻ്റെ പ്രേക്ഷകരോടും എന്നെ ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്ന എല്ലാ ആൾക്കാരോടും ഞാൻ ഷെയർ ചെയ്യുന്നു. മലയാള സിനിമ എൻ്റെ ഈ അവാർഡ് ഞാൻ മലയാള സിനിമയ്ക്ക് ഡെഡിക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാണ്. അതിൻ്റെ ലെഗസി, അതിൻ്റെ ആർട്ടിസ്റ്ററി, അതിൻ്റെ അൺവേവറിങ് സ്പിരിറ്റ്.
You are watching India Today.
वैसे साथियों, मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि दुकानदार भाई बहन भी जीएसटी रिफॉर्म को लेकर बहुत उत्साह में हैं। वो बहुत जीएसटी में हुई कटौती को ग्राहकों तक पहुंचाने में जुटे हुए हैं। बहुत सारी जगहों पर पहले और अब के बोर्ड लगाए जा रहे हैं। साथियों, हम नागरिक देवो भवः, नागरिक देवो भवः के जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म में इसकी साफ झलक दिखाई देती है। अगर हम इनकम टैक्स में छूट और जीएसटी में छूट को जोड़ दें तो एक साल में जो निर्णय हुए हैं उससे देश के लोगों को 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की बचत होगी। और तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूं ये बचत उत्सव है। साथियों, रिफॉर्म एक अनवरत चलने वाली प्रक्रिया होती है। जब समय बदलता है, देश की जरूरत बदलती है, तो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन रिफॉर्म भी उतने ही आवश्यक होते हैं। इसलिए देश की वर्तमान जरूरतों और भविष्य के सपनों को देखते हुए जीएसटी के ये नए रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो रहे हैं। नए स्वरूप में मुख्य रूप से अब सिर्फ 5% और 18% के ही टैक्स स्लैब रहेंगे। इसका मतलब है रोजमर्रा के इस्तेमाल की ज्यादातर चीजें और सस्ती हो जाएगी। खाने पीने का सामान, दवाइयां, साबुन, ब्रश, पेस्ट, स्वास्थ्य और जीवन बीमा, ऐसे अनेकों सामान, अनेकों सेवाएं या तो टैक्स फ्री होगी या फिर केवल 5% टैक्स देना होगा। जिन सामानों पर पहले 12% टैक्स लगा करता था, उसमें से 99% यानी करीब करीब 100 के निकट 99% चीजें अब 5% टैक्स के दायरे में आ गई है। साथियों, पिछले 11 साल में देश में 25 करोड़ लोगों ने गरीबी को हराया है, गरीबी को परास्त किया है और गरीबी से बाहर निकल करके 25 करोड़ का एक बहुत बड़ा समूह नियो मिडिल क्लास के रूप में आज देश के अंदर बहुत बड़ी भूमिका अदा कर रहा है। इस नियो मिडिल क्लास की अपनी एस्पिरेशंस हैं, अपने सपने हैं। इस साल सरकार ने 12 लाख रुपए तक की इनकम को टैक्स फ्री करके एक उपहार दिया और स्वाभाविक है जब 12 लाख रुपयों का इनकम टैक्स में राहत हो जाए तो मध्यम वर्ग के जीवन में तो कितना बड़ा बदलाव आता है, कितनी सरलता सुविधा हो जाती है। और अब गरीबों की भी बारी है, नियो मिडिल क्लास की बारी है। अब गरीब को, नियो मिडिल क्लास को एक तरह से डबल बोनांजा मिल रहा है। जीएसटी कम होने से अब देश के नागरिकों के लिए अपने सपने पूरे करना और आसान होगा। घर बनाना, टीवी, फ्रिज खरीदने की बात हो, स्कूटर, बाइक, कार खरीदना हो, ये सब पर अब कम खर्च करना होगा। आपके लिए घूमना फिरना भी सस्ता हो जाएगा क्योंकि ज्यादातर होटल्स के कमरों पर भी जीएसटी कम कर दिया गया है।
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Do the Moto Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
तेजस्वी जी के मंच से ये होने के बाद मुझे अटपटा नहीं लगा। मुझे लगा कि ये राहुल गांधी और तेजस्वी दोनों में कोई अंतर नहीं, और लालू जी के जमाने में जो बदतमीजी हुआ करता था वो राहुल गांधी ने दरभंगा के मंच पे किया, ये वैशाली जिले के मंच पे किया, और नरेंद्र मोदी जी की मां को गाली दे करके इन्होंने बड़ी भूल की, बिहार की अस्मिता को अपमानित किया।
भाजपा की बेचैनी बढ़ गई है, इसीलिए भाजपा द्वारा तरह तरह के कुचक्र और प्रपंच किए जा रहे हैं, जिससे इस यात्रा को बदनाम किया जा सके। ध्यान भटकाने के लिए एक कुचक्र और प्रपंच रचा गया है। जिस वीडियो के बारे में कहा जा रहा है कि यह तेजस्वी जी की सभा का वीडियो है, उस वीडियो देखने से ही लगता है कि यह एडिटेड वीडियो है। तो ऐसी राजनीति भाजपा की संस्कार और संस्कृति रही है।
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Do the moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Well, good evening, viewers. You're watching India Today. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Just a short while back, in an address to the nation, the Prime Minister of the country Narendra Modi heralded what he called a Bachat Utsav, and that comes in on the eve of Navratra festivities, where he announced GST 2.0 reform. Well, will it lead to higher consumption? In turn, will it lead to savings? All of that discussed, and the politics of it all discussed over the course of this next 30 minutes. But first up, allow me to take you through the headlines. On the eve of GST 2.0 launch, Modi says India is ready for Bachat Utsav, says Indians will save 2.5 lakh crores due to tax reform.
मध्यम वर्गीय लोग, न्यू मिडिल क्लास, युवा, किसान, महिलाएं, दुकानदार, व्यापारी, उद्यमी, सभी को ये बचत उत्सव का बहुत फायदा होगा.
Modi says GST reforms underline center-state federal cooperation, asks states to prioritize manufacturing for investment.
के बीच मेरा आज सभी राज्य सरकारों से भी आग्रह है, आत्मनिर्भर भारत के इस अभियान के साथ, स्वदेशी के इस अभियान के साथ अपने राज्यों में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को गति दें.
Ahead of trade talks in U.S., Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal will visit the United States of America tomorrow. Meanwhile, White House clarifies $1 lakh fee applicable for new visas only. Vijay targets Stalin government on cozying up to Prime Minister Modi, and Vijay DMK fact-checks TV chief Vijay. DMK slams Vijay for spreading what they call is misinformation. Bihar BJP releases video of crowd abusing Prime Minister Modi, his mother in an RJD rally. In yet another instance, BJP takes on RJD. RJD says BJP using a distorted, manufactured video. Assam mourns the demise of iconic singer Zubeen Garg. Sea of fans gather to pay final respects to their beloved singer. Final rites to be performed soon. It's come on the eve of Navratri and on the eve of GST 2.0 reforms kicking in. The Prime Minister's address to the nation highlighting the transformative power of GST 2.0. He's emphasized how it is set to revolutionize Bharat's economy, referred to the new reforms as a grand Bachat Utsav, a celebration of savings that will benefit the growing neo-middle class, a word, viewers, he had used some time ago to identify with the class that has supported him solidly. Prime Minister Modi also said that with GST 2.0, the vision of one nation, one tax has been realized, and his government has simplified a once complicated tax system. The reforms, along with tax cuts, are designed to boost the well-being of every citizen, with a focus on fostering a society where the motto Nagarik Devo Bhava rings true. Well, that's what the Prime Minister said, highlighting the public good. He noted that GST reforms would help citizens save an estimate of 2.5 lakh crores, further accelerating India's growth story. The Prime Minister, in his address to the nation, also pushed for self-reliance and asked the states to play their part by fostering a culture of investment, enabling India to be globally competitive. Finally, the Prime Minister urged every Indian to buy and be proud of Swadeshi, which is made in India products. Needless to say, GST 2.0, with its focus on simplification, empowerment, is not just an economic reform. It is indeed a step towards a self-sufficient and proud India. This is what the Prime Minister said a short while ago. And what's most important in all of that, viewers, is he's practically stepping into the festive season with a promise of Sabka Muh Meetha Hoga. Well, will it happen is something that we're going to debate in the next 20 minutes, but hear him out, the Prime Minister's address to the nation.
नवरात्रि के पहले दिन से देश आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान के लिए एक और महत्वपूर्ण और बड़ा कदम उठा रहा है। कल यानी नवरात्रि के प्रथम दिवस 22 सितंबर को सूर्योदय के साथ ही नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लागू हो जाएंगे। एक तरह से कल से देश में जीएसटी बचत उत्सव शुरू होने जा रहा है। इस जीएसटी बचत उत्सव में आपकी बचत बढ़ेगी और आप अपनी पसंद की चीजों को और ज्यादा आसानी से खरीद पाएंगे। हमारे देश के गरीब, मध्यम वर्गीय लोग, न्यू मिडिल क्लास, युवा, किसान, महिलाएं, दुकानदार, व्यापारी, उद्यमी, सभी को ये बचत उत्सव का बहुत फायदा होगा। यानी त्योहारों के इस मौसम में सबका मुंह मीठा होगा। देश के हर परिवार की खुशियां बढ़ेगी। मैं देश के कोटि कोटि परिवारजनों को नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स की और इस बचत उत्सव की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। ये रिफॉर्म भारत की ग्रोथ स्टोरी को एक्सेलरेट करेंगे, कारोबार को और आसान बनाएंगे, निवेश को और आकर्षक बनाएंगे और हर राज्य को विकास की दौड़ में बराबरी का साथी बनाएंगे।
All right, so that was the Prime Minister's address to the nation announcing the Bachat Utsav, the GST bonanza. I want to bring in my guest to discuss, would it be as simplistic of boosting consumption, which in turn will aid demand, which in turn will help in savings and help the economy? Will it be as simplistic as that? What furthermore is needed? Let's cut across to our panelists this evening. Shankar Iyer, author, political economist; Sanjeev Ahluwalia, distinguished fellow, Chintan Research Foundation, expert in economic governance and energy regulations. We'll also get in political opinion. Dr. Shamma Mohammad, national spokesperson, Congress, and Dr. Said Zafar Islam, national spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party. Mr. Iyer, to come to you, all of this at a time where the Prime Minister promises that there will be savings to the effect of 2.5 lakh crore, comes in at a point where household debt has never been lower. Shankar Iyer, can you hear me? All right, we seem to be having a bit of a problem to connect to Shankar Iyer. But Sanjeev Ahluwalia, would you want to take that question? 2.5 lakh savings is what the Prime Minister promises, but it also comes in where household savings are at its lowest.
Yes, I hope I can be heard.
We can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
That's right. So I think this is what the PM has said in his address today. And of course, the question which remains unanswered is whether people will actually spend this money or save it. And frankly, the word bachat can be interpreted in either way, that either people should save this money and invest in the stock market or in such financial securities which are likely to give good returns, or should they actually just go ahead and spend it? So to take this decision, I think it's important to look into the consumer's mind. And I think this is a little bit of a strength of this GST reform, because it's timed very well, I would say, to dispel the doom and the gloom, which was imposed on us by President Trump's tariffs. And you can see the result on the stock market, that, it gives you a little bit of a lift.
that despite everything that we heard, which would go wrong with the Indian economy, we are likely to have more money in our pockets to spend, which is a good thing. How we spend it is really up to us. But I would like to say one more thing, that, if for this to be a complete reform, we should also, in the next phase, look at removing some of the, procedural issues which are related to GST. Right. And for example, a simple thing, I would say that we do have one nation, one tax has been implemented now. But what we don't have is one nation, one tax, and one GST ID. Because if there's a small businessman, entrepreneur, or a management consultant who has an office in Noida, in Delhi, and in Gurgaon, they have to file and maintain 3 GST accounts. Very, very cumbersome. So I get a lot of other instances like this where the GST procedural reform would be the next step. But as far as tax bonanza is concerned, it's significant, it's big. So I would urge everybody who's listening to go ahead and use it responsibly.
Well, the Prime Minister also said that it also ties into the income tax cuts that were made earlier this year. But I want to bring in Shankar Iyer into this conversation. Shankar Iyer, is it as simplistic as that? That, it will completely tie into consumption, then raise demand? Or, are you a little wary of that? Especially at a point, Mr. Iyer, where household savings are at their lowest, number one. And the true test of, GST 2.0, whether it's really boosted consumption, we'll only know after the 3-week festive period. Because in the next 3 weeks, in any case, because you're reaching Diwali time, purse strings are a little looser at this point of time. So there is, in effect, going to be a boost in consumption. But will it be a testament to the GST reforms?
Well, Preeti, when the going gets tough, governments have to get going. So this is a classical case of political entrepreneurship. You have a situation where India's exports are going to be hurt by the drama that is around the Trump tariffs. You have an issue with domestic consumption. So the Prime Minister has timed this to perfection.